All right. Everything is good. So today is going to be the first day of patch 12.1. Now, the vast majority of this stream is obviously going to be me on my main characters on North America doing all the new content. Something interesting is I've added Follow the Arrow to... Okay, there's also... Oh, I was going to say, I don't know why the quests haven't been updated. It's because I've forgotten to update my own fucking add-on, which, yeah, good thing I noticed that now instead of after going on live servers, because I updated it on the PTR, and then, obviously, I pushed it to live servers, but then I have not actually updated the live server version of my own add-on. But Follow the Arrow has the entire 12.1 campaign. I've started adding the side quest to it, but I didn't have time to finish it. The PTR was down, like, all of this morning, so it's just not enough time, unfortunately. But I will be doing that very shortly. Now, right now, since Europe is still up, because they don't have their maintenance yet, I figured, okay, I'm just going to hop onto my European characters and kind of clean up my bags, because I'll be honest, I kind of forgot. And I'll admit, I'm not really going to be playing these characters all that much, at least for the next, like, month or two. But, you know, may as well check them out and see, because I have vaults from the last, pretty much, yeah, this was... I don't even know how long ago. Basically, the end of the Keystone Hero Challenge, I did a bunch of characters at once, and then I never got around to actually clearing up the vaults in them, because I just jumped straight into other stuff. So I've already cleared out my Blood Decay, which was the 0 to Hero speedrun at the end, but then I have all these healers I want to check. And the main thing I want to see is, they've disabled the ability to convert crests upwards, so... A little bit of a bummer there, like I'm not able to fully upgrade most of this stuff, so now I have to pick and choose, like, what do I really want here? I am going to try and keep an eye on, North America will go up at any moment, and whenever that happens, I'm going to immediately jump over. I can upgrade this, though, so I may as well. You can still upgrade items if you have the crests. I kind of wish I had remembered to do this, like, I don't know, an hour ago, before Blizzard completely shut it off, but... what are you gonna do? Hindsight's 20/20. And... I don't really think I care all that much about the rest of the stuff. Mostly just since I do plan on at least playing these characters at some point next season, I want to make sure I have all of the basic stuff cleaned up on them. Any crests I have, I spend. Anything that I can upgrade with, like, Void Cores or whatever, I do that. Definitely Priest and my Death Knight are the two characters that right now I'm reasonably confident that I'm going to keep playing on Europe going forward. One of my guildies said streamer client privilege. Yeah. I'm just like, I've rewinded time. Rewinded? Time to play yesterday and clean up my alts. When does the update go live for Europe? What time is it right now? 6 hours, give or take, I believe. I'm not super familiar with European maintenance times, but I believe it is around 6 hours from now. Let's see. How many crests do I have sitting in this character? 50. I can upgrade something. Upgrade that at least. And, I mean, I may as well upgrade these trinkets. Can't hurt. What's the addon that lets you see what the item looks like in your tune? I believe that is Mogget. I think that is what it's called. Alright. Let's see. I have a belt. I don't need that. Already have shoulders. Already have all that stuff. I could upgrade a cloak. It doesn't really look like there's much else I could upgrade. Maybe there's, like, stat prio stuff here. I guess it can't hurt to fully upgrade any myth stuff that I have, if it's just gold. This is... yeah, that's completely free. Anything here? I am on Europe right now. As I wait for the North American servers to come up, I'm just messing around on my European characters. Because I forgot to clean out their bags, so I'm trying to do that last second here. I could also do this, and then I have a Nebulous or Ascendant Void Core, whatever that is. I can upgrade that. I mean, I'll upgrade this. It doesn't really seem like there's anything else I have in this character that's particularly worth upgrading. Yes, my current belt has a socket and leech, so there's no way I ever use that, but I can't hurt. Do you know if you need to progress the 12.1 campaign to access Altar of Fangs? Yes, but I don't know by how much. So, one thing you definitely need to do is you need to do part of Chapter 2 in order to get to the Coiled Isle. Like, that's just mandatory. If you try to go to the Coiled Isle before having done the campaign, you will be teleported out. But that takes like 10 minutes. It's not that much. At the end of the campaign, it does send you to Altar of Fangs directly. I don't think you need to go that far. I think as long as you have access to the dungeon entrance, you're fine, I believe. Pretty sure that's correct. But, I mean, don't quote me on that. Did not test it. But I definitely ran Altar of Fangs multiple times in the PTR before I ever did the... what's it called? Before I did the campaign. And it was M+, so I don't really know if it counts. Like, maybe it's a little bit different because of that. But just something to keep in mind. Do I have any other trinkets I care about upgrading? Not really. I'll upgrade this just because I have these things here. Alright. Quick check. Server's still not up. Also, I have it pinned in chat, but if you missed it, I have put together a little video, only 6.5 minutes long, which goes over all the really important things you need to do on the Coiled Isle. So if you have not been keeping up with what to do, or, you know, you're just interested in my take on it, which I'd like to think is a little bit better informed than a lot of the other generic YouTubers out there, then definitely go check that video out. It's pretty short, because the entire point is a lot of the generic fluff world content stuff that really nobody needs to care about, because Blizzard just doesn't know how to make world content relevant, I don't really cover. I will mention, like, hey, this exists, and that's about all you need to know about it. But all the really important stuff that's actually relevant, like how to get gear, how to increase your renown for the, well, also the gear at renown 9, and then also how to get the corrosive powers and which ones are good. I talk about that. I figure that is somewhat relevant. I do have a vault in this character. Actually, I might have had a vault on my priest. I don't think I checked. I don't think I really care that much, though. Yeah, because all of them are just going to be garbage like this. And I'll just take sockets. And then I guess I'll take this for vendor value. That's about it. Crispy Code said, love your add-on. Glad to hear it. Speaking which, I mentioned it already, but I will mention it again. The add-on is updated for patch 12.1. So if I go over here, Midnight Endgame, 12.1 campaign, the entirety, all 46 steps of the 12.1 campaign is in here. I don't know how much is going to be available right now on live servers, but it's all in there. Just I'll upgrade all this stuff. I have 10 crests that I can spend. I'm live, but this is on Europe. So, it is not North America live at the moment. Assuming that is the question. But yeah, go update the add-on if you haven't. You can use it for the campaign, which everybody's going to have to do part of the campaign. So, you may as well. Hear about any of this stuff? I can't upgrade any of this. I only have 10 crests. At least I wouldn't have been able to convert much up anyways. Just do this. Care all that much. Upgrade that too. This gives me some catalyst options after the fact. It's fine. Are there any trinkets I haven't upgraded? Do I even have... I do have some Ascendant Void Cores. What trinkets would I even be upgrading? That. Do I care? Strum of Renewed Bonds might be okay. So you don't care enough. Next character. I want to try and get as much done as I can before the servers actually go up. Initially, I was just going to do this off-stream, but then I kind of thought, like, hey, if I'm sitting here waiting for the servers to go up anyway, may as well show the end result of the European Challenge. We did get the entire thing done. And yeah, I'm still unsure of exactly how I'm going to approach that next season, but either way, it is very much second priority after Prague, after North American Prague, that is. I do have a Shaman Vault. Let's see, probably going to take a socket. I have one socket here. It's open. Okay, I do have an actual vault here. How many Myth Crests? Only 30. I could take the helmet, partially upgrade it, though. It's better than nothing. Before they do a last-minute extension? I mean, honestly, that was kind of why I decided to go live, because if they end up doing an extension, at least I have something to stream. If I was just sitting here staring at the login screen, then yeah, it would be pretty awkward if they did an extension. But I could also hop onto the PTR after I'm done clearing out all my European vaults. Wait, you can place this mushroom down and it takes up physical space for other people? How long have you been able to do that? And how are people not abusing it yet? Like, couldn't you just put this in the doorway and just make it so people can't get past? I am very surprised that's a thing, and that I've never seen it until now, because that feels like it's incredibly abusable, but okay. Okay, I guess I'll upgrade this to 285. Oh, hey, my Shaman got Myth of the Zon. Cool. Let's upgrade this stuff. This is also a free upgrade. We live yet? Not just yet. Well, I mean, I'm live streaming, but the servers are not live. I'll upgrade this. Can't hurt. What else do we have? Belts, don't need. That's all irrelevant. And I'm guessing I've already upgraded all my trinkets and whatnot. Yes. Yeah, this was one of the more recent characters I played, so I'm pretty sure I did at least a decent job of getting all my ducks in a row in this one. My Paladin. Paladin, Evoker, and then double-check Priest, because I think I missed a few things when I was looking at my Priest. If I had an army of alts to gear, what would I do? Field accolades for gear chests? It does not work. It is character-specific. So right now on live servers, well, I guess previously on North America, right now on Europe, I guess I can show this, actually. I might actually be standing... Okay, I'm not actually standing directly in front of it. I do have a vault on this character. But I'll show you, as an example. We live. Oh, is it up? I'm not seeing anything. Somebody just said servers up. NA up. Alright, I will take your word for it, and I will switch over. I'll do this later. Okay. Hop on to my main. Yeah, okay, I'm seeing a bunch of people say servers up. In guild chat, in stream chat. And there's the add everyone ping in guild Discord. Alright. Incompatible. Okay, thank you, Blizzard. I did just update it, but, you know, thank you. There we go. Okay, now I have to sit here and wait for an update. Yeah, so right now, the way you're probably used to it is the hero track boxes that you buy with field accolades, they are warbound. That is no longer the case in 12.1. They now give veteran gear, which is good, so you've probably seen a lot of people say, like, oh, get the veteran stuff, and I will be showcasing that. But The real trick to get more gear out of that has actually been to stockpile accolades on your main character weeks in advance, because at least on the PTR, accolades did not reset. They may have changed that. They probably should, because it is kind of busted that that's a thing. But as of the PTR, accolades were not getting wiped in the new season. So if you did all the weeklies every single week and you got a bunch of... Oh god, not
this game includes text nip
not
disable
this fucking thing.
button.
Disable. Okay. How is that on by default, dude? That's fucking crazy. Yeah, fun fact, I did a 10 to 90 speedrun in 3 hours and 16 minutes on this character. If you have yet to see that, go watch it, because I'm really happy with that run, and I will be entirely honest, it has, like, bombed harder than any speedrun I have ever posted in my entire life. So, I'm not super thrilled about that, especially because I think it's actually a really good run. I'm really happy with how it turned out, so it's incredibly disappointing. So, if you have not seen that, you know, obviously, go watch it another time. You know, if you're here watching this live, then, you know, don't leave. Or, I mean, you could do whatever you want, but I'm just saying, like, you should watch it later. Highly recommend. I think it's very fun. That was on a Havoc Demon Hunter. A screen narrator jump skater. Yeah, that one really fucked me up on, I think it was like the first version of the 12.1, and it took me like 10 minutes to figure out how to disable it. That was something. But yeah, so as far as the field accolade chests go, I've already stockpiled like 1.5k on both my Blood DK and my Prop Paladin. I didn't really do a ton of prep, especially because those characters already have decent gear. I don't think I need that many, but I at least did my weeklies last week just to make sure they had as much as I reasonably could prep. Skip. I also forgot to park What Is Happening. Hello? Blizzard? Oh, the game is fucking shitting itself. I literally cannot move my character. It's honestly been a very long time since I've seen the game freeze up so much to where, like, even my player inputs are not working. Alright, there we go. Alright. 12.1 campaign. And we can continue from there, but I kind of sort of forgot to park my DK there in advance. So, what do I have in the mail? I assume this is like all of your crests get converted to gold, right? Oh my goodness. Okay. I will worry about that later. I forgot to spend my tokens. I mean, I already have one spare socket, but... yeah. Oh well. It would have been nice to have more sockets prepped, but all of my items are socketed. I think I at least prep sockets on every character but my Blood DK. I kind of forgot here just because, if I recall, I was, like, wondering would I need to use my my sockets or tokens for extra bonus rolls at the last second. And then I decided I didn't need to use it, and then I just forgot to convert them into sockets. Doesn't matter. There's no quest off Leatrix. Interesting. We do have this off Farisa, though, which is basically the same. Yeah, so I talk about this in my video, but make sure you pick up this quest, 1k token for, what's it called? Zul'jarra's forces, and this one does not give Zul'jarra's forces. I actually did not get a chance to look at that. I have a vault I can open. Okay, the game is kind of lagging a lot, so it is going to be really hard to fly around. Your field accolades did not reset. Oh, good call. I should have actually just checked that. Let's see. I mean, I'll take your word for it, but then if I look... where would it be under? Features? Yeah. Wait, oh shit. I had that many? Okay. I forgot I had that many. Yeah, so... I thought I only had like 1,000. Apparently, I must have done some quests like weeks ago and then just forgot about it, and I haven't actually looked at my accolades. So yeah, okay, my Death Knight's kind of set. Oh, dude, that is insult to fucking injury, man. I really wanted to get these gloves so that I could catalyze them into tier. I finally got them on the final vault, where you can't upgrade items. Oh, well, I don't need... Actually, I do. Okay, there is... So this is an appearance that I don't have from this item, which is, in theory, I believe, unobtainable now. But this is an appearance I actually don't have. I know if Chori is watching this, he's going to be so upset that I decided not to take this item. But I think I'd rather take the actual appearance. Probably slightly more value than, what's it called? The sockets. And that, that completes my Paladin transmog set. Cool. Okay, yeah, so the thing the other person was asking about, let me just go demonstrate that for you real quick. So, if I go over here and I talk to this vendor, I can buy boxes of adventure gear. Now this, you can see this is Warbound, but this is not Warbound. You have to have the currency on your particular character. But you'll notice with all the accolades I have, I could buy pretty much an entire full set of this already because it didn't reset. So, I don't know why Blizzard decided that that was a good idea, but is the choice that they made. Also, before I jump into campaign, it is a little bit too late to take advantage of this, but I did make a video, so if you're finding out about this right now and you're like, ah, shucks, I wish I knew that, then don't say I didn't warn you, because I tried. You can retroactively benefit from the Catalyst. So, you can see here, this is the regular Death Knight tier pants. They have high crit, low mastery. If I want something that's a little bit better suited for Sand Lane, that has haste on it, I have these pants that have just been sitting in my bags. I pre-upgraded them to 289. I chuck this in the Catalyst. Voila! I have Season 1 tier pants with haste versatility on them. So now I can go through, and because it's previous season tier, it doesn't require any charges, and I can catalyze this. So if I want double mastery tier pants, boom. I have that. If I want haste versatility helmets, honestly, I don't actually think I'm going to use this, but, I mean, may as well. Exact same stats, may as well turn it into a tier piece. I have the default chest from Rotmire, and I've already catalyzed one pair, so I have the 298 one with high haste, but in case I want one with high mastery, now I can't. So I have both possible stat lines for Death Knight, and then everything else is just whatever. I have some other items here. Obviously, you can't turn this into a tier piece, but now I have a lot of different stat lines for my tier pieces, which... that video, I don't know. I knew that one was going to be niche. The one thing I didn't understand is, like, so many people would just, like, fundamentally not understand the point. Like, I had so many comments on that video where people are just constantly saying, why does this matter? Why does this matter? People already have 289 tier, and it's like, but you can get perfect stats, or at least close to perfect. Like, now I have basically a bunch of tier pieces that are much better for Deathbringer than the default stats, a bunch of pieces that are much better for Sand Lane, and I didn't even go all out. I'll be honest, like, I was planning on getting a few more, like, slightly more optimized stat pieces, and I was just so tired yesterday, and I still had to finish the video. So I was just like, it's probably fine. I don't need to worry about it too much. But you could have done a lot more than even I did. No problem, Crispy Code. Your computer is not happy with the game? Yeah. Mine took a little bit to actually get started. Yeah, oh, Caney said, can you check if the field accolades reset? There you go. I'm honestly quite surprised they didn't fix that. I was kind of banking on them fixing it. I'm kind of glad, though, because I did stockpile a decent amount on my Paladin. And now my Paladin should be able to get geared pretty quickly. Because I only decided, or rather, like, me and my raid leader only decided that it would be a good idea for me to get my Paladin set up as of, like, last week. And my Paladin, up until now, was, like, 240 item level. So I got it to 276 last night, and I stockpiled a bunch of accolades, so I should be good to go for this week. I'm hoping I can get it to at least 290. That would make splits much easier. go this way. Are delves available at 11? Yes. I'll take a brief detour just to demonstrate that's all I'm on. I am already out of vigor because I've been flying all over the place. But based on what I read on the Blue Post, basic delves are 11. Are available up to 11. I can't talk today. I'm a little bit tired, I'll be honest. I've gotten like 2-3 hours of sleep, but is what it is. I gotta get this stuff done. So you can see here, it has reset the tier back down to 4, and I could, if I wanted to, push up. And you should, by the way, not like right now, don't do this today. All it matters is that you get tier 11 unlocked before next week. So all of the bountiful delves, all the really good stuff from delves is not available, but if you spend like the 1 hour it takes to progress up to tier 11 this week, then next week, once bountifuls are enabled, you can just jump right in. I also do believe that you should be able to farm coffer key shards this week. So, I mean, don't quote me on that. We'll find out within an hour anyway. But in theory, you should be able to get 6 keys, and then you can get 6 more next week. So you should be able to have a decent amount of delve loot available to you early on. Although, I mean, delves are kind of weird, right? Because obviously, you want to do a delve early on so that you can get access to the Delver's Bounty. But does that really matter all that much beyond that? Like, or, well, that matters, but beyond that, does it matter? Like, do you really want to spam delves? If you are really trying to optimize, like, for the entire season, you should get your Delver's Journey track maxed out as fast as possible. But Blizzard usually puts in, like, arbitrary caps. I will probably put out a video at some point talking about what the cap is, because, frankly, I usually get there very early. And so I'll keep you posted on... Currently, you can get to, like, level 4. What the fuck? Okay. I'm just going to disable that add-on, I guess. Where is Meek Auras? That one. Hey, Infinite, I'm doing it. It's been a bit since you talked. Oh, hey, Eris and Ruin. Delves your nemesis. Like, they're not that bad. I don't know why people hate them so much. My entire guild hates them. Every single time I try to convince somebody in my guild that doing delves are really good for gear, they always make fun of me, but it is what it is. And like, that's kind of the struggle with delves, though, because delves early on in the season are honestly kind of shit for gear, especially for raiders. But I always use delves early on in the season as a way to gear up alts, which, as a catch-up mechanism, they're very good early on. The thing is, with the Midnight changes, and this was the case last season as well, the later Delver's Journey tracks, which I'm pretty sure we can look at right now. Never mind. Oh, you can. It's just, it shows Journey locked. But same thing as before. So at Renown 4, you're able to get Myth Crests. I mean, that's been pretty standard. We've seen that many times. And then you're able to get Zoran items. Now, this can be kind of okay. The problem is, historically, Blizzard has made it so the initial cap is at 4, and then by the time that Zoran is actually accessible, like, this doesn't matter. It is quite nice to be able to target specific champion pieces, and since it costs undercoins, which you usually have, like, an infinite amount of, you can just, like, if you're missing any slot, anything that's still veteran, you just replace. And a lot of times people are like, oh yeah, champion gear is really shit, and yet the amount of people in my raid team, Hall of Fame raid team, that I saw still rocking a veteran piece up until, like, very late prog, way too fucking many people, especially considering you can get it very easily replaced with delves. So, it's always the people who say that, like, champion gear is worthless and they're not going to waste their time with delves, and they're just going to spam M+, who then keep holding on to that one veteran piece because, like, everybody believes, oh yeah, I'm just going to run M+, and I'm going to get all my upgrades through M+, until, you know, you're 2-3 weeks into the season, you've run 1,000,000 M+ dungeons, and that one piece that you really need just refuses to drop. We've all been there. It happens. And that's why guaranteed bad luck protection, like Zoran, where you can just target farm a specific thing, in most people's cases, it is the ring slot. Just because you might get one good ring, but also, like, item level doesn't really matter all that much for rings. So on multiple characters, I used, like, a very low champion or veteran ring for quite a while, but then if I made it far enough and I still was holding on to the veteran ring, it was at that point where I would go spam delves and just buy the perfect stat one off Zul'jin. And even if you have like a 263 ring on like, you know, your cutting edge kill, that's fine in many cases if the stats are good. I don't remember exactly what I had on. I think I did have one champion ring on, and definitely plenty of people in my guild also had champion items. That's just how it goes sometimes. So that is nice to have, and also it's, I would say, pretty easy to get. If you're doing your Delver's Journey, or Delver's Bounty every single week, it's really not hard to get here within a few weeks of the season. Because you get a big bonus to Delver's Journey from your very first delve each week. The issue is a lot of people are too lazy to do even that, and they don't get their guaranteed hero piece. They don't bother progressing this, and it takes like 10 minutes every single week. If you do that, you're fine. And then you get to like this, you can buy coffer keys. Honestly, doesn't really matter. It's not that impactful. Good for alts. Doesn't matter for most people. Then this is quite nice for catch-up. Pretty good. The real big thing, and this is where delves have now gone from like purely a catch-up mechanism, which is what it was back in War Within, to now just an amazing gearing option, pretty much up until you enter raids, is this. The fact that now, if you just have enough keys and you just do your bountiful delves, you can just farm hero track gear. And then also, Zul'jin will now upgrade his items to hero track, so you do enough runs, you are eventually going to get pretty much full hero. It's just a matter of time, a matter of how many times you want to run the delves. And obviously, if you know enough about delves, which everybody should, in theory, be able to just pull up my video on delves whenever that comes out next week, and then they will know everything they need to, then you can very easily farm the fastest delves and get everything you need. So if you put in a little bit of effort, and then because it's account-wide, if you're like me and you play a lot of alts, then you spend a little bit of time early on in the season, and then every character you level after that, it's like a few hours and you're full hero track. And that is really, really, really nice. There's a reason why I was able to do that 0 to hero speedrun on my Blood Decay, where it took like, what, 4 or 5 hours to get to like 276 item level? Not even that, I think. And I spent a lot of time in that, that was like 4 to 5 hours, not necessarily doing just raw item level gearing, but I was farming, what's it called, like, Crucible of Erratic Energies, which is actually lower item level than I could have gotten, but the trinket is just really good, so I wanted to get things like that. Here. There's a lot of people killing these mobs, so just to make things a little bit easier, I'm gonna get my last 2 kills like this. And then, how many do I need? This should be a kill. Yeah. I got all the drums. One of the mobs on the bridge to the Quoted Isle dropped a Dragonflight rep item. Like one of the Iskara Tuskar ones. The Story of a Memorable Victory. I'm gonna see, did I get anything that would be Dragonflight related? Does not seem like it. Yeah, I don't think I got anything. Oh, you did get a Scroll of Memorable Victory? I wonder if they just copy-pasted some code and then, forgot to check. Definitely, typical Blizzard. Alright, so this is, I believe, all you need to do in order to access the new dungeon. Because you do this quest, and then you're able to access the islands. I'll go check for science. Obviously, there's more in the campaign. But since a few people asked that, both in stream and also in my guild, a few people were asking me that, I will go find out. There is... Okay, so there's a Curse Surge here. This is one of the events that rotates every 45 minutes. I don't know for sure if this is a thing. But, where is Zul'jarra's forces? At Renown 4, your first Curse Surge boss now has a daily chance to drop a Corrosive Soul. I tested this, and I killed a Curse Surge boss before getting this, and then after getting this, killed another one, and I didn't get a Corrosive Soul. It does say it only has a chance, so I don't know if it's like not guaranteed, right? But given the way that Blizzard tends to make a lot of that stuff work, how they historically tend to word things, I think that if you kill your first Curse Surge before getting Renown 4, you will lose that chance. Because there are a lot of things like that. A great example, actually, is the Delvers track. So if I go here. So this upgrade... okay, it's a little bit different. I'm glad they changed this. So now you get the Gilded Stash, just period, at level 4, and it gives you both Hero and Myth Crests. The way that it worked in Season 1 is you would always get the Hero Crest box, but at Renown 4, it would upgrade to give you Myth Crests. So, if you opened all 4 of your boxes before getting to Renown 4, then you would waste your chances at getting Myth Crests, because it would count as 4 out of 4 Gilded Stashes, but you opened them when they were only giving Hero, so you wasted all of those potential resources. Obviously, they were still capped, so it didn't, like, brick your character for the entire season. That would have been terrible, which is why a lot of people don't even know about that. But it definitely lost you a bit of time if you did it that way. Okay, it looks like you can enter alter things. So as long as you get the island unlocked, which is this quest, you can go in here. I was pretty sure that's how it worked, but confirmed. Now, do I have the flight point already? Or rather, can I pick it up? Yes, it looks like I can. Most of the time, you might be used to not actually getting flight points because they're, like, never worthwhile. This is one of the only cases. Get this flight point. It actually does save you a little bit of time if you need to go out of this area, because exiting the vaults of Atalu Tech is admittedly kind of a pain in the ass. I don't really love how they've structured this. And then in this case, can I use this gust? I can. Okay. If I do this... well, it gives me slow fall. Frankly, I'm not sure if that was actually faster than just going up the stairs, but, you know, it's science. You haven't watched any of my streams in years? Has it been that long? I definitely, I mean, I remember your name, but... I don't know, I've been streaming, like, at least a decent amount in the last few months, but outside of the last few months, I definitely haven't streamed that often, especially compared to, like, years ago. I'm getting more into the habit of it, though. Like, pretty much every single day this week, I'm gonna be streaming. But there was, like, a solid year there where I streamed, like, once every 3 months, and that's about it. You find them really tedious and you think it's your ADHD that hates it? I mean, I also have ADHD, and... I mean, I don't enjoy delves, but also... Delves, I like... because... I get, like, really bored doing a lot of farming and stuff, and I don't really find farming Mythic Plus to be particularly fun in most cases. Like, if I'm just doing it for gear, it's like, it's whatever, it's kind of boring. So, the nice thing about delves is I can basically multitask while doing it. I can completely brain off, I can, in many cases, multi-box my characters, do 2 characters at once, and then at the same time, I can watch something on Netflix, so I find delves to just be very, very chill. I figure, let me just check my guild Discord. I think... side quests, give rep. Here. Somebody in my guild's asking what quest they have to care about. Which, if you want to get champion track racers, which... So in the case of, like, this character, for instance, and this will probably be true for a lot of people, right now on my Death Knight, I have socketed crafted bracers. There's a good chance I'm going to use this, and that I don't actually need the champion bracers off Zul'jarra's forces. However, on a lot of my alts, the ability to basically progress that reputation and then just get, like, a free pair of bracers on every character, I mean, it's one of the reasons why rep rewards are usually pretty good. You do it once, all of your alts benefit. If you play a lot of alts, that is a lot of value. So, considering it's pretty easy to get, Renown 9 is really not that difficult. I think it's probably worthwhile, but it's a personal judgment call, really. What am I? Getting a lot of messages all of a sudden. I mean, it makes sense, right? The patch just started. So a lot of people are like, I guess now deciding to ask me questions, but I do need to play the game and get stuff done. You have a fresh level 90 Prot Warrior with Nada since you started playing again. Are Delves a good way to catch up in gear? At this exact moment in time, no. When the season starts, Delves will be. They will be pretty much the best way to start. Right now, during preseason, basically all of the good stuff from Delves is disabled, so I would not waste your time with it. Okay, I can't death grip that. I guess I should have death caressed it, but I thought it was just out of range. This mob does not even give percent to the quest. I just saw a bunch of people attacking it. Okay, there are so many people fighting over tags here. This is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. Let's see. Delves' healer and Valeera DPS is super chill. Yeah, it's surprisingly kind of the best way to do Delves at the moment. If you have a geared tank, obviously that tends to be slightly better. But the fact that DPS Valeera, I really don't know how they fucked Valeera scaling so badly. It kind of feels bad because it shouldn't be that way, even though, you know, I'm not really complaining because it made all the Delves I did on my healer challenge really easy. But for some reason, if you're spec'd as a healer and you put Valeera as DPS spec, then she just does, like, double damage. And she takes all the threat. She also takes significantly less damage than tank Valeera. So it's, I would say, probably the best way to do Delves. Even just, like, not even... so you said it's very chill. I agree it's chill. It's also just unironically, like, the fastest way to get Delves done if you know how to play around it. Because it's just very broken. Valeera just does crazy damage. So if you can pull in such a way to take advantage of that, then it's very quick. It's just a little bit awkward, because obviously you're a healer, you're a little bit squishy usually, but the fastest Delves that I've actually been doing recently is as a Disc Priest. Voidweaver Disc with DPS Valeera, because I actually contribute somewhat relevant damage, but she still murders everything. And Disc is able to survive pretty well in Delves, because if you pull a bunch of stuff, you can, like, face tank it with Pain Sup on yourself for a decent amount of time. So I've actually been clearing Delves faster with that combo than on many of my tanks. On tier 11, that is, because that's where her damage actually matters. Okay, there we go. Am I able to mount up? I'm probably in combat with some random mob. I saw... When does the season start? 1 week. Exactly 1 week. This is the start of the preseason week. Like, literally, it just started less than an hour ago. So next Tuesday is the start of the actual season. You can still make progress, right? So just because Delves aren't incredibly good right now for gearing doesn't mean there aren't things that you can do in the meantime to start getting prepared. And honestly, if you're getting back into the game, like, this is the perfect time to start, because there's very little important stuff going on this week, which means that you can take the entire week to, like, refamiliarize yourself with the different systems. There's, you know, I hate that this is a thing, but unfortunately the way that Blizzard designs this game, there's, like, a bunch of, like, dogshit chore stuff that you're going to need to get caught up on, because they just add slop like that with every patch, even though years ago they said they're done doing borrowed power, and then they just lied. Great example is the Omnium Folio. So this is, it's not showing on my, on this anymore. I don't know how to get that to show up. Normally that add-on pulls it up. That is, I forget the name. What is the name of that add-on? The, it'll come to me in, like, a minute or two. But there's a nice add-on that has a bunch of that. So, Plumber, yes. You typed plunder, and I read that, and then it reminded me of plumber, but then as I started reading that, I'm like, wait, no, that's not right. But yeah, plumber. usually displays Omnium Folio here. I don't know why it's not. But yeah, there's like this new borrowed power thing they added in one of like the 0.5 patches, and it, for some reason, it's expansion-wide. I don't know why. It's just yet another chore that people need to do. It is the exact thing that they said a while ago that they would no longer be doing because there was tons of backlash. And it's, as I always say, Blizzard will say they're not going to do something, and then they'll give it like a year, and then they'll slowly try to sneak it back in. It will be less bad than before, so you'll see people on Reddit defending it of like, oh, but it's not as bad as Shards of Domination, so it's okay. Like, okay, sure, dude. And that's how they get away with it. They're just like, sneak a little bit more. Just see how much we can get away with. How much bullshit can we force the player base to do? And then, next thing you know, we're going to be back to Shadowlands levels of borrowed power. Mark my words. But I'm going to enjoy the game as much as I can until we get to that point. Or hopefully, maybe Blizzard will wake up before then, and the player base will stop constantly defending these practices. We'll see, though. But yeah, you'll want to get that done, I guess, at some point this week. But, better doing that this week than having to scramble to get that done while, like, M+ is out, Delves are out. This is the ideal time to get all that stuff done. Also, I forgot to do this before, but I think it's a good idea to set your Hearthstone here. I didn't want to necessarily put this in the campaign thing, because, like, I figured the amount of people who are going to be willing to set their Hearthstone here to save a little bit of time while questing is low. But I don't even recommend that from a speedrun perspective. That's not like, oh, you can speedrun the 12.1 campaign slightly faster. The way that this works, like, there are some teleports to the Coiled Isle, but they're, like, a little bit limited. And especially considering, like, our Cantina key just lets you get back to Silvermoon anyway, which is, I mean, right now, I was about to show. My Hearthstone was set to Silvermoon, and I think that really there's no other important Hearthstone locations, so you may as well set it here. It's just going to save you a little bit of time as you get stuff done during the patch. I mean, you can always set it back later. I'm going to grab this weekly quest for 3 Curse Surges. I'm not going to do the Curse Surges just yet, not until I'm Renowned 4, but at least I have them now, or have the quest for when I eventually do them. And let's continue the campaign. From what I tested on the PTR, I suspect most of the campaign is going to be accessible, because it goes all the way up to Altar of Fangs, and then the raid quest is like 1 or 2 later. So it's not like usual where the raid is like in its own chapter, from what I can tell. But I don't know. Not entirely sure on that. Click this. Your enemy is boredom and annoyance in Delves? Yeah, fair enough. You burn out pretty easily, as I mentioned. Delves don't help it that much. You really need to figure out how to avoid burnout better. It's a tough question for sure. Because, I mean, I'll be honest, I've definitely struggled with burnout in WoW for a while, but I always, generally speaking, whenever I start to feel burnt out, I either take a break and start working on other stuff, like I've been playing Guild Wars 2 a decent amount recently in my free time. But then also I will try to, like, find some new way to challenge myself. Like, I had a lot of fun doing the European Healer Challenge. That was something different. So I had free time. I was like, I could either try and, like, push for 3.4k or maybe even higher this season, but I don't know. Like, that's the thing, right? Just got done with Prague. I really was just not feeling like jumping right back into basically progging M+. So what if instead I just learned some new specs? And overall, I had a lot of fun with that. So, I mean, everybody, the way you deal with burnout is going to be different, but I think that definitely helps to find something that works for you. You're an idiot, no problem. You're going to be playing Preservation Evoker this season? Nice. From what I've heard, Prez is going to be very good, although it's very rare that Prez is bad. At least in Raid, Prez has historically been pretty good. From what I'm hearing, Prez is once again looking to be really good in Raid, as per usual, but something that surprises me a little bit is a lot of people are saying Prez looks like it might be a solid contender for M+ as well. Which, if this ends up being like a Blood DK Preservation Evoker season, like that is going to be something. I don't necessarily know if that'll be the case, and I suspect it won't be. But the fact that two of the historically worst specs in their given roles are potentially high up there is... it's interesting. Blood DK, obviously, I understand why. I can't say I know why Prez is considered to be really good this season in M+. I mean, I've played Prez a decent amount, but I have not really followed their changes, so... I have to imagine there's some, like, crazy build that some person has cooked up that looks really good, and there were probably some changes that I just haven't seen. But I've always enjoyed playing Prez, at the very least, so... I was on the fence about playing it. I think I mentioned towards the end of the Keystone Hero Challenge that when I was thinking about what I was going to play next season, I was talking to one of the healers in my guild, and he said that Prez is really boring to play in raids. And so... I was leaning away from playing it, but now that I've heard people really hyping up Prez, and I'll be honest, like, my gut instinct was that I thought Prez was fun. So since everybody seems to be saying it's really good, and I was already kind of wanting to play it up until my friend told me it feels bad, I'll probably just trust my gut and keep it as one of my alts next season. We'll see, though. But it seems like if you're looking for a good raid spot, then there's no way you can go wrong with that. You think Prez has been sleeper good, it's just that most people don't like playing it? Kinda. I mean... if we're talking an M+, I don't necessarily know if that's true. It's kind of like Blood DK, where Blood DK, obviously, I really like Blood, and I do think Blood DK has been largely underrated, especially outside of high-level keys, because Blood DK is pretty much always been really good in, like, mid-tier keys. But because Blood has always struggled, like, at the top end, historically, it, like, that kind of trickles down to where casual players in, like, 12s will think Blood is bad. And, you know, in reality, if you know how to play Blood, it's actually extremely strong for lower-level keys like that. And that's more just because of the way Blood works. But by that same logic, like, having healed a decent amount on Prez, and, you know, I'm by no means a Prez expert, but I do have a solid amount of playtime on the spec, and at this point, I can actually say I have tried every other healer, and despite having almost more playtime on Prez than basically every other healer, I found so many of them significantly easier to play, even in, like, plus 12s. Now, the main selling point I've heard for Prez is just that it has really good damage, which is fair. Like, generally, when I play Prez, I do try to play incredibly greedy and go for as much damage as possible. And I have found that I can do a lot of damage, even right now, on Prez. So if they're getting some buffs, which it sounds like they are, that make their damage even better in the next season, then I think that's kind of what it is, right? Where... it's not like it's just magically going to be... like, the thing about Blood DK, right, is Blood DK, I think, has always been a little bit underrated, but there's just no denying the fact that, like, Blood DK had a ceiling, and Blizzard has just buffed it into the fucking stratosphere, which is why it's looking like it's meta. It's not like people were sleeping on Blood DK, and now they finally realized how good it is and it's strong. No, like, they've given it massive survivability buffs, massive damage buffs, and it's just, like, going to be fucking crazy. So that is a direct result of tuning. I don't know exactly what has been tuned with Prez, so I don't know how much of that is tuning and how much of it is just, like, people are being more willing to take risks. But the thing with Blood DK is it kind of has always had that factor of if it can live, if it doesn't get one shot, then it is very strong. And now they've made it so it doesn't get one shot, because it's just passively tankier than, like, basically every other tank, and then it just does crazy damage, right? So at that point, it's just, its main weakness has been completely removed, effectively. But for Prez to be in that same position, like, the entire playstyle of Prez, which I like, don't get me wrong, is very clunky in M+. So I still think that even if Prez ends up being good, like, at a high level, it is not going to be one of those healers where, like, oh, anybody can play it. Like, Blood DK, honestly, this season, there's going to be a lot of people who, as long as they know how to press Death Strike, they could probably play Blood DK up to a decent level. Now, don't get me wrong, it has an extremely high skill ceiling, but Blood DK has a very high skill ceiling and a very low skill floor, whereas Prez, I think, has an incredibly high skill floor. If you don't know like what you're doing on Prez, there's really not a lot you can do to just coast through it. It is a very, very, very tricky healer to play if you don't know exactly how its kit works. It's not like Disc, where you just, press Atonement, or apply Atonement, and then just press your damage buttons. Resto Druid is like a little bit involved. Resto Shaman is just chain heal, healing wave. Like, you can just kind of press that reactively and you're fine. But Prez, you really need to understand it to be able to do any healing whatsoever. There's nothing... Prez doesn't have any spammable healing abilities, right? Like, every single thing that you do to heal is some sort of combo. With TA, like putting echoes on people, setting up Dream Breath into your Marithras, manually applying, like, echo to people, putting down Emerald Blossoms so that you get, like, the spread echoes. There's like, a lot of different things that you can do at any given time to cover, like, damage, but you can't just, like, there's no press chain heal equivalent, or just like spam smite penance after hitting radiance. Even Resto Druid, right? Like Resto Druid, you can just like mash your hots on people. You can even like double up hots. You just spam reju, spam regrowth on everybody, and like it might not be as effective if you're like not, perfect with it. Like I struggled a little bit when I was learning it. Holy Paladin, I think, is kind of somewhere in the middle, where you can spam to an extent, but then eventually you do run out. But there were times where I did just kind of like spam Light of Dawn, and I was able to like get through unexpected damage when I was playing Holy Paladin, so, I do think Prez will be, even if it is good, tricky. And if tier lists start recommending it, then you're going to see a lot of Flavor of the Month Preservation Evokers bricking keys, because that's... Yeah, it's hard to learn, because I used to be not necessarily a Flavor of the Month Preservation Evoker, but when I first started learning Prez, oh man, I bricked a lot of fucking keys. was not pretty. So, and I spent a lot of time really trying to research and understand it. Admittedly, I was also just new to healing as a role at the time. It was the second healer I tried to learn, which everybody told me it was a mistake, but I was like, it'll be a fun challenge. They were right, but I also don't necessarily regret it. But yeah, that should be interesting, if that is correct, and it is actually as good as people say. You heard that Blizzard made a lot of changes to how tanks play? I guess it depends on when the last time you played is. The short answer is no. They've not. Definitely this patch they haven't. In Midnight, the only thing I would say, if we're talking made a lot of changes to how tanks play, they have simplified tanking a decent amount, and certain specs feel different. But, like, you could say that about a lot of specs going into a new expansion. I think that they have oversimplified a few specs in some cases, but maybe I'm misunderstanding the exact wording of your message. But if we're talking, like, tanking as a general role, it's still the same, right? The fundamental concepts of tanking haven't magically changed at any point recently. But in the case of Vengeance Demon Hunter, right now, so in patch 12.1, now keep in mind, everything is subject to tuning. Everything can change. There is only one tank in this patch that is actually, like, unplayably bad, and it is Brewmaster Monk. Do not play Brewmaster Monk. They might buff it. They will hopefully buff it. If you hear anybody trying to, like, cope and say Brewmaster Monk isn't dead, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It is absolutely fucked. The only people still playing Brew are the people who just have not realized just how bad the changes are, or I guess they're not doing hard enough content to where it's going to matter. That spec is, like, actually just completely fucked this patch. Every other tank is fine. Bare minimum fine. Like, they will be able to do all the content with zero issues. And honestly, like, the same was true last season. I don't think... Brewmaster right now is in a uniquely terrible position. I cannot remember the last time a tank has been as bad as Brew. I mean, I guess I could name examples. I'm just trying to think recently. When was the last time they fucked tuning this badly? Mana Forge, every tank felt fine. Undermine, every tank felt fine. Honestly, so Guardian Druid in, like, late Narubar Palace, early Undermine, I guess, is probably the last time a tank has been this neglected. And... trying to think. Yeah. I guess, like, Vault of the Incarnates, Vengeance Demon Hunter, kind of? Not even then, I don't know. They've... like, to give you an idea of just how bad Brewmaster was, outside of M+, where Brewmaster was already, like, barely holding on to the number 2 spot by the end of Season 1, and even then, I think the only reason that it didn't fall lower is just because people are still just, like, gripping onto it for dear life. The vast majority of people swapped to Bear by the end. Brewmaster has not been good since early in the season, and even then, it was just because other tanks were not really equipped to handle M+, and then a lot of them got buffed, right? But Brewmaster was by far the worst tank in Raid, even from the start of the season. So, like, Brew was early on in the season, like, the number 1... Why the fuck did that not work? Brew at the start of the season was technically the number 1 tank in M+. And even then, it was, like, maybe the second worst tank. You could argue that it wasn't necessarily the worst, but it was pretty solidly the second worst. By the end, by, like, a few weeks ago, Brewmaster is not even close the worst tank in Raid. Like, by a significant margin. And in M+, well, it was still holding on to that number 2 spot, like I said, I think that is largely inflated just because so many people already committed to playing it from the start of the tier. So, going into this season, like, basically every other tank received buffs, and Brewmaster got nerfed. Brewmaster didn't just get, like, lightly nerfed, Brewmaster got shot in the head. Already, mind you, the worst tank in Raid, barely holding on to number 2 in M+, shot in the fucking head. They've completely killed that spec. It might still be playable in M+, to an extent, just because its kit is still okay in M+, and I think Mistweaver is getting heavily nerfed, so unless Windwalker ends up being really good, which I have heard Windwalker is pretty good. So if it's a Windwalker meta, then Brewmaster is basically completely fucked. If Windwalker is just good, and is running, like, the top-end comps, but isn't, like, absolutely broken to where, like, you need to run it, like, let's say Windwalker is above average, and a lot of the top comps end up running it because they want a good way to get Monk buff, like, then, yeah, Brewmaster will not probably be played as much, but I already think they're bad. But if we're at a situation where, like, Windwalker is actually just one of the best specs and brings Monk buff, like Mistweaver was last season, then Brew is just completely fucked. And there will be absolutely no saving grace for it. Which, frankly, I think is probably what's going to happen, to an extent. The real issue is when we get to raids. Brewmaster in raids right now, like, I genuinely don't think that they can live the fights. Like, they are just... their kit is not functional in a raid environment. The only thing even keeping them afloat in M+, is their healing talents, which scale with multiple targets. So things like Vital Flame are good in M+. You don't even run Vital Flame in raid, because, like, the fuck is a tiny little heal going to do for you when you get hit with a massive tank buster? Like, that's just not how raids work. And Brewmaster got nerfed. Got nerfed in raid, and it was already the worst tank. So, if you're picking one tank to not play, pick that one. It's really, 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 really bad. Every other tank, obviously there are strengths and weaknesses to each one. Right now, I kind of have hinted Blood DK. I've talked about this in a few streams. It's just completely broken. It is by far the best tank in all forms of content, it looks like, to the point where my guild is considering running double Blood DK for multiple bosses. It is that good. So Blood DK is a bit of an outlier, but outside of Blood being really far ahead and Brew being really far behind, all the other tanks are strong. Hey Corvus, is Prey useful at all? Right now, I don't think so. I haven't checked to see. Next week, yes. Next week, you'll want to basically do the same stuff that you did at the start of the season, right? Do your 3 Prey for the weekly quest. But actually, good question. I didn't think about that at all. I want to say probably not, because I think I'm pretty sure we only have access to hard mode Prey, and it gives veteran gear, which is not important, and like veteran crests, which again not important. Like you can get capped without doing that. But good call. I will check. Yeah, if Hard's only available, I know that Nightmare is not available, and that's the only one that really matters. What I can't recall is whether they changed Prey in any way that makes it so hard mode is now like not completely worthless. I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure it gives like the same rewards as it used to, because I did skim the stuff. But unless I missed something, I don't think Prey would be worthwhile. But I will check though. I'm actually curious now that you mentioned it. And then, so to finish answering your question, Infinite, the last thing I'll note, because that's just a general ramble about like what tanks are looking like right now. In the case of, you asked about Vengeance, Vengeance is surprisingly not doing that bad. Now, I don't think Vengeance is going to be meta, just because Devour DH is still very strong. So, Devour is almost certainly where you're going to get your buff. And, personally, I don't like the Vengeance changes. I do not like the current Vengeance playstyle. I don't enjoy it. I think it feels a bit clunky. I don't think it feels good to play in either Raid or M+. But it's not, like, the worst thing ever. And the main thing that Vengeance struggles with is it has very heavy variance with its, with its overall rotation, but also with its survivability. Because right now, meta is a damage cooldown, and your meta uptime is completely random. And you have to use meta as part of your damage, so if you don't get good procs, you might just not have meta for when you need it for a tank buster. So, in a raid environment, okay, so you can get the Altar of Fangs quest, interesting. So I guess I will sit on this for now, until my guild is ready. In which case, let me just see. Okay, I got one ping. What about Prot Warrior? Prot Warrior is good, yeah. So, give me a second. There's lots of messages. I'm also like, I'm getting pinged in my guild Discord. The one thing I did see, so Todia said, big buffs coming for Brew. You cannot save Brew, unfortunately. That's kind of the other issue. At this point in time, they're not going to rework the spec. So Brew has had fundamental issues. The rework that they gave it in Midnight was just bad. And I said that from the very first iteration of Alpha. I said, this is terrible. They need to revert a lot of stuff. They didn't. There's a reason why Brew has been kind of in the shitter for the entirety of Season 1, outside of specific M+ cases. Its kit is just not functional. It does not work. And a lot of the nerfs they gave it, like, they didn't just lower the numbers, right? They could slap the biggest damage buff onto Brew, and it would still be dog shit. They need to fundamentally change how that spec plays, and give it, like, actual, like, real tuning to it, how its abilities work, like, change its talents and stuff like that. It needs another rework. It needs a rework to undo the first rework. And we're too close to the patch for that to happen. It's not going to happen. Like, they just don't do that. We'll get tuning, but there is no amount of tuning that can stop Brew from being the worst tank in the game, like this patch. We might, like, in 12.1.5, maybe that's when they tend to do reworks. At that point, they might give Brew a rework. And obviously, then I would reevaluate. But as it stands, if you are at all considering playing Brew, going into Raid for early progression, reconsider. It's terrible. It should not be your monk buff. I had to really convince my raid leader that Brew was not the play, even as a backup. He was like, I want it as your third split character. And I spent like week after week after week telling him this is such a bad idea and explaining to him in detail why Brew was just completely unplayable. Thankfully now, it seems like most other guilds have seemed to realize this as well, and a lot of people have started prepping Windwalkers. So my raid leader, saw that as well. Now we've started prepping Windwalkers. So that seems to be where everybody's planning to get their monk buff. But yeah, Brew is just not an option at the moment. Krusty, subscribe with Prime. Thank you. Let's see. So I can't continue the campaign until my guild's ready to do dungeons, which is fine. I mean, honestly, this is the vast majority of the campaign. You can see we're on step 40 out of 46. Right now, we're going to basically do this quest, the dungeon quest. Then you can see we do one more quest over by Zul'jarra, and then this is the raid quest. Obviously, you're not going to be able to progress past here. So there's like literally one other quest after the dungeon. Relatively short campaign, all things considered, but I mean, I did practice this on the PTR, so. You liked Brew and War Within? Oh, yeah. I mean, Brew and War Within felt amazing to play. They completely gutted it in Midnight. I played Brew, I mained Brew in Manaforge Omega, and I played it quite a bit. I think in Narubar Palace it felt a little bit janky, but by the time we got to Undermine, yeah, Brew felt amazing, which is why it makes me so sad that they took what was a really fun playstyle for Brew and just decided, yeah, we're just going to completely kill this for absolutely no fucking reason. It's just incredibly fucking stupid. They just have no idea what they're doing with that spec. The people who redesigned it just don't understand how Brew works, and it's really frustrating. You feel like the meta Apex should have the CD, like the Hunt CD for Havoc? Yeah, having random procs of... I'm stupid. I forgot that I changed my stone. Okay, I mean, that's what our Cantina keys for. Having random procs of a defensive is just never fun. It's the same reason I hated, like, Twilight Devastation, Gluttony, Vision of Perfection, Vengeance back in Nyalotha. It felt like shit to play, because it was just like, yeah, sometimes you're just perma in meta, and sometimes you're not, and it felt really, really, really annoying. So I don't really enjoy the current playstyle for Vengeance. The main thing I was going to say, though, is Vengeance actually does seem like it's pretty good, because unless you get extremely unlucky, and if you are in a situation where, let's say, you are reliant on getting good RNG, or you die, well, then you don't play for damage, right? Then you'll just sacrifice damage, sit on meta, and just say, all right, well, if I low roll here, I'm dead, and then obviously you're not going to do that. Now, the problem is that's still not fun, right? If that happens, you would still feel bad, but it's not like if you don't constantly high roll, you die. You can play around it. The issue is, like, you never want to be in a position where, in order to maintain your maximum damage and in order to live, sometimes you have to, like, make a decision to completely sacrifice one or the other. And as a tank, you're always going to choose to not sacrifice your ability to live. Duh. So sometimes you will just have to completely murder your damage to make sure that you have meta up for an upcoming mechanic. And then sometimes you're going to be like, sure, it's fine. And then you're going to press meta, it's going to expire, you're going to low roll, not going to reset, and then you're going to take a tank buster to the face and be like, well, that was a bad idea. So Vengeance seems good. The other thing is the numbers on it are good, which, like, again, that's subject to tuning, but right now Vengeance seems like it's doing pretty good damage, so, it's at least not bad. It's not like Brewmaster, where Brewmaster is going to be the weakest tank both damage and survivability-wise, but I don't really think that Vengeance has a very high chance of being meta, though it's not bad. At the very least, not bad. You met our Brewmaster rant quota for the stream, yeah. I mean, I will continue ranting about Brewmaster pretty much every single stream until Blizzard reverts all of the changes in Midnight. They can keep Vital Flame. Like, the only good thing they've done for Brewmaster, I keep forgetting that that's what my mail is. I'm just gonna, I guess I'll clean this out now. The only good thing Brewmaster got this entire expansion is Vital Flame, and, like, some of the fire damage healing talents, like, outside of that, like, you get shielding or whatever. That's fine. Like, it's okay that they did that. Every other change is just bad and needs to be reverted, and I don't understand why they did it in the first place. Oh! So that's why they changed this. So now, instead of having to buy the specific one, you just buy one type of die, and then you get to select... Okay. I like that change. That is good. Now, where did I... this is where all my housing dies were. Yeah, so previously, all my housing dies occupied this entire space in my warband bank, all of these columns, and now it fits neatly into, what is this, I think, like, a little bit over one column. So I just gained, like, quite a lot of storage space. Can't complain. Alright, cool. Blood Decay is really good. Blood Decay is absolutely fucking broken, yeah. Very, very strong. Even if they nerf Blood Decay by a massive amount, it will still be a good tank. It might not be the meta tank, but in raids, one blood decay, no matter how heavily it gets nerfed, is basically guaranteed. It could get, like, literally shot in the head, reduced by, like, 50% across the board, and you would still run at least one blood decay. Whether or not it ends up being the meta for M+, that's probably subject to change, depending on tuning. Blood is very powerful at the moment. Yeah, I did see that there were a bunch of nice housing changes. Honestly, I've kind of given up on housing entirely. Like, I can acknowledge that it is a good change, but it's not going to make me care about the housing system anymore. The moment they started monetizing it the way they did, I completely checked out, and I refused to touch it until they rethink their approach to that. So veteran crest, veteran chest, and okay, so both of the things on here are veteran. Time to pick up your WAD DK, yeah. If you care at all about blood, this is definitely the season to play it. Now, you asked about Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior is kind of in an interesting position, because Prot Warrior is, like, objectively good at the moment. It's extremely tanky. It's, like, maybe even tankier than Blood. Although, I mean, both are basically unkillable, so, like, at a certain point, like, you know, what is the greater infinity? If one can't die, then, you know, does it really count? How can you be tankier? But both are extremely, extremely tanky. And Prot Warrior's damage is solid. I haven't seen sims, but from, like, testing that I've looked at, it's, like, a little bit lower than some of the other tanks, but it's, like, fine. It's not low enough to really matter that much. The main reason why you're almost certainly not going to play Prot Warrior is just because Arms Warrior is fucking crazy right now. So, it's a season where Prot is solid, and the other, even Fury Warrior, I think, is really good. So both of the DPS Warrior specs are just very, 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 very good. So there's just no reason to bring Prot. Prot is, like, solid. The other Warrior specs are bonkers. So, and then, obviously, there are tanks that are bonkers. So, yeah, definitely, it seems like they've slightly increased the amount of prey stuff that you get. But it's locked right now, so I don't think I'd be able to get any progress anyway. The real question is... So, random hunts, corrupting the soul, defeating Raul Kala. I mean... Like, does this matter? So, you get to Renown 4 on Prey, and then you get an item that you can sometimes use once per week to get a bonus champion piece. Do I care? Cosmetics... Any of this matter? Okay. You can now get Hero Track gear from Prey. I missed this. Interesting. Now, I mean, it's still... I would imagine, I think Prey is still time-gated in the same way. Unlike Delves, so unless they've changed the way that Prey Renown works, if it's still like you have to do 100 Prey to progress it by 1, that is a waste of time. And doing this to be able to get 1 Hero Track piece per week would not be worthwhile. If they have uncapped the Prey Renown, and you can now, like, blast it with alts, this could be good. This is... I guess I will test this next week. I will test this with my alts and let you know if it works. I will also... I'm probably going to try to see if I can push Prey in the PTR to make this work. Now that I know if this is a thing. If I reach a point where it's like, yeah, farm 100 Prey to get, like, 1 Hero Track piece, or, well, realistically it would be, like, farm 1,000 Prey, then obviously that's not worthwhile. But if you can reliably push it on alts in the same rate that you can Delver's Journey, then that might not be terrible. That is something interesting. And what about this? This is Preferential Hunt and Cosmetics. One interesting thing here is that, as far as I can tell, there is there's no requirement to unlock Nightmare Mode Prey. So you unlock Random Prey, but it used to be that, what was it, like Renown 3, you got Nightmare Mode or something? I'm guessing that's just enabled by default. Obviously not available this week, but it looks like you don't need to unlock that, which, amazing, because that was a terrible design choice, and gee, if only somebody had told them on the feedback forums months before Midnight ever came out that that was a terrible idea and they should change their approach. And then, of course, I was right, and there were multiple complaint posts about the fact that if you didn't do your prey, that you were completely locked out of the ability to get that gear early on in the season. Of course, they never listen, they never test their own content, so what are you going to do? I always thought it was stupid that high skill floor meant it was hard to be good at something. I kind of like the term. I think it works. Vengeance is your sleeper pick for end of season meta tank. Nah. I'd be very surprised if Vengeance was the meta tank. I mean, I don't know. The thing is, Devourer would have to be bad. Like, Devourer would have to end up being really, really, really bad for Vengeance to be good. And Vengeance would need to be, I would think, more powerful than it is currently. It's not bad, as I explained, but I don't think it's nowhere near what Vengeance used to be like. I think Blood Decay is almost certainly going to get nerfed, but there's plenty of other possibilities. I don't think Vengeance is next in line. Could be wrong, but it has a higher chance than Brew at the very least. Last time you played was Endgame Dragonflight. Oh, wow. It's been that long. Damn. Let's see. I think the only thing that might be useful is the quest if it gets uncapped crests. Oh yeah, it's not available yet. I can test that on the PTR, actually. That shouldn't be too hard. I don't think it gives uncapped crests anymore. But... in fact, actually, fuck it. I'll stay logged in, but I can just open the PTR right now and check. I mean, it takes like 2 minutes, and now I'm curious. So, I don't believe there's anything super special out of Prey, but obviously it is going to be worthwhile to do this at the start of the season. Like, basically, the moment that you can get on Tuesday next week, unless your M+ group is already completely ready to go. And even then, I'll give this spiel again, because I talked about this at the start of Midnight Season 1, and a bunch of people didn't agree. Oh, the PTR is offline. Okay, never mind. I guess I won't be doing that. They've already taken it down. Holy. That is fast. I hope it goes back up, because there is a little bit of testing that I still wanted to do, and I gotta test Delves at some point. So, I can't imagine it's down. I'm guessing they're probably pushing an update now, because, most people are on live servers, so they figure now is the best time to do that. What can I do in the meantime? I mean, I could just buy all of this stuff. Something else I could do. I guess really, I mostly need to wait until my M0 group is ready. But, I mean, there's so much to be done. It's almost like, where do I start? I'm going to close Fall the Arrow for now, just because I don't need it. Any gear is going to be instantly irrelevant since it comes out the same time as M+, but, like, yes and no, and that's the same thing that I was, like, trying to explain last season. A lot of people get stuck in that mindset of, like, oh, I'm just going to get everything from M+. But then, you get 2 pieces from M+. That's it. And M+ takes, like, 30 minutes to get 2 pieces of gear across 5 players. So if we think about the amount of item level we're gaining by doing stuff that gives, like, champion and hero really easily, Delves, Delver's Bounty, in this case, Prey as well, you're getting more overall gear for the amount of time spent. Now, farming that, and especially doing that, like, week 2 onwards, dubious at that point. But if you do that immediately, and you get that, like, gear right up front, then that is a bigger power spike. Less so than it was in Midnight Season 1, because obviously there we had, like, garbage veteran gear. Now we're going in with, like, fully optimized myth stuff, so it's a bit better. But it is worth keeping in mind. So everybody should, before they do M+ on the 18th, at least jump into a delve and get their Delver's Bounty done. Because that takes, like, 5 to 10 minutes, and you get a guaranteed hero piece, you get a guaranteed champion piece, and you get a bunch of crests. So that will be worthwhile. Depends on how much early M+ we'll be doing. Yeah, and I mean, I'm going to be doing a lot of early M+, and I still think it's worthwhile to do that. Also, definitely worth doing all of that on your split alts. But, I mean, that more applies to us. That's not, like, general advice for everybody. Was I... yes, I remember what I was going to check. So, has this not been updated yet? Or is there a new... I definitely checked in the PTR, and there were new... yeah, okay, so it looks like they just haven't moved the PvP season over yet. But... okay, so Bloody Tokens have reset. Conquest hasn't reset. So we're kind of in this weird limbo state where some stuff is reset, some stuff hasn't. I wonder if I should actually buy Transmog while I still can. I don't know how much I care. But Bloody Tokens have reset. So in theory, if you get Bloody Tokens now, it shouldn't be wiped, because they've already... so where's Delves? Yeah, so they already did the seasonal wipe. We've already lost all of our undercoins. So any Bloody Tokens you get right now should, in theory, work for the next season whenever they reset the Bloody Token gear, which there is going to be new stuff. I'm just guessing they haven't swapped the PvP gear just yet for some reason, which is strange. Will reset on real season start? Yeah, I suspect. Is the Delver's Bounty free to get? Have they... let me see. Yes, and so what you said, the weekly prey, there's actually multiple ways to do it. So there is the weekly prey quest. There is also a quest in the Vaults of Atal Utek. So right around here, there's a quest called, like, Plundering the Vaults. I forget the exact name. Something the Vaults. There's a weekly quest, do a bunch of stuff here. It gives a guaranteed Delver's Bounty as well. So there's another weekly quest that gives a guaranteed bounty. But, on top of all of that... okay, so I can't talk to her just yet. Can I buy... no. So you should, in theory, be able to buy the new version of Beacon of Hope off this vendor. I am guessing it's not available until the next season, or it might actually be locked behind the, behind here. Not sure. Yeah, it's either that there's, like, some requirement to unlocking it off the vendor. I guess maybe it's off this vendor. I don't think it is, though. Corrosive Reticule, that contains 6 corrosive souls. That's pretty good, actually. That is the teleport thing. But in theory, you should be able to buy it. Now, it looks like it's not accessible right now. I don't know if it's going to be purchasable later on. In theory, we should be able to buy enough undercoin, or farm enough undercoin to be able to get that. There's also a possibility that we could just get it as a drop from non-bountiful delves right now. I might try to farm one, because, you know, I get to do all the degenerate stuff so that other people don't have to. So I might try to do that, because by doing that now, I would be able to make sure that my group doesn't have to worry about it, and I don't have to deal with, like, one person dragging their feet, like, no, I don't want to do that thing. So then I can just drop the whatever the new item is, I forget the name, the beacon, and get everybody their guaranteed Delver's Bounty, and we're good to go. Also, I guess I might as well do a pray. It can't hurt. How do I recommend learning new classes, since it seems like you've done it a lot? Yeah, at this point I've learned over half the specs in the game. I mean, I don't really know what to say other than, like, just do a lot of research. I check what builds the top players are running, I look at guides, I look through logs, then, you know, if I think I really don't understand the rotation, I'll, like, hit a target dummy a little bit. Definitely the best way to learn, though, is to just get practice with it. To just, like, you know, go there, feel it in action, so that you can know what it actually is like in real content. In theory, the other activities are also available, right? So, what I can do is I can go to Harldan, actually. I'm gonna... You know, yeah, I know I just said I was gonna do this. I'm kind of all over the place, but I have realized that that is a bad idea. What is the... Okay, Sparks of War, Voidstorm. I guess I can do that. Where's my prey? This one. Here, I'll do... Let's do Harldan first. I'll do Harldan, because there's something else I want to check. Veteran gear is 279? Yeah. Veteran gear is good. I mentioned this, like, a week or so ago in Guild Chat, Corvus, but in case you missed it, I'll probably remind people again. This thing, Field Accolades, there is this vendor. You can buy veteran gear for every single slot. So, going into next week, basically every single person should have full 295. There's... I mean, obviously I don't expect Revolt to actually enforce that, but if people are really investing time, especially, like, look, you know, the difference between our bested slot mythic characters at 293 versus, like, 295, is that going to make a big difference? No. But if anybody has, like, low-geared split characters that they need to gear up, they should be doing that. They should be getting full veteran, because it is very doable. More so than any other patch ever. And it's, I mean, because of the item level bump they did, is a lot stronger than it has been historically. Okay, so let's... this. So, another thing that a lot of people don't seem to realize, they have buffed the renown rewards. Natty Cha. Yeah, Natty Cha could benefit. So, for instance, you can get a guaranteed necklace, belts, helmet, and Crucible of Erratic Energies, which is kind of interesting, by doing these things again. And in the case of Harldan, you just do the same thing that you always did. You just grab this, and then that completes the quest. But now I'm actually going to go do this because, if I recall, where is Harldan? This one. I'll check when I turn this in, but there was a quirk about these particular weekly quests that a lot of people didn't realize because it didn't really matter on launch, but it would actually be quite relevant, especially for, like I said, like split characters right now. So right now, if we look at... okay, so I don't have the ability to view crests because I don't have any, so we will see after I turn this in. But I think I will be able to demonstrate this. I mean, it's entirely possible Blizzard has changed the way it worked from Season 1. But considering nobody really talked about this, I'm willing to bet they haven't. Because it was something that basically was completely inconsequential in Season 1. But if you take advantage of it, could actually be quite important for this week. So if it flew under the radar and Blizzard didn't fix it, then I will probably let everybody in the guild know, but we'll find out in like a minute. You always get a bit of anxiety doing it on healers, since if you mess up, then everybody dies. I have messed up countless times while learning healers, and many people have died on my watch. That's how it goes. You got to learn somehow. And it is scary, for sure, but that is just... That's part of it. You were able to do Dragonflight time walking mostly fine. Yeah, time walking isn't really going to give you a great idea of what it's like to heal, unfortunately. Okay, so we can turn this in. And I have... So, Veteran Helmet. So that'll be a slight item level boost. And I'll keep that in this bag. Actually, oh, that doesn't matter, right? Because Helmet is one of the slots that you get the other one in. Yeah, whatever. What was I going to say, though? Oh, yeah, so currency. So where are crests? Am I blind? Oh, yeah, I am blind. Called it! Flew under the radar. Do you notice anything about this that is kind of interesting? So I just got 20 crests from doing that weekly. And yet, if we look at current season maximum, 0 out of 100. The weekly quest rewards do not count towards your crest cap. Now, veteran crests, historically, not very important. Because with the first 3 weeks of Midnight Launch, we had, like, however many, like, 300 veteran crests. Most people had, like, 400 by the end. But we only had a cap of 300. Most people had about 400 to 500. That was more than enough. But right now, we effectively only have 100 to work with. But, these go beyond the cap. And there's multiple weeklies that you can do. So, effectively, you can get around 20-ish veteran miscrests. What you're going to want to try and do, so this is my plan. I don't know if I'll be able to do it with Blood DK. I'm going to try and get the veteran discount of 295 in every single slot on one of my characters. And if you have a geared character, it's actually not that hard to do. Because think about it, right? We have Meyerneck. This is 298. This already counts as being a free slot. We have this, so everybody else has like a different slot. So in my case, like chest piece, 298. Belt, 298. Rotmeyer ring, 298. Both trinkets, 298. Weapon, 298. So this is already like about half of our gear slots are taken care of. And if we get champion pieces, which there's a few guaranteed champion pieces that you can get from the Coiled Isle, but then also M0. So if you get enough champion pieces, then that's a discount of 292, because that is, I believe, let me just double check so I'm not just like spitting misinformation here. Yeah, 292. So then that means that for every remaining veteran item, all you would theoretically need to do is spend 20 veteran crests to upgrade the item from 292 to 295, and then it's done. And if you do all of your weeklies, it would in theory be possible to get enough veteran crests to hit the discount, hit 295 on one character. And then on all of your other characters, suddenly those 200 veteran crests become worth a lot more. Well, quite literally double. 400 veteran crests now. And so if you have any undergeared characters that are still, like, let's say you don't have any items already, you're still at like 279 on many of these items, well, now you just get a bunch of 279 veteran pieces like this, and you can full send a lot of them up to 295. And then suddenly your brand new characters are already caught up in item level to people who played last season. But you do need to do your weeklies, so I'm going to check to see does prey count towards the cap. That would be interesting. Let me post in... let me post this in Guild Discord. Baze is stuck on a black screen. It's rough. Weekly quests, veteran quests do not count towards the cap, so it's possible to get around 200 veteran crests at the moment, which means most people should be able to get up to about 295 by getting fully upgraded veteran items in non-Rotmeyer slots. There we go. How bad will your pug life be if you play Brewmaster, which is slotted to be the worst tank? Yeah, don't do that. You will have a miserable time. You're probably not going to have the worst time ever on week 1, because a lot of people won't realize. Believe me, word is going to get around. Once the general player base gets wind of just how horrifically bad Brewmaster is, you will not be invited to groups. Most likely. It's bad, and frankly, just don't subject yourself to that. It's just not fun. Like, the spec just feels like complete shit to play, because Blizzard has just killed it. Yeah, don't. Do not. I'm trying to think, is there any other way that I can... what is veteran crafted items? I meant to check that on the PTR and I forgot. I can check that in a little bit. The scaling in low-level tanks was so weird. Yeah, it was pretty brutal for sure. I don't know why they messed it up. Yeah, it's really unfortunate, and also certain expansions had worse scaling than others. It was really, really frustrating to try and do a speedrun with all of that. That was something I made an entire PowerPoint presentation at the start of my last speedrun talking about that. I think I missed a few rather Twitch messages earlier, so let me scroll up real quick. Oh shit. Do I know if I can earn all this? Oh, it's funny. I feel like I keep accidentally answering Kaney's questions before I even read them. So there you go. You asked that like probably 30 minutes ago, and I've just now gotten around to answering it. So yes, yeah, you can get a veteran track Crucible of Erratic Energies, which is actually going to be really good for a lot of people. Because remember, like, I've seen some people who are aware of this say it's not going to matter that much, because, like, oh, it's only veteran track. But early on in the season, veteran is, like, it's still 295, while it's not necessarily at, like, max item level, because everybody else has, like, 298 trinkets. Keep in mind that there were a lot of people running a 263 Crucible of Erratic Energy over multiple hero track trinkets, 276. And many specs, Crucible at 263 was better for them than a lot of subpar 289 item level myth track trinkets. So the fact that we can get Crucible at 295 item level right now, a lot of specs are actually going to drop a myth track trinket to run that. Healers especially, because the Leech is really, really, really nice. I don't know exactly which ones. I think Resto Shaman liked it the most. But I would not be surprised if Resto Shaman players actually drop one of their, like, Ascendant Voidforge 298 myth track trinkets to run a 295 Crucible. It is that good. So, whether or not that's a good design, whether or not it should work like that, I guess that's a separate story, but that is what we are dealing with, unfortunately. Okay, I got, like, no progress off that. It's a little bit frustrating. How do you get it? You were just in the area and didn't see a quest. I showcased the... what's it called? I mean, make sure your renown is high enough, obviously. I just showcased the Harrandar one. I will go to Voidstorm and just show, real quick. You did the new Delve variant in the College Academy and the new poison shit sucks. Yeah, the new Delves are fucking awful. They did not get fixed at all. Admittedly, I haven't checked to see if they are, like, not bugged. So, a lot of the new Delve variants were so broken in the PTR that they quite literally crashed your game. But even beyond that, they were very bad. It's been maxed for months. So, we go over here. Talk to you. Singularity Anchor. Crucible of Erratic Energies, 279 veteran. There you go. Nothing. The nice thing is you don't need to refarm your upgrades this time around. So if you did this already last season, then you're all set going forward. Your ult will have a good trinket off the bat. Yeah, that's actually... It's really, really nice, because that has been the case for this entire season, of one trinket slot is taken care of. And part of me was kind of like, you know, like thinking, it's going to suck not having that be the case next season. And then, yeah, Blizzard went ahead and did that. Which, honestly, rare Blizzard W. I think that is actually, it's quite nice. Let me... I wanna check what the rewards in here are. I'm gonna enter this. I'm gonna go grab something real fast. So most of the rewards from Vol and Nightall have been heavily nerfed. A lot of that stuff only gives champion gear now. Or champion gear, what's it called? Adventure gear. Baze is still stuck loading in, so even if everybody was ready, I mean, Baze wouldn't be ready. Oh god, I will say I need at some point to remake my low-level Horde guide. The amount of times I get comments from people who did not read and missed the fact that the Silvermoon portal is moved is unfortunate. But like I just got another comment in that video telling me that I should have mentioned that in my video. It's like, brother, that changed 6 months ago, and I made that video over a year ago. Like, you know, it's the singular piece of outdated information, and there is a comment directly stating how to get around it. I guess I should have invented a fucking time machine. You start your new school in exactly a week when the new season starts? Ah, that is unfortunate, yeah. Okay, so what does this stuff give? You can get a spark guaranteed from this. Obviously, there's still a limit. This gives... It says Myth Dawn Crests. I'm guessing they just haven't updated the description here. Now, in this case, obviously, I've already done more than enough farming here to get everything I need. I'm probably going to do this on War Mode so I can get the Sparks of War quests, which, I mean, may as well. Can't hurt. Just take the port on top of the Zeppelin Tower. Yeah, I mean, that's another option. It definitely, it is worthwhile to do, like, at least prior, the original strategy of taking the old Silvermoon portal. Okay, yeah, so you get Adventurer gear, which, like, yeah, pretty worthless. But it is what it is. Let me check something real quick. Let me... That's just tweaking the video real quick. I also do realize I forgot to set timestamps on the 12.1 video, so, you know, apologies for that, but I had a lot of stuff that I had to get done in time. Where am I going? I need to go to Silvermoon and then turn on War Mode, I guess. Yeah. We'll do that. I'm kind of bouncing all over the place at the moment, but I mean, I can't really do anything until my M0 group is ready. Fine. Let's see. They said Prez is the highest DPS healer. Not sure if I heard correctly. Yeah, that definitely seems to be it. You hope your guild is actually raiding this season? I mean, if you're in a guild that's not raiding and you want to raid, I have good news. There are plenty of guilds out there that raid. You don't need to lock yourself to one guild, right? You can still stay friends with people and join a different raiding guilds, right? But I would not, like, if raiding is something you want to do, don't, like, hold yourself to, I have to be in this one guild. And if they don't raid, then I'm shit out of luck, right? There's so many good guilds that you can join. Maybe if you already did it, it's not available. Oh no, I definitely did the original quest. I 100% did the original quest on this character. I don't know why it's not available to you. That definitely sounds like a bug. So I don't know why. But it's also like, this is not like... You have to interact with this first. Like, other people have been aware of this and have been testing it. Okay. So, it's, like, on the PTR it worked that way, I guess. That's the words that I am looking for. If you are not able to get your Crucible, then it is a bug. Which would not surprise me. I mean, it's just how it goes with Blizzard a lot of the time. It would not be the first patch that is badly bugged on launch. Hopefully, there's more Alliance here than Horde. So that I can do this in peace. Oh, actually, there's, like, nobody here. Let's see. I'm guessing it's 20 sparks for World Quest. That's going to expire in 1 minute, so I won't bother. Usually, picking up treasures is also one of the best ways to get this Sparks of War quest done. Get the last one. Can you buy it from the vendor? I don't believe. No, you can't buy it directly from the vendor. At least, you shouldn't be able to. I mean, I just showed the quest, so in case you missed it, in case you just joined. I know Goose Comics should have seen that, but... Where? Okay. Now I'm blind, apparently. Where'd it go? It was right there. Do the... Weekly event. Where did it fucking go? Oh, it's under seasonal? Okay, well, yeah, it was this quest. So, you have to pick it up. You have to complete the quest. So, I'm telling you, like, I did the quest on this character. Like, I have the 263 Crucible. I'm sure if I checked my bank, it would be in there somewhere. I mean, it would... Every single character I have geared, Season 1, I got the Crucible, because there was just no reason not to. Do these mobs ever fucking leash? This is a little bit annoying. I'm also failing to do this really badly. This is kind of a pain in the ass. It's moments like this when I fucking despise Nightall, and the invasion point zones are just the worst thing they've ever done. Okay, now I'm kind of getting trolled by this game. I keep donking my head on these fucking mushrooms. Alright, I should be able to get away from them here. And then I'll coast over here. I don't know if it's... There's no fucking shot. There's no fucking shot these guys don't have a leash range. They are actually running through the ocean to reach me. That is fucking unbelievable. Okay, you know what? Okay, you can't do that in combat. I'm not gonna fucking deal with that. I'm not going to just get stuck in combat because Blizzard can't code these mobs properly. I'm just going to Hearth out of here, and then I'm gonna Arcantina key back. That is fucking wild. M0 lockout is daily or weekly? It is weekly this week. Normally it is daily, but this particular week... Okay, I can't do that until I'm back. This particular week, it is weekly. And then they change it daily. Oh, you found it. Okay, I missed that. Do you have to do the campaign on every character? No. You have to do the campaign once, and then there is a skip. I believe you talk to Ormena in Silvermoon, and then she'll just let you skip it. I don't know how much you can skip. I don't know if it's like you can only skip it up to a point, but there definitely is a skip up to a certain point. Main difficulty for you as guilds is that you're mute, so you're not sure how willing most people would accept that, and you don't want to end up in a bigoted guild. I mean, like, I'm sure there are going to be guilds out there who would not be, like, accepting, but, I mean, the odds that there's no guild out there that would not be, like, understanding, I think, is low, right? Yeah, I would hope, right? More guilds than not would be understanding. Did I even get... Did I not get Sparks of War from that quest? Is this just, like, dog shit now? Yeah, I just realized I got nothing off this. So... Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that invasion points are still just complete and utter trash, and I'm not going to waste my time with them right now. I'll look into it later just to see, but considering it doesn't get bloody tokens, I don't really think that there is much of a reason to even bother with that right now, but I figured if it was easy enough to do, then may as well. I guess this is probably faster than flying to Harrandar. We'll see, though. Depends on the loading screen. Nightall and Vol are dead? Well, no. No, because of the veteran gear trick that I showed earlier. It's the only thing is that it's not worth doing the Sparks of War quest. That you can ignore. But the rest of Nightall and Vol are worth doing, and they've been worth stockpiling up until now. But if you have not bothered stockpiling, then, you know, better late than never. What about the wanted quests? Do those give anything? I can't recall. Are Void Cores coming back? Yes. Yes, but not immediately. Bonus rolls will be available starting week 3. So, I guess, more specifically, you can access your very first bonus roll by taking it out of your vault on the 25th. That is the earliest you will be able to take a bonus roll. Regular bonus rolls that you can just, like, collect weekly are not until later in the season. Same with the, like, Ascendant Void Core things. Those are not accessible right now. This just gives... Okay, that's... Doesn't give any relevant rewards. You have a bunch of people in your guild that never talk. It's not an issue. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing, right? Like, even like, within the group of people that aren't mutes, right? There's many, many, many people I have raided with who do not speak ever. And, I mean, as far as I know, they're not mute. But they don't like to talk, and the vast majority of guilds are okay with that. Unless, like, if you're a tank in a higher level guild, it might be a problem if you don't want to talk. Because usually you have to be at least somewhat able to communicate in voice to make, like, quick calls, but I'm sure that even if you were, like, an extremely good tank, like, people would be willing to work around that. I mean, you know, would like to think that I have enough faith in humanity that most people would be willing to help out. No problem. Glad I was able to confirm that. You'd rather do ritual sites for the accolades? In terms of efficiency, obviously, you know, you do whatever you want, right? But doing, what quest is it? I'll have to find the quest, because I'm sitting on a bunch of, like, random ones at the moment. Would they be under meta quests? No. Voidstorm? No. Okay, Void Assaults, that's where they're categorized under. So, like this, for instance. Showdown on Igtal. One thing a lot of people also don't realize is you can stack these, so you can pick up the regular one and the heroic one, and you can complete both, and then you get a bunch of extra field accolades by doing that. This, in total, takes, like, 15 minutes to do, and this is, like, 500 accolades, probably more, I forget the exact number. It's a lot. So, that you should do. The Void Assaults, like, this is not really worthwhile. I will need to check to see if this gives veteran crests, because if that is another one of those uncapped veteran boxes, then that could be quite important. But I will see. I'm not quite sure about that just yet. I need, like, one more trap. It feels like they've kind of made Prey worse. Because I've done multiple things already. I'm just flying around. There's, like, no traps. Okay, finally. But it does not feel like I've gotten... There we go. All right, I guess I was, like, literally one little pip off, and I just got unlucky. Another thing I really want to make sure I do is... Before any world quests expire, I want to complete them with a contract up. And can I... Actually, I wonder, are there any... I'm pretty sure it's possible to get to Renown 5 already. So there's probably somebody who's already posted a contract, but I would imagine it's going to be, like, insanely expensive. Honestly, okay, 10k gold, that is, like, fucking nothing. I'm just going to slap that on right now. Oh, my entire game froze. That is, yeah, 15 rep. Okay. So, with that in mind, I saw there was one here that expires in 12 hours. I haven't unlocked World Quest in the Coiled Isle just yet. I just look there. I think these are going to be the main ones that I want to complete ASAP. And I do have Sparks of War Voidstorm, but it doesn't give any... what's it called? Bloody tokens at the moment, so there's just really not much of a reason to do that. It doesn't actually look like there's any way to get bloody tokens that I can see. So even though the season has reset, we're still kind of limited by that stuff. In that case, I'm just going to drop all the PvP quests. It's kind of weird that they did it that way. They probably should have thought about that a little bit. I mean, I know that, like, they don't really ever think about PvP players at all, but as somebody who doesn't engage in PvP pretty much ever, it does seem strange to me that, like, some of the only PvP content I ever even partially engage in is just not enabled. Like, if you're a PvP player, Blizzard's basically just telling you, do not play this week. We don't care about you. Which feels bad. Feels like probably not what you should be doing. Okay, that. And then... that. What is this? Oh, I don't even know where this is filtered under. I think that's all of them. It's probably not efficient, you just can't stand the invasion zones. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I won't really argue with you there. They are pretty miserable. I do think, though, if you are trying to get gear, it is probably worth it to at least do the bare minimum there. Just get those weekly quests done. And it'll save you, like, I mean, that is... It's basically 5 ritual sites in the amount of time that it takes you to do, like, the 15-minute quests. So, it sucks. It's not fun. But it is incredibly time efficient to the point where it would be kind of a waste to not do it. Right, yeah, because the portal that we unlocked back in Season 1 is now disabled, so I have to fly like a plebeian. 10 veteran mist crests. That does count towards the cap. Okay, interesting. So the prey box counts, but the other ones don't. So I have a ring. What else do I need to do? I could do... And I assume that didn't give me any progress, right? So... It said it was locked. Okay. Apparently prey is not locked. Visual bug. Interesting. I don't know if that's intended or not. They did say veteran prey or hard mode prey would be available this week, right? Our rep Hallie just said something fucking crazy in guild chat. So what do I actually get from this on second thought? So yeah, so I got the 5k, right? So that was... It said you get 5k from the first prey. So I got the entirety of Renown 1. And, yeah, 1,000 towards Renown 2. So what do I get after that? Okay, so now it's down to 1,000. So your first prey is 5,000. Your second is 1,000. Alright. I mean, I guess... Let me check the blue post. Did it say that prey track was supposed to be disabled? Like, is this a bug or what? I mean, it's so fucking difficult to find anything from Blizzard. Hard mode prey is available from the preseason and drops Season 2 veteran gear. So, I mean, it's intended that this is accessible, but it doesn't say anything about the prey journey. It doesn't say... Like, the prey journey shouldn't be available. Prey Season 2, normal and hard mode. Yeah. It doesn't... It doesn't say one way or another whether or not prey should be locked. So the only indication that prey might be intended to be locked is the lock icon on the renown track, but then at the same time it's giving renown, and it would not be the first time when there's just been a visual bug. But if I look at the unlock schedule post, it says Prey Season 2, normal and hard modes for week of August 11th. And the only thing it says in week of August 18th is... God, that was loud. The only thing it says for the next week is Nightmare Mode and Curse of the Isle, which Curse of the Isle is like this open world thing where you can fight like a special boss on the Uncoiled Isle. I mean, it's probably worth at least continuing to test this to see how far you can actually go this week. But it's good to know that you can actually make progress. I guess... I mean, I don't think... Yeah, delves are not supposed to be available, though. me read the article again. So for Delves, it says regular question mark Nemesis. Then all tiers up to tier 11 are available, but no bountiful. And Delves Season 2, Hard Mode Nemesis, Bountiful Delves, and Keys. Okay, so keys are not available. So I did say earlier there was a chance. I thought you might be able to get coffer key shards right now. It looks like that is not the case. It says weekly maximum 0 to 600, but none of the activities I've done so far have been giving me keys. So it doesn't look like you can get those yet. Do wonder. Are the Harrandar things again? Okay. Yeah, so nothing is giving copper key shards here. There's also a world quest, a regular world quest over there. So if I get to prey level 2, this thing, I'd be able to get random hunts. Now, random hunts, if I recall, were a way to farm veteran crests back in Season 1. Not that that particularly matters, because there's a lot of ways, like ritual sites are a way to farm veteran crests, so reaching the veteran crest cap is not going to be an issue per se. But, I mean, they might have changed the rewards. I'd be curious to see. Yeah, I don't know. So, what is this? Dungeons, Delves. I guess I have to do dungeons to get this right now. And yeah, so I can briefly uncover my chat, right? So if you look here, and you can see I got 15 Zul'jarra's Forces rep from doing that world quest. So the contract does apply to these limited time PvP quests. So even though they're not like regular ones, they do cycle fairly often. You can get pretty good value out of this. I'd also be curious to see, there are, in war mode, there's like these like airdrops that happen here. And I'm guessing they haven't updated it for the new PvP season, but yeah, maybe they updated this and just forgot to update the rest of the stuff. I have no idea. So far, we're already seeing a little bit of inconsistency with what Blizzard indicated was going to be active and what is actually active, so I'm not sure. Is Baze on yet? Okay, my raid leader has just posted a to-do list. Let me see. Complete the campaign quests. Complete an M0 World Tour and all 3 of your split characters. Pick up the quest Turn Back the Surge, so the weekly rep quest. Complete this to get your Spark of Tides. There technically are a few other ways to get Spark of Tides, but yeah, that's probably the easiest one. Complete regular Asterek for 30 uncapped hero crests. Technically, if we do question mark next week, we can get both of them, but I'll probably do it anyway. Unlock tier 11 delves. Yeah, that makes sense. The cracked keystone thing, though, a lot of my guildies gave me shit because a bunch of them got the cracked keystone and then ended up stuck with a +2 week 1. So the way that you're going to want to do it this time around for your Delver's Bounty, like next week, you'll want to do probably like just a tier 8 Delve with Delver's Bounty to get the reward there, because you don't get any bonus crests by doing it on tier 11 this time around. And then later on, after you already have a plus 10 key, then you go back in there, you do an 11, you get your cracked keystone, and then you run it for the uncapped crests. But... oh, okay, that's already my prey done. And then I'm just going to do all the PvP stuff now, so I don't need to worry about it later. Is that... This one always really annoys me, because the spawn rate on these mobs is abysmal. And, yeah, as one spawns, somebody immediately bonks it. The other issue is whenever I do this in war mode, because the spawn rates on the mobs here are awful, there's almost always people just murdering each other, because that's the only efficient way to do this quest. Kind of annoying that it's been, you know, however many months, 6 months since launch. We still haven't really bothered tweaking these quests. Okay. This should be one. Tag it, and then... what does this actually do? This doesn't give you credit, right? Yeah, it's just you get a bonus ability. Okay, but this one... This should be credit. Thankfully, there's not too many people around here, so that wasn't all that bad. What other quests are up in Voidstorm? So this one is 11 hours, so I'm going to do that. I won't bother doing anything that has, like, a much longer time. Like, I can just get that done later. But any 12-hour world quest I want to try and get done today, just so I can get the contract rep. It definitely, I guess, it's a good thing I am not on Thrall. Apparently there's an entire server. Let me ask Phase, is it a Thrall issue? Right, so. Yeah, apparently Baze has been unable to get in. There's multiple, like, Blizzard CS Twitter threads. People just unable to log into the game, so I guess it's a typical patch day, but I somehow managed to dodge it this time around, so that is nice. Small saving grace there. Try and drag this mob so I can get these two as well. I saw another person pass me. It looks like they cleared out this entire section. Just gonna fly all the way over here to get more of these. And what is my rep at now? I need to get to Renown 4. I should, in theory, once we actually get this quest done. Yeah, because this is 250, and then the quest after, I believe, gives a chunk as well. So I should get close to Renown 4, and then I can do the Curse Surge stuff. I think since it looks like Baze is unable to get into the game, just at all, which is kind of crazy. Really surprises me, honestly. Sent me a link. Wow. There are a lot of responses in here already. Yeah, it looks like it's a cross-server thing. There's a forum post where you can queue into an already dead world boss, and it'll give you a deserter debuff. How does that work? What do you mean? Like, is that the new world boss? Like the whatever grotto? Because I haven't tried that yet, so I don't know exactly how it works. But Does it just, like, put you in a public instance? So it puts you in a public instance, and if you happen to get dropped into an instance where the world boss is already dead, it slaps you with, like, a dungeon deserter buff? If so, that is, I mean, that is, like... Did they even test it? Levels of bad. But considering there's apparently a ton of people who can't even get into the game, sounds like the answer is no, they did no testing. And considering, the problem is, like, part of me wants to go and test delves and see, do the delves still crash your entire game? Did they fix that? At the same time, the issue that I run into is when the delves crash your entire game, it also, like, blasts your eardrums with, like, a bunch of sound effects at the exact same time. And that is not a fun experience, so I don't want to subject all of you guys to that. So if somebody else wants to go test, I believe it is that day, right? No, okay, it is a different Darkwave variant. Maybe? I'm not sure, actually. That is strange. Wait a second. Hold on. Did they change how delves work? Okay, so one of two things is happening here. Either this is a preseason thing, and because like the delve season hasn't officially started, things are a little bit janky, or Blizzard has actually changed how delve variants cycle, and now instead of them being on ABC cycles, they are completely untethered. Which, yikes, actually. If that's the case, big yikes. That actually kind of completely kills speedruns. It means that there is theoretically a day where all of the best delves would be active at the same time, but in practice it just means that on average you're going to have bad delves, because with the previous system, when Calamitous was active, all of the delves on that day were pretty good. So if now you only have access to the worst possible, or, well, completely random delves, then you could just get, like, the worst possible delves in multiple slots, and, that's not good. That would actually be quite bad. Sure. It's actually a trinket, so it's, potentially useful. I did get Prey Seeker's Journey from that. So I'm halfway to Renown 2. I guess the real question is, what do I get from the third delve? What are my thoughts on Fury Warrior? Well, I'm not a Fury Warrior player. So I am not the person to ask for thoughts. However, I've heard they're good. That's about all I can say. I have heard that they are strong. Okay, so you still get 1,000 progress off this. I mean, I'll try again. Let me abandon this and check. This also gives 100 or 1,000 progress. I'm assuming this is going to fall off at some point. Now, it would make sense if it still works where, like, the first 4 prays you do give you a lot of extra progress. So if it's, like, the first one now gives 5,000, and then it's 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, and then it drops off a cliff. That way, it's the same system as before, but your first pray is, like, extremely front-loaded. I would imagine that is how they'd want to design it. Are there any world quests here that are close to expiring? I'll need to do this at some point. There is a special assignment, I believe, somewhere, right? Okay, so the Zul'jin one. Alright, I thought this was going to expire soon. Okay, never mind. I'm just blind. I misread that. Okay, I'm gonna select... I guess I'll select you. Okay, what is that? Forever Song. Invite all 4 factions. Is that really the first time I've done that? That's really the first time I've ever invited the, yeah. Does not surprise me. I've picked Blood Knights, like, almost every single week. Okay, so this quest... What did I just get? Soiree to Remember. This gives a veteran helmet. I did show that before. Let's see. Hey, Terry? Does Europe just get the patch early? I'm not on Europe. I'm on North America. So, you might remember all my streams, like, last month where I was playing on Europe. That's just because, like, you know, the season was over for me. I was just, having fun on Europe. But normally I play in North America. So, like, right now, for instance. Alright, what do I get from these quests? This is just this stuff. Okay, so not really important. But I do want to complete the Southrill Soiree one, which is this. Yeah, because this is going to give the uncapped veteran crests, and that is good. Okay, so the quest in Silvermoon, this one. Wait. Am I reading that correct? Zul'jarra's forces? Why did he say Zul'jarra's forces? That, I think, is just a bug. I don't think that's supposed to be labeled as Zul'jarra's forces. I think it's because I have the contract. So it's just not showing correctly. Do this. Hello? None of these... Is this bugged? Am I not... Okay. It's not correctly highlighting the people I'm supposed to photograph. Saying that's some... So it gives credit. Yeah, I don't know why it's randomly not highlighting them. Which is strange. I'm just gonna start taking photos of random NPCs, and there we go. Okay. Yeah, so I got Silvermoon Court rep from that, so I don't know why it was flagged as a Zul'jarra's Forces World Quest. I mean, I still got the 15 rep from the contract, which, you know, can't hurt. And then... So that, I would imagine, is the same, but I have plenty of time to do that one. Now, where is the runestone? I guess I could charge it, and then I'll do other stuff in the zone while I wait. You were unsure what there is for you to do if you want to be a completely solo player in WoW. You know you can do delves, create rituals, but surely that's not enough to keep a solo player in the game. I mean, my personal opinion is that WoW is not meant to be a solo game. I think there are a lot of solo progression paths for, like, if you want to do a lot of solo content to, like, get into endgame, instead of having to, like, grind dungeons, which some people would rather just spam dungeons to get their gear. A lot of the new solo content they've added is not only good, but in some cases optimal to run. Like, I obviously do a lot of delves to gear my characters. And this is just my opinion, personally. But I do not think the solo content in this game is good. I think that by and large it is very shallow, uninteresting, and not really made to be fun. It's just made to be time-consuming and to, like, give you a gear treadmill to progress. And obviously, like, that can make it good for like I said, like, catch-up gearing. So if you're using it as a way to get into endgame, then it could be effective. But I think that as just an enjoyable progression path that you want to play for its own sake, generally most of the solo content in this game is not very good. Especially, like, you know, it's kind of my opinion, but also, like, it is also just kind of true. The other thing is that for people who do enjoy solo content, there are just, like, so many other games out there that are better than World of Warcraft. Now, I'd like to consider myself a mostly solo-focused player. Like, I probably do more solo content than anybody else on my Mythic Raid team, but that's the thing, I still Mythic Raid. I still do enjoy group content. I still do like to raid. I like to do challenging content like that. But I think that if you enjoy doing, like, a solo challenge every now and then, the game has stuff to offer, but it's definitely not meant to be played solo. Which is not something that you could really say about, like, Guild Wars 2, which Guild Wars 2 I've been playing in my free time for, well, I mean, I used to play it years ago, and when I started playing it, I was mostly solo. I had, like, 1 or 2 friends that joined with me, and then eventually I found, like, a group of people that I played with, and, you know, it is a fun game to play with other people. But, like, 2 months ago, I reinstalled Guild Wars 2, and I've been playing it on and off, and one of my friends, who I played with years ago, returned to the game, and I have not done a single thing with them. I've, like, spoken to them, but that's it. We have not, like, actually played anything in the game together. And I've been playing that game pretty much entirely solo, without anybody, like, in my guilds, without anybody on my friends list that I've actually done content with. Now, there is a lot of group content in Guild Wars 2, but the thing is, the world content in Guild Wars 2 is designed in such a way where people want to just form random pickup groups to participate in it. So I've done, like, a lot of random, like, I'll just open up the LFG, like, panel, I go to a zone, there's a meta event going on in that zone, I apply to a group, and, like, it's meant to be done with, like, Zerg groups of 40 people, so, you know, you're not actually required to, like, submit, like, you know, apply to a group. They, like, have to vet you and accept you, like as if you're joining a Mythic Plus dungeon, basically. Those groups will invite anybody. But effectively, I join those groups and then I do my own thing. There's also a lot of meta events in Guild Wars 2 where 1 or 2 people can handle a specific job, and like, you know, the example that comes to mind is, like, Dragon Stand, Auric Basin are 2 zones that have, like, these big events in Guild Wars 2. And Auric Basin, a lot of the time, like, yes, you need a lot of people to participate in it. There's, like, 4 different lanes that you need, like, little teams to group up and do. But a lot of people don't know how to do, like, these special mechanics. There's a big wall, and you need to make the wall vulnerable. And a lot of people will just sit at the wall waiting for it to become vulnerable so they can start doing damage. And if you're somebody who's really good at doing some of the special mechanics, like there's one where you have to run, like, a little obstacle course, a lot of times I will, like, single-handedly chop off, like, half of the vulnerability stacks on the wall just by running that over and over really quickly while everybody else is, like, getting knocked over. And that way, even though I'm not in voice, I'm not communicating, it's just a fun little activity for me to do. And I feel like as a solo player, I'm making, like, meaningful progress towards the success of that objective. Same thing with, like, there's another event, Dragon Stand, and there's 3 big lanes where you have to, like, push down, and then you defeat, like, a mini-boss and stuff like that. And as you push down the lane, there's, like, a lot of side objectives that open up, and you have to complete them to, like, gather resources to, like, further push into the zone. And a lot of those little objectives, one player who knows the mechanics can basically solo the entire thing. So a lot of times, if, like, I've done that so many times where even with, like, nobody else helping me, I will just go over there, solo that one event that I know I can do. And it might take me, like, 2 minutes longer than other stuff. But usually it's, like, that's another thing that Guild Wars 2 does really well in terms of that type of design, where World of Warcraft's open world content is 99% of the time just, like, there is a big health sponge, and you just have to kill the health sponges. And you can solo something, but it's just very time consuming. and there's just no engaging gameplay. Like an example of like a little event that, you know, I can think of from what I was saying is there is an event that I've seen a lot of people fuck up in one of those zones, Dragon Stands, where there are some beetles that you have to calm down. Like, they're angry beetles. And there's these little like nodes in the ground where if you stomp on them, it like emits a gas that's like calms down the beetle. So you have to get the beetle near the node, stomp on the node, and then you get credit. You have to soothe, I don't know, like 10, 15 beetles or something like that. And so often, I will see, like, groups of 10 players run in there, and they just start, like, shooting the beetles, who take, like, barely any damage, and you're not even supposed to kill them. Sometimes they do kill the beetles, which is not the objective. And if they just, like, attack a beetle and have the beetle charge at them, and it's just, like, sitting in a corner, well, then you're not able to get the objective done. So if I go in there solo, and I use my knockback abilities to hit the beetle over to the mushroom node, stomp it, and then get credit, I can, like, really quickly just move throughout the area, just knock a beetle, stomp, knock a beetle, stomp, and efficiently get that objective done, even as a solo player. Sometimes more so than if I have other people disrupting me. And there's a bunch of other things, like Guild Wars 2 has a lot of, like, little jumping puzzle activities, so there's many events where you have to break something, and then, like, it drops a bunch of items in the ground, and it's like, carry this item up this little obstacle course. And you have, like, gliders, you have tons of mobility items, so I can like, pick this thing up and then quickly ferry it up, like, a little passage of, like, all these little bouncy mushrooms, and get, like, half of the progress of this event done by just running back and forth in the time that other people are, like, struggling or fighting random mobs that aren't actually important. And because you don't need to just, like, defeat a gigantic health sponge that's tuned around, like, 50 million people, even in these world content events, it feels like there's a lot to do. And then, frankly, there's many, many, many things that Guild Wars 2 has, even for pure solo players, that WoW does not. So, I mean, I've spoken for many years about how I think Guild Wars 2 is an incredible game, but especially when it comes to solo and casual content, World of Warcraft is just years and years and years behind the competition. And it really does surprise me that they have been unable to keep up. It's been quite a while, and they've just not really made any meaningful progress on improving this. And I'll be honest, I've already done a decent amount of PTR testing. Obviously, I made a video. It's, you know, pinned in chat. I've done a good amount of PTR testing for the new events in the new zone, and they're exactly that. The new zone has it has curse surges. Curse surges are you kill a group of enemies, and then you kill a boss. And the boss, it has a lot of health. And I soloed a bunch of them on the PTR, but it was just that. I as a Blood DK, rounded up the entire area, AoE'd it down, gigantic elite that was tuned for probably like 5 people got summoned, and I just sat there chipping away at it, and then eventually it died. The thing that I found especially annoying is in the Vaults of Atalu Tech, which is one of the new things, there are group events in this area that are on a 10-minute timer, and they do not scale. So I tried to solo it. I even, on the PTR, there were some of those events where I had like another person helping me, and despite, I would like to think, being extremely efficient about it, we just ended up hitting the timer, and then it's just like, event failed, fuck you. You get no rewards, that's it. It was very frustrating having to test that on the PTR, and it felt like I wasn't able to make any meaningful progress because, well, and that's another thing, right? And this Blizzard, they really dropped the ball in this patch, and because it's something they have said for a while that they were going to be better at, and they did for some time. But back in, for anybody who played in Dragonflight, you might recall that the Researchers Under Fire event was basically exactly like that, where it was quite literally impossible to do with a group of people, or without a group of people. In fact, in many cases, without like a group of 20 to 40 people, you could not get that event done in time. It had a fixed timer. You just had to do like 60 collection things in a short period of time. You had to kill some really beefy mobs in a short amount of time. And if you miss the timer, fuck you, you get like no rewards. So going forward, Blizzard specifically said in Amir Drissel that they were going to start making it so all the new events scaled based on the amount of players you had. And they credit where it's due, in Amir Drasul actually did that. Now, it wasn't perfect. A lot of the events in Amir Drasul, while it did scale, if there were less people there, you individually contributed more progress towards getting the thing done. But it was easier. It was easier. You couldn't solo it usually, but it wasn't like a complete waste of your time. They've just given up on that, right? Like, they just stopped doing that. I don't really know when. I know in Undermine, they also dropped the ball on that. Koresh basically had no world content to speak of, so, like, I don't know. I guess there wasn't anything. But I distinctly remember in Undermine, the Surge, whatever, where you had to do the deliveries. It was a fixed value of, like, 100 to get the max reward in 10 minutes. And if you did not have a populated shard that could hit that number, you were fucked. In many cases, it wasn't even possible to get all 10 of them done in whatever the time limit was. You needed to be in a populated shard. And they, I don't know, that whole promise to make it sure that solo players could actually reasonably make a dent in group activities lasted like a patch and a half. And then they just completely forgot that that's something that's kind of important to do. And would you believe it? Guild Wars 2 does that, right? If there's more people, then the amount of like progress that you make contributing is a little bit lowered to basically space it out. But if there's like 5 people doing an objective, like I've done that event I talked about, Dragon Stand, I've done it with 120 people. I've also, or I think, whatever the map limit is. And I've also done it with like 10 people in each lane. Now, everybody has to kind of pitch in, and a lot of times I end up kind of carrying a lot of the weight. But because it does kind of scale down a little bit, it feels like, okay, I can actually reasonably complete this. As long as I have like one other person helping me, this is doable. And a lot of open world World of Warcraft activities don't really feel like that. And it kind of feels like, why bother? And then it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? If a player feels like they, as an individual, are never going to be able to make a meaningful dent, then you're never going to have those encounters where, like, one person is trying to solo something, and they're, like, really close, but they fall short, and then somebody else, like, jumps in and saves the day, and then you have, like, 2 people just kind of banding together to get a world content thing done. Because generally speaking, how it goes these days is everybody who plays WoW understands that the only way to get any world activities done is in a raid group. You open up, with the exception of, like, I mean, there's stuff like South Royal Soiree, which, like, can we really call this world content? Like, I filled the ritual stone, I walked away and did other stuff, I came back, tagged the boss, and we're done. Like, that's, I mean, that is, like, non-content, right? But all of the new stuff that they've added, like, a good example, Singularity, or whatever. Actually, I'll give them some credit. This thing, Stormarian Assault, does actually kind of scale with you, a little bit. Not as well as it probably should, but it does feel like it's easy enough to where if you're really, really, really busting your ass, you can solo it. It's not easy, but it's possible, so some credit where it's due. And that's about the only event, right? But most people accept that if they want to get that stuff done, they need to join a raid group for it, and it's just not worth your time otherwise. Which means that you'll only ever find groups in those situations, so I don't know. They desperately need to rethink their world content strategy for this game, but yet another patch and they still haven't. And the Vaults of Atalutech are just very uninspired. I don't know. I mean, I've obviously tested it a bit, but I can't imagine that opinion is going to be very controversial once more people have gotten a chance to do it. It's just very repetitive and boring. Okay. This is interesting, though. So, I'm at 3K. Was that my... Okay, that was only my 3rd Ray. So, I have to do one more to get to Renown 2, which is what I wanted to test, because I wanted to see what the random prey rewards were. There's supposed to be a portal here. I forget where. Guess I don't have it yet. It might not be until... I think you might need to get the the upgrade. I'll have to check. I remember reading something about there being a portal there, but I never actually bothered testing Prey, and this is the advantage of setting my Hearthstone. You were a goofball, no problem. Blood's KOP, yeah. I mean, I can definitely solo quite a bit as Blood, but there's only so much you can do. Oh, shit. Do I have any spare tanks? Let's see. I don't know. My raid leader founds. Yeah, somebody in my guild just posted about the Crucible. They just realized it, I guess. What is this? Counter Curse Bounty. Okay, so I guess you get Veteran Bracers at the very least from this. I mean, that's not, like, it's not good. You obviously want the champion ones from the Renown. But this at least means that if you're trying to get the Veteran discount, this is one less item that you need to buy with Accolades. So, it's a start. Let me quickly check to see how my group's doing. It is kind of a bummer, though, because I really wanted to get an M0 tour done today on my Blood DK. I mean, I don't know if we have really anybody that can trade regardless. Some rep. You get hunt progress from that, too. If that gives hunt progress, then can I just, like, go around and pick up every single treasure right now? And then that'll just complete the prey hunt? It's 2 birds with 1 stone. And then there's also the objective over there. This is... I will say, because, like, if there's no way that they allow a bug that's preventing, from what it looks like, sizable portion of the player base from getting in. Like, there's no way that that persists for an extended amount of time, right? That would be pretty bad. If a bunch of people just, like, couldn't even play the game on the patch release day. So I have to imagine they're going to fix that. And so this is just open, what would that be? Open 20 boxes. That's how you complete this. I guess Delves maybe seem to reward it. But if you can just do that, then they may as well open chests. But I mean, it's only what, 8:30 p.m. I feel like as long as Baze gets into the game relatively soon, then my group should still be able to run. And honestly, I might try to do a run on one of my alts just to see what it gets, because I need to bring my Paladin, my Death Knight, and presumably my Warrior to M0s, but I still have my Druid. So I could play that. Oh, my dog is barking now. My druid is missing quite a bit, though. And realistically speaking, because my Blood DK has just, like, so many accolades here, this would just be, by far, the best option for getting the veteran discount. I'm pretty sure I'd be able to get enough crests. And my Blood DK needs the gear the least out of all my characters. So as long as I'm not wasting crests in such a way that, like, my Blood DK's long-term value is impacted, then it shouldn't really matter. And then that would just mean that all my split characters are slightly higher item level. But I kind of need some champion pieces to make that work. And at the moment, it seems like that won't be possible. Glaive. Vendor trash. Stinking soul. Where's this? Oh, right there. I'm blind. Okay, there we go. So the real question, the main thing that I want to test, we can stop doing prey theoretically after this. My theory is that after the 4th prey, you no longer get further progress. Or it might revert back to, like, you get 10 progress or whatever the fuck it is. Like, something really pitiful. Which means it's just no longer worth spamming. If that's the case, then it would still be worth doing your weekly prey now, just to get the rewards and to get the progress over time. Because now that you can get hero track gear from prey, if prey isn't that time consuming to earn progress with, then you could theoretically get decent value from it. So, there's my portal. Alright, what do we have here? Okay, yeah. So it's exactly what I thought. So after the 4th one, it basically just drops off a cliff. And I'm guessing this is account-wide, especially because, yeah, it says warband reputation. Now, in theory, maybe you could spam this with the random prey hunts. But I doubt that would be worth it. Your first 4 Prey Hunters containers awarded by hunts a week also include corrosive souls. Has that been the case for this? Is that only Adventurer track? I wonder if they're making it so in order to incentivize people to do normal mode prey, specifically normal mode prey gives corrosive souls, because I did not get any. Now, I didn't see that on the tooltip before. It's possible I just missed it. So it's possible that it was there, and I just didn't notice. But I can start, let's say, a hard prey hunt. I have more than enough remnants. So I'm assuming, I mean, this has to be capped crests, right? But it does give 50 renown. Now, if somebody was insane enough, they could theoretically farm this, I guess. I don't know what the cap is, but I mean, if you somehow got all the way up to Renown 9, I mean, that is... I don't think there's enough time in the day to do that many runs, right? But the fact that this is a consistent way to farm veteran crests is at least notable. But I think at that point, I believe you can farm ritual sites for veteran crests. And considering that also gives you accolades, if you need some sort of repeatable way, in theory you just want to do world content, but Prey I don't think would be the best way to go about that. Now I'm going to test this. if I miss out on a Corrosive Soul, it would be a bit of a bummer, but it would not actually be the worst thing ever. And I still need to do Zul'jin weeklies. I've done Legends of the Heronir. I did the... what's it called? I did Southrills. I still need to do Singularity. Whatever the fuck that one's called. I always forget the name. And I need to do Abundance. And then there is this thing that I'll need to get done. But I'll do that later, because I don't want to do the world quest right now to get that unlocked. And there's one in Zul'jin. It says complete 0 world quest. I'm guessing that's just a visual bug. But this one only has 11 hours, so I would like to get that done. So if I do the world quest here, I can get the special assignment done. That's another uncapped 20 crests. And I'm trying to do napkin math. Not enough time in the day. Time to go check Race to World Firsts. Well, what they'll just be able to do is, obviously, they have splits, right? That's what splits are for. Now, my guild's doing splits, but obviously, we're only doing 3 splits. Whereas Race to World First has access to what was it, like 16 splits? So it's a sizable difference. So if we include... there's the 4 zone weeklies. There's the 2 special assignments. That is 140 veteran crests. Now, I'm assuming the Curse Surge, not this one, this also gives 20 veteran. I'm pretty sure. So that's 160. I don't know... oh yeah, there's also this one. This is also veteran. That is... that's 180. So, bare minimum, if you do everything, you should be able to get 280 veteran crests. And it's possible, I don't know... so, I don't know if this also gives veteran crests right now. I mean, the tooltip hasn't been updated. It says coffer key shards. So this might also count. Okay, time to bust out the calculator, because this is impactful. For anybody who joined late and missed it, in case you didn't know, the weekly quests give veteran crests beyond the cap. And you might be like, oh, why does this matter? Well, because if you play your cards right, you can get a full set of fully upgraded 295 item level veteran gear right now. And you can farm infinite veteran pieces. You can target farm it for specific slots, so you can get a guaranteed veteran item for every slot. There's no RNG. And what I'm trying to figure out now is for geared characters, obviously. So like my character's 293. I have 289 in multiple slots. This gives me a discount on the veteran item up to veteran 4 out of 6. So that means that if I want to get an item in, let's say, helmet, up to 295, then I would need to upgrade it twice, which would be 40 veteran crests. So in theory, I guess, well, let's just assume everything is 289, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15. Let's pretend everything's 289. So 15 times 2 times... what would that be? 40. Yeah, so that's a lot of veteran crests. 1,200 veteran crests to upgrade every single slot to 295. Now, you could get a lot of extra veteran crests, but you can't get that many extra veteran crests. But for the vast majority of people, that's not actually how much it is. So we have, I mean, if you actually played last season, pretty much everybody should have 298 trinkets, and a 298 weapon. Bare minimum. Bare minimum. And if you have a crafted weapon, it's still 295, which is all that counts. Hold on, I got pinged again. I mean, I would like to do M0 today, provided Vase is able to get on. Multiple extra for the other runs, but low-key kind of suck to know this thing. I mean, that is really a bummer. We'll have to see, but I don't know, I'll try to figure something out for M0. My Blood DK doesn't really need to trade much, so we'll see what I want to do for that. But okay, so everybody should have these 3 slots taken care of, right? So we do... that would be 12 slots. So if all you don't have any Rotmire loot, you just have these 3 slots taken care of. 12 times 2 times 40. 960 veteran crests, still quite a lot. But then let's say you have Rotmire gear. So in my case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fuck. So 7 items minus 15. So 15 minus 7 is 8 times 2 times 40. 640 veteran crests would, in theory, be needed to fully upgrade every single slot if you were starting at 289. And... bare minimum, you should be able to get 380. So you might be able to get more than 380. There's also a special assignment box that you can get midway through the week, which would be another 20, at the very least. And then how many upgrades would you effectively need to cut out? You would need multiple champion pieces. So... there is 1 guaranteed champion piece from the Vaults of Atalu Tech, and you can get champion bracers from Reputation. Now, ideally, you'd want to get this all done earlier in the week, but if you need to do this all by Tuesday, that's technically all that really matters. If you have the 2 champion pieces, then that cuts off, every single champion piece that you have cuts off 20 crests. And in theory, so let's say in all of these 8 remaining slots, you had a champion piece to start off with. That was 292. Then, I mean, if I just do divide by 2, 320. So even by my current predictions, you would be very safely able to get full 295 in every single slot. And now keep in mind... you actually don't need to do full 295 in all of the slots. So I am more just thinking about this, like, hypothetically, could this work? Because the main thing that I want to do is if I get full 295 in every single slot, then I get the discounts. And then all my other characters basically get double value out of veteran crests, which is really good for catch-up, especially if they use this trick. But if all you care about is just getting a few items upgraded, well, you don't need to worry about your tier set slots, right? You don't care about having this at 295. Why does it matter? You're just going to use your 4-piece going into the next tier anyway. And also, you have, in this case, like 2-piece embellishments. So I'm not going to replace like my bracers and my cloak, for instance. So if I wanted to get maximum value out of this trick... and then you could make a case for, like, Void Claw Gauntlets. This probably is not worth, like, 6 item levels, I don't think, the proc effect. You would drop this. But one of my tier slots I could theoretically replace. And then boots, I guess. And in theory, ring. Obviously, Iron Midnight is really good, but a lot of my alts don't have a second, like, special cantrip ring. So, I mean, in that case, those are only 3 slots that you actually need to upgrade. That is a lot more reasonable. So, I don't know. It's, it definitely seems like this trick is really, really good for, like, you could reasonably get to 294 with all of your tier, all of your embellishments, and still be pretty comfortable. The main way that, like, that catch-up trick would be beneficial is for alts, or anybody who missed out on, like, Rotmire gear. Maybe you're just returning now. Then that would be really good. Okay, so at the very least, it looks like 2 people in my dungeon group have said that if Baze is able to get on, like if Blizzard, you know, fixes their game, then they're down to run. But I don't know. It's just, I don't think that M0 is important enough to where, like, we're not going to be sharing that much loot, especially like my group, right? My group has, in fact, what is my group? I mean, it's mostly, I mostly have the cloth and mail group, so it doesn't even really matter what I run. The only thing is, like, one of the groups is, like, I'm playing warrior for it, and we have a demon hunter alt. So in that particular case, I could theoretically bring my druid to potentially funnel gear, but that would be under the assumption that I already have gear that I could trade. But I don't know. The other thing is there even math forehead? Liquid is 16, Method and Echo are 20. So it doesn't matter if there's no heroic week. They just do splits during, like, regular week. The reason why people like heroic week is just because it gives you more time to figure out your gearing. And I mean, personally, I think heroic week is always better for, like, Race the World First, because it allows them to do all, like, the farming. And, like, I'm sure that the watch time is probably not great for them during that, but that means that once Mythic starts, they just get to go in and blast. And presumably it's just, like, all action from that point on. Okay, so I don't know if the Void Assault box gives 20 Veteran Crest, but I guess we're going to have to find out some way. And I got ambushed doing this. I need to... Right. And if the Void Assault gives an additional 20, the reality is, in order to get the veteran discount, well, there's 2 things that you can do, right? One, I could just wait until next week. And the fact that already you're able to get 380 crests bare minimum this week says a lot, because that means that, what was it I said, like 640 is the amount that you would need to get the veteran discount. And, you know, 380 times 2, obviously you easily clear that number. The annoying thing about that is you don't want to have to do all of the weeklies all over again next week. At that point, you want to be able to just jump straight into M+. And the reality is, at that point, also, the discount isn't going to matter quite as much, because then you're going to start doing, like, hero, or getting hero crest items, and that'll give you, like, I mean, that'll cover an entire slot. The main thing that I want to be able to do this trick for is to have my Death Knight as geared as possible going into next week, but then also, if I can get the discount on this character, then all of my other alts, especially my Paladin, this is bigger for my Paladin than anything. If I can get double value on all my Paladin's crests, there is a decent chance that I can get it up to 295 item level right now, which would be pretty significant. Because it's currently like 276, and I felt a little bit bad that I have not kept up my Paladin, because I was like, there's no chance that we need Paladin. For the record, the reason why I'm working on Paladin is because there is a very good chance that double prop pally will be required on Twin Fangs. So, I've said double blood decay on most bosses. Looks like it could be really good. Specifically on Twin Fangs, double prop pally seems like it might be mandatory. Which is incredibly silly, but that is just the world we live in with how Blizzard has designed that fight. Okay, I did get contract rep from that. I got 15 Zul'jarra's Forces rep from doing that. What is Blessings of Growth? I have no idea. So we'll find out in a second. So this is still previous season gear. I want to do this. I assume this is just a whole bunch of fish. Alright, sure. And as long as the drop rate on this isn't annoying, okay, it's not that bad. Ambushed underwater. What is this? Regain breath from underwater air. Oh, that's just the typical, what's it called? Yeah, there's little bubbles. Let's see. Honestly, a really good use case for XA1000. We're not leveling, but there's a reason why I've been holding on to them. I figured there was enough water present on the Coiled Isle, as well as, like, Nightall, to where having XA1000s just sitting in my bag in case they're needed makes sense for this expansion. Because there's a lot of no-mounting areas. And in theory, if I wanted to be, like, really efficient, I could have prepped diving suits, which I actually did consider, but I figured that was maybe a little bit too extra. This is 1 day, 8 hours. I mean, I may as well do this. For rep. I have Zul'jarra's Forces. I'm about, like, halfway. I do think at this point, if we did finish Altar of Fangs, then that would get me to Renown 4. Why Pally? So, what's it called? Avenger Shield interrupts. And there are, I believe it's like 15 kicks that you need to do in a short period of time, very frequently in Twin Fangs. And while you could theoretically coordinate DPS to do it, it's just not practical, because it happens while there's like a lot of other type damage check stuff going on. So, I mean, the reality is the fight is just, it's kind of poorly designed. I think any fight like that, where it's just you have to have an extremely tight kick rotation, where Blizzard cannot reasonably expect that anybody's going to actually do that, it just encourages you to run like degen comps like that. And really, they should know this. But, you know, is what it is, I guess. But yeah, so if that ends up being the case, then I will need to have my prop heli ready. Now, there is a chance that I won't actually need to play it, because we have, our rep paladin can play his off-spec, right? Obviously, that's usually expected. But he's actually pretty good at prop. So, if we end up in a situation where, like, that is the strat for Twin Fangs, the other thing is Blood Decay actually is quite good for that boss. There's a lot of raid-wide magic damage, well, Death Knight in general. Having an extra AMZ is not a bad option there. Sand Lane is going to do insane damage on Twin Fangs. It's like basically perma to target, and then often more than that. That is really, really, really good. So, realistically speaking, you're probably not going to just run double prop heli, you're probably just going to 3-tank it. But it also depends on how tight the damage check is. If the damage check is, like, kind of tight, then you might have to run double prop heli. If the damage check is extremely tight, then you might actually just not run prop heli at all, and you might actually just have to have the DPS do the kicks perfectly. I don't know. The problem with fights like that is it's a can of worms whenever Blizzard designs something like that, which very clearly can be cheesed by one particular spec, but then it turns into a comp fight. It's like, it would be probably the first time we've ever seen an Ovanax for prop helis. Or obviously, if anybody remembers Ovanax, that was a extremely mandatory blood DK fight. There have been fights like that in the past. A lot of times, though, those fights were, like, you need to have one of your tanks need to be blood. There's been many, like, have one blood and you're fine. Ovanax is the first time when, I believe it was considered to be mandatory to have double blood. Obviously, my guild killed it with double blood. I had to get my blood DK geared up last second. Most of the people I've spoken to have. The only thing I'm not sure of is, like, when the first non-double blood kill was. I would imagine maybe it's possible some guild killed with, like, single blood double vengeance demon hunter or something like that. Sigil of Chains was, like, an option, but it wasn't nearly as good. But realistically speaking, it was very, 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 like, restrictive in terms of what it allowed you to do with your comp. And that's just, like, that's not fun. And then a lot of guilds that obviously, you know, couldn't field double blood were completely shit out of luck, and they got to Ovanax, and then it's a complete brick wall. So if we have a situation like that, where if that's what the Race the World First guilds decide, that this fight is impossible, I guess, I don't know, wouldn't really be them deciding it. It would just be if they realize that the only way to kill the fight, how it is currently tuned, is to run double prop heli, or possibly, this is not outside the realm of possibility, possibly triple prop heli, just to make sure that all of the kicks are solved. That, I think, is a little bit unlikely. Then, in that case, really, how are you going to, as a non-like Hall of Fame guilds, get access to that? So, then it would just be lame, because then any guild who reaches that boss is basically entirely dependent on Blizzard nerfing it, and then it would feel really bad if you, like, started prepping for it, and then it got nerfed. Really, bosses like that, where the entire challenge is just... And I guess I shouldn't say entire challenge, because Twin Fangs looks like a cool fight, which is why it's also disappointing. The rest of the fight is really cool. So if the entirety of Twin Fangs ends up boiling down to, do you have enough prop helis to cover kicks, then it's just going to be really disappointing, because it would have soiled the legacy of what would otherwise be a really cool boss. So I'm hoping it doesn't come to that, but who knows? Where... The incursion's over there. Since it's nearby, I'm gonna go see if I can tag it to get credit. Server restart. Oh! Okay. So, apparently another server just went down, and somebody in my guilds is getting a server restart message to fix a critical issue. So I would imagine that the bug that is preventing people from getting in is related to that. We'll see, though. So just to confirm, I'm pretty sure this works the same as the other boxes, but I have 80 veteran miss crests, 40 towards the current season total. I open this, I get 20 crests, I'm up to 100, still 40 towards the season total. And like I said before, this is expected behavior based on what we saw in Season 1. I mean, this is the kind of thing where, like, obviously, this matters a lot more right now than it ever did in Season 1, because we had 3 weeks worth of veteran crests, as I mentioned earlier. But even for right now, it is kind of the thing that only really matters for Giga min-maxers like me. But it does kind of matter for Giga min-maxers like me. It is actually not unimportant. What the heck is that? Any last-minute buffs and nerfs? Remaining Shadow this season, but secretly hoping for a dev buff. Well, there's going to be, right? So tuning is not done. They always do tuning on heroic week, on like week 1. Now, obviously, in this case, we don't have a heroic specific week, but they are going to do another tuning pass. Like, that is guaranteed. They might do additional tweaks as the tier progresses, if that's not enough, but I would say, so without knowing much about where the dev is, I've heard dev players not thrilled about the overall state of it, but if it's purely a numbers issue, I don't know the details. If it is just a numbers issue, then there is hope at the very least. This thing that I've said before for specs like Brewmaster, where it's just their fundamental class design is just broken, just flawed, those specs are in trouble. Because Brewmaster is not really going to get any help at this point on. You are just fucked in that case. So, as long as it's numbers that you're looking for, then, yeah. But they're not going to do tuning, right now. What they're probably going to do is they're going to wait to see. We might get, what I suspect will happen is there's going to be very light changes going into Heroic Raid based on obvious testing data. And then usually they, going into the second week of the raid, they do, one set of big tweaks and if any spec is, grossly overperforming, they'll knock them down a little bit. They rarely outright kill a spec or, buff something so heavily that it's, now meta. It's not unheard of. But after that, they're pretty hands-off until, at the very least, Race to World first ends, and often a little bit longer than that. But I can say with pretty much absolute certainty that tuning's not done yet. I'm not, I don't have inside information, right? So I'm speaking logically based on everything that we know historically. Do we really have to kill all of these surrounding mobs here? This one kind of takes a while. I wouldn't have bothered with this. But I've almost never touched the... What's this? Okay, yeah, you do just need to kill every single mob. Is it this guy that we need to kill? Hello? Nearby Shadecasters? What fucking Shadecasters? Are we counting an Infiltrator as a Shadecaster? Is Blizzard's wording just poor? And it means all Twilight mobs? No? It's still immune to damage. Lovely. Is this a common bug? I never fucking do these Void Assaults because they're... I mean, I knew they were bad. I didn't know that they were literally broken. As in, they just don't work at all. That's kind of embarrassing for Blizzard. That it's just straight up not working at all. It's just outright immune. Alright. Apparently that's credit. That's just completion credit. The mob just didn't even need to die. The game just gave up and said, alright, next objective. So that's their solution? What do I do? Crates recovered. That's the event? Okay. Sure. What is the other one? It's all the way up there. That one's actually pretty fast. I'll do my prey, and then hopefully it's close to a finishing after I do the prey. Waiting to get in and get fishing. You can't play for another day. You're eager to do fishing. I guess like the new fishing event. I'll be honest, I haven't looked into it that much. It seems neat. I did hear that there's apparently a new like fishing pole that seems strong. But yeah, I didn't bother really covering it in my Coiled Isle video. But it's, from what I know at least, it's mostly just like for, I guess for gold, right? If that's what you're interested in. Okay, so the tooltip lied. It does not give... you do not get, I can't speak. Corrosive Souls, right. Now, it's possible that because I haven't unlocked the Corrosive Altar yet, I wouldn't get it, but I'm pretty sure on the PTR, I was getting Corrosive Souls before I actually got the Corrosive Altar, so... I don't know. I'm not going to do any more Prey. Because I feel like at this point, if there is a chance that you get the Corrosive Soul, then I want to wait. Because I'd like to get a few more. The way... Well, I was going to say... I do explain this in my video, so... you don't have to? What do you mean you don't have to? You're off to bed now? Appreciate you stopping by the stream. Yeah, that was definitely a strange event. There's new fishing? Yeah. There's... I don't know all the details, but I know there's something called, like, venom fishing. And there's like, events around the islands. Curse surges. And you defeat a curse surge, and it unlocks, like, a venom pool that you can fish in. And you get, like, currency that lets you buy cosmetics. This guy here. There's, like, a bunch of cosmetics, as you might imagine. There's a mount. The really big thing is... mistype? No problem. The really big thing is that there's, like, apparently a new artifact fishing pole or something. So the Coiled Huntress, I believe, is the name. And it, like, turns you into, It turns you into, like, a snake or something? Basically, you know a lot of those fishing items that, like, let you turn into a fish and you move faster in the water? It's like that, basically. And apparently it's, like, it has all the really good stats of the super big crafted abundance fishing items, so... If you like fishing, there's a lot of stuff. Yeah, mounts and toys. Yep. How is Blood DK right now? It is the best tank by a fucking mile. Blood DK is incredibly strong at the moment. So if you are a Blood DK enjoyer, now is your time. It's very fun, I'd like to think as well. One of the best things about Blood is... I can't remember a time recently where... I guess kind of Guardian Druid last season... but a lot of times when a spec is really good, there's, like, one particular build that's really good. Blood DK has, like, multiple extremely strong viable builds. Like, both Deathbringer and Sand Lane are incredibly powerful, and both of them have their own niches. They're both quite strong. Really, it's just that Blood as a class is good, but then Blood has pretty much always been one of the best tuned specs in terms of its hero talents. And because Sand Lane and Deathbringer play, like, fairly differently, that leads to different playstyles. I do think Guardian Druid probably is the best example. Where Guardian also, Druid the Claw, and Elun's Chosen play quite differently. Now, technically speaking, this past season, it was... Druid of the Claw was really strong at the start, and then Elun's Chosen overtook it. But I would say, while it's usually not as balanced as Blood DK is, historically, those two specs for Druid have had better overall balance than a lot of other specs, which tend to be very lopsided. Many specs, it's just like you play this one set of hero talents or like this one build in slight variations, and that is all you ever do. And there's just no in-between there. But I think Blood DK is quite good. Well, I know Blood DK is quite good. Everybody is really excited about Blood DK being quite good. I think it's quite fun, personally, which that is a personal opinion. I have actually seen people say they don't like the current playstyle of Blood DK, which, I mean, one of the nice things about it, like I said, is there are multiple viable builds. So, Like, for instance, I don't love playing Sand Lane in M+. Sand Lane and Raid I don't mind because it kind of works out well for that. But Sand Lane in M+ can feel like a little bit finicky. But Deathbringer, specifically 30-second Reaper's Mark Deathbringer, feels amazing to me in M+. Like, it is such a cozy M+ build. You have so much flexibility. Really good snap threat, really good survivability. It's just everything that I would want in an M+ tank build. And it's good. Like, I'm not running that like, oh yeah, I'm intentionally playing off meta. Like, it is just a genuinely really strong build. And the only question is whether or not you want to get a tiny bit more damage out of Sand Lane or the better survivability off Deathbringer. But they're both close enough that either can be played from what we can see right now. Deathbringer actually, I think, is slightly better. Primarily because if Sand Lane gets hit on damage, then Deathbringer will just be better on damage and survivability, which it has usually been historically on like high target. But we'll see. You don't like fishing? Yeah, no, it's entirely optional. I don't know. I kind of like fishing, but fishing for me is one of those things of like, if I can just like fish whenever I feel like it, you know, just like, I have nothing else to do, I may as well do fishing. Like, in Classic, I really enjoy Classic fishing. I think it's such a vibe. Like, one of my favorite memories of 2019 Classic was, I min-maxed the fuck out of my fishing, I got, like, all the fancy tools, and then I was fishing in Bay of Storms, and I had, like, my loop around Bay of Storms that I could do, and it felt really rewarding having, like, this basically endgame fishing area where you needed to have like all of the, you couldn't just fish there at max skill. You needed to have like additional lures and stuff like that to fish. But I made really, 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 really good money in Classic, fishing in Bay of Storms and selling all the materials that I got. Especially with like winter squids being active and whatnot. And it was just like, I mean, Classic is a slower game in general. So I'll be honest, back in 2019 Classic, you know, I was still in college, right? So, one nice thing, you can't really... It's hard to, like, play games while, like, paying attention to class in college, but what you can do is you can just, like, bring your laptop to class, and then just, like, you know, have fishing running. You know, as long as your teacher doesn't see and give you shit about it, it's very easy to just cast. I have, like, one headphone in my right ear, and then I hear the bobber go, right-click, and then move on. And then just rinse, repeat. So I basically, like, half AFK fished in Bay of Storms for a lot of my college classes. And it's a vibe. But if I have to fish for, like, power, if it's like, you need to do this in order to get, like, gear or something like that, that would be annoying. I would not want to do that. Thankfully, that's not the case. It's like, it's purely if you enjoy fishing, there's, like, new cosmetic rewards for you to get. I don't even think there's a single piece of gear. The unlock quest might give you reputation with Zul'jarra's forces. I'm pretty sure it does. But that's it. That's like so minor, so who cares? You agree Classic fishing is the best? Yeah. I mean, I have enjoyed retail fishing at times. The last time that I really enjoyed fishing is actually Mists of Pandaria. Back in the day, one thing that I was like, when Mop Classic came around, I had that thought of like, was this just rose-tinted goggles? Of, you know, am I thinking like, oh yeah, I just, like, back in the day I used to really enjoy fishing because it was really relaxing. And it was when I first really got into, like, endgame raiding back in Mists of Pandaria. Well, I got into heroic raiding. I was still, like, a little bit of a casual because I was still in high school at the time. But I first started to try and learn how to do the endgame stuff. So I was helping out the guild that I joined by always preparing, like, the food and the feasts and whatnot. So I got, like, all my cooking maxed out, I got my fishing maxed out, and I really enjoyed doing cooking and fishing in Mists of Pandaria, like the original Mists. And I always remembered that. And then back in Mop Classic, I was like, I remember enjoying it. I wonder if that would still be the case. And turns out it's not nostalgia. It actually, fishing and, I mean, cooking, obviously, I think anybody who remembers Mop, cooking was just ungodly well developed in that. I mean, you had the whole tillers thing, right? You could, like, plant the right herbs on your farm to get exactly what you wanted. And then there were, like, the different ways of the thing, and, like, depending on what spec you played, like, there were different foods that you wanted. So cooking was amazing in Mop. So that, playing through it again, I really enjoyed it. I did, in Mock Classic, I actually got, well, I got Realm First Pandaren Ambassador, though I did move myself to a dead server. But there were actually a lot of other people on that server who were trying to compete, and I still beat all of them, largely because I farmed the fuck out of hose and peace pipes. But I had to grind the fuck out of tillers and all that stuff. And obviously anglers as well. This is, yeah, more uncapped crests from Abundance, as we expected. This is... I guess I'll pick Amani. There we go. And the Void Assault quest, yeah, I want to see what the rewards from that are. But one thing that I couldn't remember for the longest time, I couldn't remember, like, was it just nostalgia for mop fishing? Mop fishing had so much depth. There were a bunch of, like, rare fish that could only be obtained in certain zones. There was like, a fishing hotspot where in certain special pools in, like, isolated corners of the zone or the continent, there would be, like, really quickly spawning pools of fish. So a lot of times you'd want to check to see, like, which fish are active, and some of the fish that I used in a lot of my feasts, I would always wait to see, like, oh, today is the day, and I'd just, like, sit there for 30 minutes fishing in, like, the constantly respawning pools, and it was just really fun. And once I remembered that, and I tried it out, I'm like, oh, no, like, yeah, again, not nostalgia, just somehow they fucking nailed the formula in Mop, and then I think that is... Okay, so no veteran crests off that box. That's good to know. One of the biggest unfortunate aspects of World of Warcraft, which it's so hard to, like, change course at this point, is because it's inherently structured and has always been as vertical progression, there are so many things where, like, kind of just objectively speaking, the way that cooking and fishing were designed in Mob is just better than it has ever been since. And so it's really disappointing that we have that for an expansion and we get to see it again in Classic, and it's like, that was, God, like over 10 years ago. And unfortunately, we're now just going to keep reinventing the wheel and never get back to where we were over 10 years ago. Whereas if they adopted some horizontal progression systems, like one of the biggest advantages of Guild Wars 2, this is just turning into yet another Guild Wars 2 glazing stream, but one of the big advantages of that is because it's horizontal progression, they can keep adding new content. They can add, like, new abilities, new gear, and stuff. So there are new rewards to chase constantly in Guild Wars 2. There's new content to do, but the old content still remains relevant, and they can build upon it. So, like, a good example, Guild Wars 2 has mounts, right? Mounts are a much bigger system in Guild Wars 2, but there's a lot of, like, more recent expansions where you have, like, an upgrade track, and the upgrade track is basically, you get access to this thing that technically you might already have. Like, if you played 2 or so expansions ago, you probably already have this thing. And if you already have, like, that mount or that feature or whatever, then you get, like, a bonus for unlocking the new thing. So for a new player, it gives you a way to, like, play through the new content, and, like, basically you get access to this really cool mount that somebody might have already gotten 5 years ago. And then you just have the mount at a baseline like that other person did. But for a veteran player playing through it again, it's like, well, now if you unlock this ability, your mount will gain, like, an extra special ability. And that way, new players are also incentivized to go back and do the unlock from 5 years ago, because if you have both of the unlocks at the same time, then you, like, it stacks, and you get, like, little extra modifiers. So it not only, like, gives veteran players an incentive to do the newer content, it gives newer players an incentive to go back and do the old content, which in many cases is still holds up really well, even better than a lot of stuff from World of Warcraft these days. But one of the other reasons why that works out so well is Guild Wars 2 can spend a lot more time making sure that all of the new zones, all of the new features they add is just really well developed. Like, add one small thing, one, like, really cool feature that people are just going to love, right? And you can, it can maybe not be that much. Like, in a vacuum, it doesn't add too much to the game, but it's always going to be there. And then if you just keep putting, like, perfectly constructed block on top of perfectly constructed block over the course of years and years and years and years, eventually I mean, you've just built a fantastic foundation for a game. And now if somebody new comes to Guild Wars 2, they have like 10 to 15 years, however long it's been, of content that's like incredibly well crafted. Whereas, and again, I want to stress, I still enjoy World of Warcraft. I'm not saying this to shit on WoW. I want the game to be better. But you go to World of Warcraft and it's like anything that I may have enjoyed from War Within, from Dragonflight, whatever, it's moot now. It doesn't exist anymore. Like, it technically still does, but you go there and you one-shot it all, and the rewards are basically shit outside of, like, cosmetics. So, why are you incentivized to do it? You're not. It's obviously, like, this is not really a controversial point. Like, I don't think I really need to justify this statement, but the only content that matters in World of Warcraft is the most recent content. Which means that Blizzard has to simultaneously make the newest content as good as it can possibly be, to make sure, like, obviously, if the new content is dog shit, like Shadowlands, well, then everybody's just going to quit because it's the only thing that matters. But because they are constantly being forced to redesign the best new content possible, they often are forced to put themselves in a position where they just go wide instead of tall. And they just add a bunch of, like, very bare-bones surface-level content, so it feels like there's a lot to do, but then when you actually sink your teeth into it, it's just very shallow, with the exception of, like, raids and dungeons. Which is why the reality is, you know, that is the thing keeping this game alive. The moment they start taking shortcuts in that regard, obviously the people who are keeping this game afloat are going to quit. But it's really hard for WoW to get new players, and really hard for WoW to maintain casual players, because really at this point all they have is the community. And they're like friendships keeping them tied to this game. And the fact that starting a new game is a very time-consuming process. But WoW has, frankly, already lost the content battle. It has less content than Final Fantasy, less relevant content than Final Fantasy, less relevant content than Guild Wars 2, and that has been the case for a long time. The only thing it still has is incredibly well-made raids and dungeons, which is why it's still relevant. But the moment that another MMO comes along to challenge that, and Final Fantasy kind of has, but it has its own separate issues that make it harder for it to ever fully replace WoW. But if, let's say, Guild Wars 2 decided that it wanted to go all in on making really good endgame content, if, let's say, Guild Wars 2 decided to make a brand new game, like, I don't know, let's just hypothetically say Guild Wars 3, and I don't really know exactly what the type of content they have for that is, but they have said that it's going to cater to a different audience, and not like Guild Wars 2. So what if that audience happens to be more hardcore focused, like challenge stuff? We'll see. But if they can... All right, testing. Okay, that fixed it. I had to try a few things. I don't know why. Yeah, bro looks paralyzed with fear. Yeah, somehow my NVIDIA broadcast just fucking shit itself, and that's what handles both my my noise my noise, like background cancellation, and my camera. So let me see if I can fix this. I would need to. Harldan has encountered an error and will need to reboot. Let me see. What was the last thing that I was saying before I cut out? I saw that message pretty quickly and then I double checked. So I don't think I was yapping for too long into the void. Did I properly close the video broadcast? I force close it. That's a little bit concerning because the first time I've ever run into that issue before. I'll reopen WoW because now that I know, the moment I saw like everything froze, I was obviously for a moment there like, oh, there have been times where WoW has crashed really badly and it's like fucked my OBS. So that was my initial worry, but I should be able to log back in now. Guild Wars 3 going to hardcore raid? I think the only thing I said after that is pretty much just like, if they do that, it's healthy for both games because obviously competition is good, right? If Blizzard knows that it can't just coast off its raids and that it actually needs to invest in casual content, then like presumably both games get better. So that would be ideal. Alright, let's see. NVIDIA broadcast. Do we want to behave? Can we work, please? Hopefully the microphone isn't too bad. Okay, let's see if this works. Testing. It seems to work. And this looks okay. I think the camera is also fixed. Let's see. Yeah. No, it's not. What if I deactivate and activate? All right, there we go. I'm back. Very strange bug. Interesting. Yeah, that is definitely a first, but at least I got it solved. What did I miss? Miss Farming was really good. The farm was so good. Yeah. Miss Farm was awesome. The music of Mop, yeah, true. One of the best soundtracks. What's the difference between horizontal and vertical? So vertical is, I mean, what you know from World of Warcraft. Vertical is a new season has just come out, and now a piece of veteran gear is $279, which is better than Mythtrack from last season. That's vertical. It's just, here's Season 1 item level, here's Season 2 item level, Season 3 is going to be up here, new expansion is going to be up here. That's vertical, right? So the item level, higher. Horizontal progression is instead of all of the new content in the game, just adding a new layer of difficulty, right? Also, you level up, right? Guild Wars 2, the level cap has been 80 since the launch, I think. So the level cap is the same. All content scales, so think of like World of Warcraft scaling system, but obviously like not shit. Everything scales, you can do low-level content, and your abilities will scale properly, and there's like meaningful challenge, so it also keeps stuff like that relevant still. And then instead of adding new gear, new stuff for you to chase in terms of like item level, eventually in Guild Wars 2, you reach a point where like this is your gear. There's a tiny amount of vertical progression. Obviously, like you start off at level 1, you have to reach level 80. Then you get like, you start off with crappy gear, but you get up to like rare gear. Then you get up to like exotic gear, it's slightly better. Then you get up to ascended gear. Ascended gear is the best. It never goes beyond that point. That's the highest that gear goes. And everybody at like the top end for rating has gear at this level. You get like a new fancy item. It doesn't go beyond this. It's still at this level. But instead of getting like better gear than ascended gear, you get like different variants of ascended gear. So you can get like different stat combinations to like play around with different builds. You can also like the level above ascended is legendary, but legendary gear doesn't have more stats. Legendary gear can be freely changed. Basically, imagine if you got like a chess piece in World of Warcraft, max item level mythic chess piece, where you could click on it and just select the exact secondary stats that you want. You selected the exact gem slots that you wanted and the gems and the enchants, and you can do all that for free. So the idea is that it's like a really powerful piece of gear that lets you save money and have ultimate flexibility to play whatever build you want. So instead of having to have like a set of gear for a dot spec, like in Guild Wars 2, there's power and condition builds. which is like basically damage over time and like damage up front. And there's different combinations of stats that you want for each one. Well, instead of having to have like 2 different sets of gear, if you have a legendary set, which is like really hard to get, but once you get that, you can freely switch. Then maybe you want to play a healer. You put on healer gear and you can just tweak your legendary item, boom. And that is a way to give some people something to chase, right? Like it's really cool. People like collecting legendary items without it making you more powerful. So I can raid with a friend who has full legendary gear in my ascended gear, and I still perform well. I'm still able to basically pull my weight as much as I would be able to if I had the legendary gear. But my friend can basically, if we need somebody to heal, my friend just swaps their gear and they heal. Whereas the gear that I've crafted only lets me play one build, and I would have to invest more money to craft like a second set. And by money, I mean like in-game currency, gold and stuff like that, if I wanted to build a second set. So that's horizontal progression. I mean, it comes in a lot of different shapes and forms. There is... Where is this active Stormarian Assault right now? If it's not the ends, then I theoretically would want to do this at some point. Because I do still need the weekly box from it. But it might still be bugged and you might not get credit if you join midway through. I don't know, we'll see. But another good example for Guild Wars 2 is there's mounts, there's like basically account-wide upgrades that you can get. Like, for instance, you have a glider, and your glider you can use anywhere. So there's certain content that you have to do in order to initially unlock your glider, and then there's power-ups that you can get which make your glider stronger. Like it allows you to like move around while gliding. You can use like wind gusts to like launch yourself into the air, and then once you've unlocked that, once you've done like this new content to basically get your glider fully maxed out, you can use it anywhere. So you can go back to like older content that normally expects you to be on foot and then just completely cheese it by having the glider. There are definitely some cases where they add like a no glider aura, so that for like really challenging stuff, you can't completely break it. Certain instances don't allow gliders. But for a lot of like more fun casual content, it can be really exciting, especially like the mounts. It's really fun going around like the older zones and just trying to like blast through them on a mount as quickly as you can. They've added like mount races to some of the original zones from the base game, which while they weren't originally designed with mounts in mind, they have like a special course that you can ride them out through and like tour the zone. And it's kind of like how, you know, skywriting in World of Warcraft, if you go through a classic zone, it feels really small. But if you're doing like a mount race throughout an old zone, it can be like a cool way to see the old scenery while also doing some new content. And there's like upgrades that you can get for your mounts to like give it special abilities. Like every single mount has like a special mobility option. So a good example is like a recent expansion, semi-recent, which for me, I didn't play it when it was current, so I've been working through the unlocks over the last 2 months, is in Janthier Wilds, they added the Warclaw, and the Warclaw is like a big cat, and it has the ability to like jump, and it has like a double jump in midair. So some mounts will like jump really high, some mounts allow you to fly. The Warclaw moves really quickly along the ground, so if you're just trying to like traverse like a short flat distance, actually Warclaw tends to be better for like little hilly terrain, because it like kind of bounces as it runs. It can be really good for that. You have like energy that you can spend on your mount, so if you want to do like a big leap across like a chasm, basically, you can wait and like charge up your energy and then like jump off the edge of a cliff and then do like 2 midair double jumps and land on the other side of the cliff. Alternatively, you can just keep spamming your mobility thing on cooldown to just go as fast as possible. And then the Warclaw has like combat abilities, so you can like throw a spear that will like slow an enemy. And there are a lot of bosses where in combat it'll get there's not really a good example, like a comparison for this in World of Warcraft, but there's something called the Defiance Bar in Guild Wars 2, where you have to use crowd control abilities to like make a boss vulnerable. So imagine if, I guess, honestly, think, if you know Lura, right? Think the crystal mechanic, the warding crystals on Lura, where you have to like use your kicks, like 15 kicks in a row, to handle the mechanic. Now, obviously, that's a specific boss ability, but imagine something kind of like that, where the boss just gets like an energy bar, and then if you send interrupts or like AoE roots, like Ring of Peace, leg sweep and stuff, it would damage that boss's bar. And then when that bar breaks, the boss becomes vulnerable. So there's like a lot of encounters where the boss will like get a bar like that and then start doing mechanics, and you have to break that bar to like stop a hardened rage from happening. And a lot of times for like open world events, you can actually mount your Warclaw in combat and then start like chucking spears at the boss to damage its defiance bar. Or because you can mount your thing in combat, you could kind of use it like Divine Steed, where if the boss like runs really far away, while normally you'd have to like maybe navigate an obstacle course to get back to it, you can hop on your Warclaw, quickly run through the obstacle course, and then boom, you're immediately back in the boss, able to do damage. And none of that like technically makes you more powerful. Like you have every class as like default crowd control abilities that they can use. It's not even necessarily stronger than other crowd control abilities, but it just gives you more options and more ways to approach the game, which it just makes it more fun. I'll be honest. And it helps that a lot of the open world events are just so well designed that even though they were made 10 years ago without any of this stuff in mind, the vast majority of them hold up really well, even with this stuff being added. Damn. One of my guildies got the King's Rest mount from their M0 runs. There are some exceptions, like there's a boss fight in the Heart of Thorns expansion, which was the original Guild Wars 2 expansion, way back in like 2015, where the final boss takes place on a bunch of floating islands, and the original design of the fight is that you had to like use your glider to like glide across these magical ley lines to move between the islands, and the boss would like try to attack the islands and like literally chomp pieces of the island out so that you have less space to move. So you had to like basically get everybody to spread out and defend different islands, and that was like the original strategy for the boss. And now that you have flying mounts, everybody just will run around in one giant death ball, and the boss is like attacking an island, everybody mounts up their flying mount, and then just immediately flies over to the new island. So some cases like that, it can be like a little bit cheesed, but even then, like, it's still a fun fight. Is it, from what I've heard, I never got to play the original version. I started after they added mounts, but I've had friends tell me that it used to be a really challenging, really fun fight. Would it have been cool to see that? Sure. But I still enjoy the boss regardless, even though mounts kind of cheese it a little bit. The rest of the mechanics are still interesting. Can you do the vault content this week? By vault content, you mean like Vaults of Atalu Tech? Or like Great Vaults? They use that term for so many things. It could technically mean a lot of stuff. Yeah, okay, so it looks like I didn't get credit. I did get credit for defending the Singularity Anchor for that quest, but in order to actually get the weekly quest done, I'm gonna need to be here when it first starts, because it's still bugged. Vaults of Atalo Tech to be unlocked it? Yeah, no, you can do that right now. It's available this week. I have, there is a video pinned, 6.5 minutes. I posted that a few hours ago, and it talks about all the important stuff you need to do. Which honestly isn't very much, but it explains what's available. The only thing in that video that I said I wasn't sure about is how much of the campaign would be accessible. And the good answer is it's basically all of it. Pretty much the entire campaign up until the quest where you're sent to do the raid is available right now. And Follow the Arrow, my add-on, supports all of it. So if you want to easily get through all that, you can do that. Some of the side quests I'm still missing. I will finish that hopefully by tomorrow. So, shouldn't take too long. Do you think re-rolling up Brewmaster is worth it? Yes. Yeah. I'm just going to be honest. That is by far the worst spec. I think I explained that earlier. I don't know if you were around for that earlier, but it is the worst tank spec. Honestly, there is a case to be made of Brewmaster being quite literally the worst spec in the entire game right now. It might genuinely be. It's really bad. So, yeah. I mean, unless you just, like, really, really, really enjoy Brewmaster, which, like, I will be honest, how? Because as somebody who formerly mained Brewmaster, who used to, keyword, love Brewmaster. I think the current version of the playstyle is just a fucking abomination and not fun. Now, that is ultimately my opinion, of course. But I don't think Brewmaster is currently well made at all. And it's really poorly tuned. What's left behind? What are we talking about here? Is that one of the side quests? Trying to do the midnight and just go to that section. It will detect the war progress. Oh. You think people are too invested into their WoW accounts to swap to Guild Wars 2 Final Fantasy Perma? Yeah, I mean, obviously it depends on the person, but you are correct that that is definitely one of the biggest things holding them back. But I mean, that's why right now, while I do think that in some ways those games are better than WoW, I'm not going to sit here and say like, oh yeah, they're just better than World of Warcraft in every single way. Like, no. Guild Wars 2 does have very weak rating. From what I've heard, I've only done some of the raids. My friends seem to really enjoy the raiding that is there. Like, there's a lot of really good raids that I haven't gotten a chance to do yet. But it's very limited. They don't really expand it all that much. That's generally not their priority. Final Fantasy, obviously, I mean, that one has a whole host of issues. I like Final Fantasy, but I think by far the biggest thing that, like, everybody knows is just the MSQ. Which the MSQ is kind of a double-edged sword because I like that it exists. I think that it's good, and I enjoy Final Fantasy story. But it is one of those things where they have said, and I respect, honestly, their decision, of they're not going to sacrifice their vision and make their game, in their opinion, worse just to make it slightly easier to get into. They are doing some stuff, I think, in the new expansion to make it a little bit easier, but it's understandable, right? If you spent all this time making this game and making that like a whole experience for the players. And frankly, that is a big downside of World of Warcraft, right? That is one area where Final Fantasy does excel compared to WoW. WoW has basically no story anymore. The story is just a complete fucking joke. I am constantly, I guess debating is one way to describe it. I'm constantly like having like exasperated discussions with the warrior in my guild, Baze, about the WoW lore, because he only started a few years ago, so he doesn't really understand just, like, how bad the people at Blizzard are at telling a story. And, obviously, as somebody who used to really enjoy the WoW writing when I was, like, a kid, it's just really sad to see, like, how much they've completely abandoned all of the lore and just murdered the writing. But it's just kind of impossible to really care anymore. Like, this game just doesn't have a story anymore. It's just like, all right, you know, what cool boss are we going to fight in this next patch? And what is, like, the loose justification that I need to explain why I am fighting a gigantic multi-headed snake? All right, cool. You know, and like, I won't complain, right? The gigantic multi-headed snake, like, it's cool enough. Do I wish that the story was more involved? Are bosses that have like a really like interesting development and like story behind them more fun to fight than bosses that don't? Sure, but at the end of the day, for like raiding and stuff, all I really care about is mechanics. Now, if both bosses have like the same mechanic wise and one has a great story and the other doesn't, obviously that's a plus. But I would take like the generic like snake with a bunch of heads with no backstory, and I'm aware that Leatrix has a backstory, but it's fine. I will say I don't hate Leatrix's backstory as much as, like, you know, the jailer, right? There have been a lot worse WoW villains, so I can't rag on Leatrix that much. Frankly, even the story for Midnight Season 1 was a complete fucking train wreck. While the pacing on this story, and I find it hilarious how Blizzard will, in interviews, try and, like, justify, like, no, you guys don't get it. Like, there's a reason we're going to the Snake Island, guys. Like, it's gonna connect back to Xal'atath. You just don't understand yet. It's like the same shit they said with the Jailer. But, like, you don't understand, like, the Jailer's master plan, and he's, like, trying to protect us all, and, like, because you throw away one line, And everybody already knows what they're going to do. It's like, Xal'atath's going to try and get the old god guy back, like the general or whatever that Ulatek killed, because they literally will never stop mentioning how there's this big old god general that Ulatek destroyed. Oh, gee, I wonder what the tie-in to Xal'atath's going to be. I wonder if it's going to be like the old god general ends up being like the penultimate, or, I don't know, third to last boss in the Xal'atath raid, which is going to be the final raid of the expansion, because we already fucking know that, because like half that shit gets data mined. And, like, I wonder if that's where the story's going. It doesn't change the fact that it is kind of a complete random tangent, effectively, from the rest of the Midnight story, or lack thereof. I mean, that's the issue. There's no stakes. It's like, but we're totally going to chase Xal'atath eventually, right? We're just letting her chill down there in the Coreway doing evil stuff. But she's going to take just long enough to do her evil plan, and we're just going to so happen to spend, like, months or whatever happening to stumble into the Coreway, and eventually we're going to get there, and it's like, Xal'atath has almost completed her master plan, and we need to, like, stop her, and then we're going to be, like, 1 second too late, of course, naturally, and she's going to accomplish her plan, and we have to, like, kill her in a raid or some shit. I don't fucking know, man. It's like, I'm so fucking over it. But the thing is, and that's, it is true, right? I am just, it's fun to, like, make fun of the WoW story, I'll be honest. It is. But, genuinely, I'm kind of fucking over it at this point. I'm just like, whatever. Yeah. It is what it is. But, it definitely would be nice if it still was really interesting and really well told. I wouldn't hate that. But, I've accepted at this point that it's not. And all that to say, it is definitely a strength for Final Fantasy that it is, but it is, at the exact same time, actually a weakness. Because there are a lot of people who just do not give a shit about the story at all, and for them, the fact that they do need to sit through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and all that stuff is a bit of a slog. So, at this point, I don't think any of the MMOs are just, like, objectively better than WoW, but that's why I'm saying, if one of the MMOs really manages to challenge World of Warcraft on the rating front, which Final Fantasy kind of does, but then also has at least a solid foundation everywhere else, then WoW would be in trouble. Whether or not that is going to happen anytime soon, debatable. But it's not outside the realm of possibility, and it is at the very least undeniable that Blizzard intentionally puts in as little effort to casual world content as possible, because they know that they don't have to. Now, I still think that's a bad move. I still think they should try to cater to... Okay. What? Blizzard? Dude, this game is just so poorly made, man. Oh my god. And there's zero chance they fix this. So, if you have no idea why I'm upset, you may recall, about a few hours ago, I paid 10,000 gold for a Zul'jarra's Forces contract. And after logging out of the game and logging back in, my Zul'jarra's Forces contract is now an Amani tribe contract. Because I mean, I can't even begin to imagine how the spaghetti code gets this to happen. But somehow they coded... I'm guessing there's probably something where, like, when you enter the game, right, it looks to apply the contract to your character. And there's probably some, like, in the code variable of, like, your character, your account has, like, a saved contract ID or whatever to it. I'm guessing. I'm trying to imagine a world in which this happens, right? And that way, so that they can always reapply it to your character, it's just when you log in, it gives you the contract for whatever ID. My best guess is they copy-pasted the Amani tribe contract on the login process. And so when you log out and log back in, your Zul'jarra's Forces contract becomes an Amani tribe contract. And you can't change this, by the way. Once you have a contract locked in, it's set in stone. So that's fun. Any bets on if they're actually going to fucking fix that? Probably not. Let me... I'm going to check Wowhead. I'm sure... I can't be the first person to realize this. Zul'jarra's forces. How the fuck do they even mess that up, man? No, no Wowhead comment yet. Maybe on the rank 1? Yeah, nope, nothing. It's crazy. If it was anything other than a Mani tribe, right, I would imagine it's just a random bug. But the fact that it's a Mani tribe makes me think that because, like, Zul'jarra, Amani, they probably just copied the details of the Amani contract and then just forgot to change some shit. Because, I mean, that makes the most sense, right? If a very random niche bug that I've never even seen before, I've never encountered a, like, replace your contract with a new one bug, but it would make sense. You can't play FF, you're a huge weeb, but the Asian MMO aesthetics are not for you. I'll be honest, I've never really understood that. There's definitely a lot of, like, Korean MMOs and stuff that have, like, a very stereotypical art style, for sure. I've never understood people who call, like, Final Fantasy, like, a, you know, oh, like, it has that, like, that, they always say, like, that art style, that, like, usually weeb art style. And it's just like, it looks like a fucking normal game to me. I don't know. I've never understood the bias against FF's art style. I really don't think there is anything about FF's art style that's like, that, oh yeah, it has that Asian art style. It just looks like a normal game. I mean, I don't know. Like, Throne and Liberty, Black Desert Online, games like that, I mean, yeah, it is, you know, it's the same picture, right? Like, they have a very distinctive, even like Lost Ark, games like that. You can kind of look at one and be like, oh yeah, it's like the Korean MMO art style. But I don't really think Final Fantasy XIV falls into that category. I think it's different. Don't spoil Midnight for you. Where's the new PvP gear? For some reason, they're not doing any new PvP stuff until next week. Basically, right now, PvP just doesn't exist. For some reason. I don't know why. It's just very silly. Use the Grummel Tavern soundtrack as a morning alarm. Yeah. It's really good. Hey, not Jade West. Good to see you. D. Sully said, when can I expect the video with the gearing stuff? You had to leave at the start. Tomorrow. So the video with the gearing thing, the reason why I'm doing that is, the entire idea is I wanted to test things on live servers. Because some of the stuff I've already showed. If you want a general idea on what I'm going to do, watch this stream. Because a lot of the stuff I'm going to talk about in that video is basically, this is how I got to X item level on my Blood DK. And I'm doing all of this stuff on this character, and then that video will basically summarize all of the tricks. The thing is, a lot of that I assumed would probably get nerfed by the time it reached live servers. Nothing has so far. But there were also a few things where it was basically impossible for me to test it on PTR as well. So I have a plan in mind, and you can already see, like, I've been going through it throughout the stream, of how to get my characters as geared as possible. But I needed to make sure all of it worked. I didn't want to, like, put out a video and then it's like, whoops, like, half of this shit is incorrect. And there's some stuff where I had no idea until I tested it. But it's so stupid. That really pisses me off. I mean, the fact I spent 10k for it is, like, whatever. But, and the nice thing is, of all the factions for it to bug out on, like, yeah, I would have liked to have the rep for this. Like, it's a bummer. But I don't really need Zul'jarra's forces. Like, this is not, like, one of those older factions, like Dream Wardens or Loam Niffin, where you needed to really min-max the rep to get all the rewards. It's, like, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. It's just annoying more than anything. Zul'jarra's forces contract resets to Amani. I might genuinely be the first person to encounter this bug. I cannot find anything at all on Google. Hold on, I got pings. Damn. Baze is still not in. That's unfortunate. Well, I guess the saving grace is that I get to discover a brand new bug. I'm on the front lines of this, so that's, at least my character got fucked over for science. That's my cope. The thing is, I'm like, how do I even report this, man? Like, it's just, do I write a forum post? Live beta testing? Apparently. Wow, Laura's sad. Yeah, unfortunately. I guess, hold on. I guess I'll fucking make a post about this. Oh, God. It's technically, I guess I post this on the PTR forums. It's technically a bug, right? Like, what do I even call this? Blizzard bug forum? Oh shit, okay. Let me see. Thank you for letting me know. I am... That probably was a better play. Contract Zul'jarra's forces. I applied one of these contracts, and I did several world quests. And I logged back in, I have now the contract for Money Tribe. Okay. Just ran into the same issue. Seems to consistently happen. Hopefully they can fix this. So I don't feel like an idiot for wasting 10. Yeah, well, I ended up one of my fucking alts Ron May, but at the very least I have bumped the post, so I feel less alone now. That is so silly. I mean, I would love to know how they fix that, and also I wonder, is there a way that they can fix it? It feels like one of those things where Blizzard would probably consider it to be like inconsequential. But imagine if this was a faction where the reputation actually really mattered. Well, I mean, the champion piece is nice, but like it is so easy to get to Renown 9 that the contract rep doesn't matter. But if this was like one of those older factions and this bug happened, I mean, I would have been fucking pissed if this happened when I was trying to like really min-max Lone Niffin, and I did all this stuff to get the contract in time. Or like back in the day when you had to get like revered with the faction to unlock the contract, and then you had to min-max the fuck out of it to get to Exalted in time for raid. Thank goodness it's not one of those, but it's such a strange bug. And it just makes me wonder what kind of spaghetti code they're using to even handle contracts on the back ends. Sampled. Is this the one where... Okay, no, I have to kill 10 bats, and then I go talk to that person. So, after this... I've done most of the weeklies. I was about to say I need to do Stormarian Assault, but that just happened. It's every 30 minutes. So I'll just have to remember to do that on another 30-minute interval. Technically, there's no rush. I might even do that one later, because Stormarian Assault is one of those where, because of how it works, it's actually easier to just AFK it, because then you don't contribute to the scaling. You still get credit as long as you're in the area. We'll see, though. But then after that... And I've been kind of killing time. I'm hoping that, like, any minute now, Blizzard posted that they were going to fix the critical server issues, which is preventing one of my guildies from getting on, and then we'll be able to do F-Zeros. But I've just been killing time until that happens. Until it does, I don't know. Do anything. Still nothing. It's all... is, second. Here is... phase. Press. I feel bad asking him, but I'd imagine, like, he's probably actively monitoring this. Yeah, he said no update. I mean, I do feel bad because, frankly, if it was me and I couldn't get into the game right now, I would be screaming bloody murder. So that's just so fucking silly. Another 20 veteran. Okay. So bare minimum right now, I have what's it called? 200 crests. The one thing that I should think about is what dungeons do I want to be funneled in the most? What slots do I need? I guess it would be the same as everybody, right? In theory... So... Ooh. In theory, I could bring one of my alt account characters into a run and try and funnel myself gear. I feel like that's maybe a little bit too extra. I don't know if I want to go that far. Because then that also is one less character that I can use to help other people. It's... I wish that you would be able to trade gear that, like, wasn't an upgrade. So, like, if I get an upgrade, I don't think I can trade it. I'm pretty sure that's still how that works. One nice thing about this bug, I guess I should note, it's, the silver lining to end all silver linings. I have no idea if Field Satchel gives... It doesn't say that it gives crests, so that's probably not important. What does the World Boss give? Sunbound Grotto. On Worlds. Okay, so the World Boss is still just 279. I knew it was Veteran, but I wasn't sure if it was, like, good Veteran. Is there anything else that I could theoretically do? No. I do think you just need to get lucky, right? That's really all there is to it. What dungeons would I need? I guess that's something that I should figure out. I haven't really bothered to look into that. Or rather, I know that there's really not much from dungeons that I can use. Like, there's... what's it called? Where is it? Murder Row. Like, this trinket's good. Resonant Bellowstone. The irony is, I would rather not get trinkets from M0. I'd rather get other slots, because those are already taken care of. So... if I'm gonna get something like... I don't even think I need a single trinket. There's not, to my knowledge, there's not any trinket from M+ that is, like, so good that I would really want to use it. there are options, sure, but I have like really good trinkets. Like for Sand Lane, you know, Light's Company Guidon and Gaze the Alnseer, I mean, these are still really good trinkets. So I can't imagine that any of the new M plus trinkets at even equal item level would beat this. Now, obviously, getting it at higher item level, like from an M plus dungeon, if it's at like 3... What is M plus drop? 309? Is what I think Hero Track is? I don't know. It might be 309, 312. At that item level, just raw item level might outclass like these trinkets. But if I get it off M0, I don't think any of them are actually like my best trinkets. They're actually worth using. I don't believe so. I know that trinket is good. What does Altar of Fangs have? Yeah, this one's not good because it doesn't line up with Dancing Rune Weapon. I don't know about this one. This one might line up well with Dancing Rune Weapon, but at that point, like, also, I think Light's Company Guidon is just better. Den of Nalarak has, like, this trinket's okay, this trinket's okay. But again, I can't imagine they're better than, what's it called? Gaze. So I don't think there's any specific trinket that I want. Then, like, I mean, King's Rest is this, which is, like, completely dog shit. And it's like a haste ring? How many gorilla dicks would I suck to save one human life? What a fucking question. That is like the you're usually not the one who asks the most like random fucking off the wall questions, I think. That's definitely a new one. I don't know. Something that would probably be good is, even though I have Rotmire Necklace, the stats in Rotmire's Necklace are not like amazing. The proc effect is okay, but it's not actually like that good. So having a better statted neck would probably be nice. So something like this, for instance, I suspect would be better. I definitely, like, the slots I don't need. I definitely don't need a belt at all. I don't need any tier slots. I would take a cloak, but I don't really need it. Weapon I don't really need, because there's no weapon that's, like... Actually, are there any good weapons? I guess the stats in that are, it's basically the same, right? It would be, I'd be able to upgrade it slightly more, but would it really be that impactful? No. Same thing here. There's actually 2 crit haste weapons, really? It's like exactly the same as what I have. There's no special effects. I could get a weapon with higher haste, but I don't need a weapon with higher haste, because if I need higher haste, I have Alondel. And in theory, it's not like I'm ever going to spend Champion Crest to upgrade this beyond 298. Because I would sit on that, and then I would farm M+ until I get a Hero Track weapon. So having a weapon actually would not be an upgrade whatsoever for this character. And there's no cantrip weapons outside of Getaku, which is actually bad. So unless one of these had like a special stat line that I couldn't get otherwise, it does not really seem like it would be worthwhile. I could be a politician with how much I'm dodging questions. You know, I was told that a lot as a kid. I'm not sure how to take that as a compliment or not. The people want answers. I'm sure you do. Necklace is probably, out of the slots, that wouldn't just be a straight upgrade. So obviously, I have really good boots, I should note. So these are solid stats with speed. I also have a lot of different variations of stats. Just in case, I've also crafted multiple pairs of boots and cloaks with different stat combinations. Technically speaking, I could recraft these, but I don't want to have to worry about it, so I've just gone ahead and gotten these set up in advance. So I have the ability to wear... really, boots and cloak are interchangeable, as far as I'm concerned. Either one of these could work as my second embellishment. Most likely long-term, I'm going to use the bracers as the embellishment because these already have a socket in them, right? So if between cloak, bracers, and boots, I have to run one low item level piece, it makes sense to take the bracers because I'm guaranteed the socket, which guarantees me more value over the other items, whereas like any generic higher item level cloak would just be better than this. But a generic higher item level pair of bracers would not necessarily be a strict value. So I think that is probably the play. For something to consider. Now this is more long-term, but my second embellishment I definitely don't want to have on belt, because belt I could theoretically get off Coiled Altar, which would be an upgrade. Now, I'm not necessarily going to make all of my decisions around Coiled Altar loot, but it is worth keeping in mind that basically everybody is going to want to bonus roll this. And if you bonus roll this boss, then you are hoping to get the weapon, obviously, well, on Mythic. But if you bonus roll this boss at Mythic, there's basically it would be a 25% chance to get cloak, chest, belt, and weapon. So if I get cloak, you know, on Mythic, right, I would want to be able to use this cloak. Now, if I crafted my embellishments in the cloak slot, then that would feel really bad. I would feel like, you know, kind of an idiot. So it logically makes sense in my mind to definitely have boots as the first craft slot. I did not mean to do that. Ulatech obviously doesn't really matter all that much, but I mean, this is not a consideration anyway. Like, for necklace long-term, obviously you're going to use this. Like, basically everybody's going to use this necklace. The pants off Ulatech are also really good, but that doesn't really matter for crafting. That's not a consideration. And then, obviously, I mean, there's the trinkets, but again, that doesn't impact crafting or anything like that. But then, are there, like, any other relevant pieces of gear? Like, there's a cloak off the first boss. There's boots off the first boss. But do I really care all that much? Not really. And I don't think I would be bonus rolling this boss anyway. I could see myself using a bonus roll on this boss, maybe. But it's a little bit tricky because this boss has a weapon, necklace, and pants. It has a trinket, but while we don't have sims yet, I am fairly certain Blood DK Abyss is going to be Zul'jin's guillotine technique plus Voracious Heart of Ulatech. This is incredibly powerful and lines up with Dancing Rune Weapon. This is incredibly powerful on single target, and then if you have the 2-set bonus on 2-target cleave, which is the most important damage profile in the raid. So that makes sense to me. So I probably don't really need this trinket. It would not be horrible to have. Like, let's say this dropped and nobody else needed it. Like, I would take it. I'd be fine with it. But I would not be celebrating it. So then what do I bonus roll? Well, if I... like, is there any case to bonus roll Tortolin? So Tortolin would get you shoulder tier, and shoulders don't conflict with anything off the last few bosses. So, what are the default stats? Can I check the catalyst yet, just to see the name? So if I put in this, for instance, Baleful Grave Knight. Okay, so if I go to Wowhead and I search Baleful Grave Knight's Crucible. So this should be the default stats that you would get from the tier token. So the default chest piece for Death Knight is High Mastery, Low Crit. Gloves are exactly the same, High Mastery, Low Crit. The helmet is High Crit, Low Mastery. Is it... Unholy DK is Crit Mastery, right? Unholy... Yeah, Unholy's Crit Mastery. Okay, so honestly, Unholy DK is eating fucking good with the tier tokens. That is... Oh, man. I just thought about this. So, now... when you hand out tier tokens, so when one of these fucking things drops, another thing that you now need to consider, on top of everything else that you already considered when distributing loot, is which spec gets the most value out of their default token stats. So if you are a spec that really wants like haste mastery, and your token in this slot, let's say your chess piece, the default one has crit verse, then that is a meaningful consideration, because let's say another spec has their best stats, like, as we saw in Holy DK, mastery and crit are on multiple tier pieces. So for them, it really matters to get the ones out of these tokens. They might be able to get it elsewhere, but they can get their best in slot tier pieces off the tokens as well. So if there's if basically a Death Knight and a, I don't know, some other spec, a fucking warrior, would get roughly equal value off getting a tier token, but the stats for arms are terrible. What I believe Baze told me, it's crit haste right now for arms. Let's say it's verse mastery on your token for warrior, and it's crit mastery for unholy, and that's terrible stats for warrior and really good stats for unholy. Because you can only get that stat line by getting the token, because you can't get that out of the catalyst anymore, that is now a relevant thing that you need to consider. You think it's lame the catalyst keeps the old stats now? I saw your comments in that video. I disagree. I don't see how that's lame. It just gives you more flexibility. Now, one thing that I think would be good, the only thing that I think would be better, is if when you chuck something in the catalyst, it said preserve stats or keep default. The only thing that is lame is stuff like this. The fact that now you have to consider for the tokens, those are the only ways to get those particular stats. Now, I will be honest, my min-max brain is going fucking crazy with this stuff, and I love figuring out these puzzles, but it definitely is a lot of extra work that you need to do, for your loot council, right? So that is something to consider. You dislike the min-maxing? Yeah, but then, I love the min-maxing. I think the main thing that you need to keep in mind, though, right, is if you dislike min-maxing, then honestly, it doesn't matter for you. You do not need to min-max this. Because I have had to deal, on Brewmaster Monk, when I played it last expansion, 3 tiers in a row, I had to wear multiple high haste tier pieces because that's just what it had on. And I had what most people are going to encounter, multiple dog shit tier pieces with meaningless stats that you don't really care about, but there was no other way around that. You feel the pressure to hold tokens till you get a best piece? I mean, I don't know. I guess I can't really... I can understand that, but then, I mean, wouldn't you say you like min-maxing? I don't know. If you want to hold on to stuff and you really like the idea of having a best piece, sure. The thing is, for somebody who really likes min-maxing, for me, part of min-maxing is understanding that sometimes you're never going to get the absolute perfect outcome. I mean, it's the same thing with, speedruns, right? I'll try to optimize my speedruns as much as possible, but sometimes I will just need to accept that, the perfect thing that I want to do just doesn't exist. And I have to just figure out what is the best possible available thing that I can do right now that gives me the fastest speedrun, or the most damage in the case of this thing. So, Cata Charge, yeah. But, that's the thing, right? Imagine telling your raid leader, sorry, I'm not going to get 4-piece because I want to save it for, the best in slot item. They'd call you a fucking moron. If you're in a serious guild, that is. So, it's one thing to do everything within your power to try and get the most optimal decision, and this change gives you more room to do that. It gives you more leeway to make a really interesting, well-informed decision. But at, the end of the day, you're going to have to run your 4-piece. And one of two things is going to happen. Either you get to make a really cool decision and, get the perfect item by, being smart about which item you catalyzed and stuff like that, or you're just going to have to get 4-piece because it's just more damage, and you're just going to need to get it for raid. And in that case, functionally, how is that different than if it was the old system and the item that you catalyzed, the default stats were just bad for you? In practice, is it not the same? You didn't get the item you wanted, but that has been the case on many tier pieces for the longest time. You just have to get 4-piece, and you're picking what are the least bad 4 pieces of tier that I can run. That's how it's always been. So it's not like it's any different in practice. It might, I guess it can maybe feel bad, but that's why, I don't know. If you really enjoy min-maxing, it doesn't necessarily feel bad, because it's not oh, I've now spent this catalyst charge and I am permanently locked out of the ability to get my best in slot tier for the rest of the season. No. It's just now, in the meantime, instead of my very first piece of tier ever being the best in slot item, you get a catalyst charge every other week. Okay, right now, you use a slightly subpar item to get your 4-piece, And then later on in the season, you get the BIS item, chuck it into the catalyst, boom, there you go. You have your BIS. You will eventually be able to get there. But part of min-maxing is understanding that like you're working with what you have. You're never going to be able to get the exact best possible items on your sim unless it's like the last part, like the last week of the tier, and you know you've gotten everything that you need from vaults. Like I admittedly, like during reclear this tier, Midnight Season 1, waited until as long as I possibly could to swap to Sand Lane for like parse runs, because I knew that if I like greeted long enough with bonus rolls, I could eventually get like the literal perfect set of gear. And then what did I actually finish on? What was my final when the rankings locked in? Yes, I was hoping I finished top 20. I finished rank 20 Blood DK in Midnight Season 1. And exactly rank 300 for Rotmire. I got very nice rounds, clean numbers. I wonder, can maybe a European can snipe me in like the last hour? I doubt that's gonna happen though. I'm happy with that. Yeah, that's solid. I got a solid ranking, and I parsed 1 week. Every single reclear, I played like a super safe Deathbringer build just for like shits and giggles, just to well, not for shits and giggles, to have like a chill experience that I knew like this is a safe build where we're just gonna chill through reclear, get it done, and I don't need to worry about greeting for damage. And then on the last week, I told my raid leader I am greeting for parses. He's like, yeah, it's okay, it's the last week. We didn't really have buyers for anything other than Lura, so I played extremely greedy. I begged my priests for PI, and I got rank 20. And I did all of that on the final week after I got the best in slot items. Now, if I wanted to, I could have continually tried to get parses week after week on Sand Lane, and I might have ended up maybe like higher than 20 Well, if I obviously gotten more than one attempt, I'm sure one of those parses would have been better. But in the end, I still managed to get all the perfect items I wanted, and I still managed to get the perfect parses that I wanted, or close to it. And, you know, we have even more control now. In this season. So really, it feels like you are losing something, and I understand like that is why I was surprised at how many comments I got on that video about people feeling like Blizzard's taking something away from them. But it's just they are shuffling around the worst case scenario. It's not changing. It just feels different, so it maybe like mentally feels worse. But they are giving you a lot of really, really amazing best case scenarios. And that's what you should really focus on. The good outcomes instead of the worst possible outcome. Because the worst possible outcome, functionally, has not changed. Once you get Force Set, you get faster charges? Yes. Well, yeah, and I mean, that's why you always go for Force Set immediately. You're never going to sit on a Catalyst charge. But, like, in theory, let's say, you have Force Set, right? You have a combination of normal and heroic Force Set early on in the season, so you have the achievement. And a more realistic example of what Lil Deke might be thinking of is you have two really high, like, you still have hero track and normal track stuff, or champion track, and you get 2 myth drops at 6 out of 6 in chest and gloves, just hypothetically. Well, obviously you want to use both of them. You're not going to like not use the 6 out of 6 items that you have, but if you don't catalyze either one of them, then you are going to break your 4-piece. So in order to get your 4-piece intact, you're going to have to choose to catalyze one of them. And let's say, hypothetically, both of them have subpar stats. You want crit mastery, and both of them have some amount of haste on it. In theory, there is like very little, there's almost no case, I would say, where you are going to be forced to catalyze an item with the absolute worst possible stats for you. And yet, there have been tiers where, as a Brewmaster Monk, I've had to run Haste Mastery tier. Because that's just the only option. There's like 2 pieces of Haste Mastery. I have to pick one of them. So, it is highly unlikely that you will need to run the like absolute worst possible piece. It can happen, yes, but probably not. But then you will have to pick to catalyze one of those items as your 4-piece in the meantime. And will it maybe feel a little bit bad? Sure. But in that case, you're not running the item because it's, like, you know, because it's 4-piece, it's just because it's raw item level. I don't know if that makes sense. It's complicated. Really, the takeaway is I think people are just not really understanding the true implications of this system. Speaking of which, that reminds me, I actually need to go unlist those videos, because now I mean, it's effectively no longer important. But yeah, so now that that's out of date, I don't want people seeing it. I kept it up until the last second just so that like Europeans who see it at the last moment can benefit, but it is. It unfortunately it didn't perform as well as I had hoped. You know, shit happens, right? Not every video can be a winner. But then the main thing that I think made me a little bit upset, with more like I don't know, disappointed, right? Is just that people didn't understand the value. So I felt bad that people couldn't realize why it was so important if you were trying to optimize. And I think a lot of people who could have theoretically taken advantage of that trick just thought, oh, I already have full 289 tier. And I don't know if like I could have worded it better. I could have like maybe marketed it better, like gotten a different title thumbnail to make it more clear exactly how that works. Hindsight's 2020. I mean, is what it is. It's relatively minor at the end of the day. I did want to check to make sure this all does still count as new season items. It's always worth checking because Blizzard has in the past made mistakes and fucked that up, but can I actually, is there any appearances that I'm missing? I assume, yeah, okay, I have all of them. These are just the same. Oh, crap. I just realized, as I sit here yapping, the Stormarian Assault is about to finish. I could have been yapping as I sit at Stormarian Assault. I think I might now be a minute late. I don't know if I can make it in time. I'm really fast. If I get there before wave 1, I might get credit. The nice thing is I'll be able to tell immediately whether or not I got credit. Okay, we're still here during the deploying defensives, or defensive stage. Now, if this world quest disappears, there used to be a bug where if you weren't here when it activated, it would vanish. I don't know if that bug's still here, but at least the world quest is there. So we shall see. What was I talking about? Which delve is the fastest today? Which delve is the fastest today? How did they spell basilisk wrong? Hey, the world quest is still there. I'm gonna fly up here so I don't get in the way. As long as you are out of the way and you don't lower the scaling for other people, then it takes the exact same amount of time. One of my guildies asked what the fastest delve today is, so I'm trying to check. The problem is it does look like they have desynced all of the delves. Definitely not that one. That one I actually tested. I haven't tested this Gnarldor Island variant, so I have no idea how fast that one is. Wow. So this is the issue, right? Imagine if you try to level today. Almost across the board, we have some of the worst delve variants. These are really bad. So this is like a nightmare for delves. If you, like, trying to do leveling speedruns, I'll be honest, I just got done, I just finished my 80 to 90, or well, 10 to 90 speedrun, which again, if you haven't seen the 3-hour, 16-minute 10 to 90 speedrun, then go check that out, because I'm very proud of that. But I said in that I would continue to do 80 to 90 runs, because I do think it's enjoyable. This change has kind of killed any urge that I have to continue doing runs, because this is just pure RNG now. Now, there's no way to consistently set up runs. You just have to wait for everything to perfectly line up on, like, Darkwind Fair. And statistically speaking, you will never get the fastest lineup of delves, which is bad. That's bad. That's not good. Wow. Well, I'll answer my guilty. Oh, he typed that message like 30 minutes ago. Whatever. Shadow Enclave over Sunkiller Sanctum. I guess the one nice thing is, like, presumably Europe can still predict North America's delves, so you'd have some level of advanced knowledge. This also means that it's really hard to anticipate which upcoming delves there will be. This might also be unintended, because this is how delves worked back in War Within Season 1. And it was kind of a shit show, and they deliberately changed delves to not work like this because people were complaining. Because when delves were fully random, and there was no way to control like which variants were linked to each other, there could be like one delve variant that you would just never see. And if you needed all the stories, it could just never pop up. But now, with all the delves being linked, at the very least, there is a good chance that like on one day, you can go and get all the ones that you're missing. And you don't feel like you need to check every single day to see if the specific variants that you want is active. So, considering the fact that in War Within Season 2, 3, and Midnight Season 1, we've had the exact same delve cycle, or like way that delves work, and now they've randomly reverted that, I want to say that it's most likely a bug, and that it's just something broke, and whatever they used to force the delves to be linked together just broke with the patch. In fact, actually, come to think of it, oh. What was I going to check? Oh, yeah, they posted known issues. Maybe that's in the known issues. I actually forgot to read that. Let's see. The entry room for a house cannot be moved. Okay. Broken. All of the known issues are just housing. I don't know what I was expecting. Apparently trophies were bugged. Yes. Rough day for delves? Yeah, that's for sure. What was I talking about before? And then I got sidetracked. Right, yeah, raid loot. Because then I was saying I could literally just be sitting here at Singularity discussing this anyway. So, where was I? It was... Lost Explorers. Okay. Oh, yes. And then I remember it. And I opened up the Wowhead page, and I was reading through. Four out of 5 of the Death Knight tier pieces have crit mastery. 3 of them have high mastery, low crit. What the fuck? I mean, I guess this is why this change is so good, because if this was the actual tier set and this is what I had to work with, it would be really good stats for Deathbringer, but it would be horrific stats for Sand Lane. Only one item has haste on it. Also, only one item has verse, and it's the same item. The shoulders are high verse, low haste. What the fuck? So that's interesting, right? Because the exact thing I just described of if one spec has really poor tokens. So in this case, right, like basically the nice thing about Deathbringer is that basically all stats are good to some extent, but you're not really going to be playing Deathbringer for prog unless they turbo nerf Sand Lane, which is possible, but right now Sand Lane is what you're going to be playing in the vast majority of bosses. So in that situation, every single one of these things is really bad. The sole exception, kind of, is actually this item. It is the shoulder one from Lost Explorers. Now, I suspect there's almost certainly going to be a better item somewhere that has like more haste or something like that. But the fact that that is at least a usable piece of gear, actually, like, let me check. What else could you theoretically get? Is there head, leg, chest, shoulder, hands? Okay, so then... And then Coiled Altar has nothing, right? Yeah, okay. So there any, like, there's no other pairs of shoulders that I can see? Yeah. So I guess it works out that the only pair of shoulders from the raid, for plate at least, is the token. And at least for Sand Lane, the stats on that are pretty good. But then obviously, for anybody who doesn't want those stats, that's a kind of a raw deal. There is actually a pair of shoulders from this boss, which is interesting. In theory, this boss is going to be very splittable. And I know we're going to do... Well, I say I know. I am 90% sure. In fact, I mean, I may as well... See, I'll ping my guild leader. He might have said this, and maybe I'm just like, you know, wasting his time. I can't remember if you said, but are we planning to split the world boss? Oh, nice. That was apparently the last renown 20 I needed. Cool. Okay, so, and what I wanted from that is the box. This thing. So this is 20 veteran. Yep. And this, again, does not count towards the cap. Yep. So I remain correct about all of that. And what was the other ones that I was missing? Because it's... It is this thing, this box, and the Purse Surge one. And that puts me at... That would put me at 200. Which would then put me at 160. What was the... I'm trying to remember. I had 180 as a number. Where was I getting the other 20 from? Because right now I can only think of 60. I wonder if I was counting the second open world box in that. I can't remember if that's what I was factoring in. Is there anything else that I've, like, forgotten? I've overlooked? I'm not sure. I did Abundance, I did the Runestones, I did basically everything. We're under Voidstorm now. And yeah, I guess I'll have to check. It's possible that there's more. But either way, I mean, I'll figure it out. Give me one minute or two. I am out of coffee. I gotta go make... I was planning on doing a long stream. The hope is to do a long stream. At least decently long. Though, I will say that those plans entirely depend really on whether or not my guildies are able to get on. Problem is, it's getting later and later, and it does seem like we might not be able to do M0, which is... yeah, a bit of a bummer. Definitely more of a bummer for them. But, I mean, they're all usually on pretty late, so... we'll see. I am currently streaming. Hello. Hello. Good night. Think there's anything special from ritual sites? I guess something that I should probably at least do, just to knock out, is Nightall stuff. Just to confirm or deny, does this count? Do you get veteran crests off this? It's... like, after this... I mean, I was waiting to do the dungeon on, what's it called? On Mythic for the campaign. But at this point, it does seem like, I don't know, it's been... oh, I just got pinged? Why did I get pinged? Okay, it was my raid leader answering the question that I just asked him, which I immediately forgot that I had asked him. And he said yes. He said we are planning to split the world boss, assuming that there is time to do so. Got my hopes up. I thought Baze actually managed to get in. Wrong ability. Okay, there's a rare mob over there. There is a very easy world quest there. That's also a very easy world quest. And... interesting. This is... so I don't know how impactful this is going to be, but in theory... you could use this as a way to get champion crests. I don't know how easy it'll be to get capped on champ crests with just, like, the, M0s, which I think M0s drop champ crests, I'm pretty sure. Thoughts on the update so far? You've been following my leveling guide. You managed to get 4 characters to 90. Well, glad to hear that. None of the leveling changes were part of this update, though. So, I'm not sure if that's just, like, unrelated question. Like, thoughts on the update, and then also just, you like the leveling guide. If it is, then I'm glad to hear you like the leveling guide. As for thoughts on the update, I mean, it's a little bit too early to say, for sure. I happen to have already done a decent amount of testing of the Coiled Isle on PTR, and I don't like it. I don't think it's a great zone. It's, like, fine. It's not the worst we've ever seen, but a lot of the world content is largely uninspired. I kind of ranted about that earlier, right? But it's, yeah. There have been some kind of annoying bugs, some that are almost just so bad that it's almost funny. And really, for me, though, I guess the takeaway is I don't really care about any of that. Like, I care about Mythic Plus and rating. And obviously, I did all the raid testing. And overall, the raid looks pretty good. And then also, I'm really enjoying Blood DK, and Blood DK looks like it's going to be what I end up playing for the raid. So if I am playing a spec that I enjoy, and it's in a raid that I'm having fun in, then that's really all I care about. Now, obviously, the raid isn't out right now, so am I going to sit here and say, like, I'm having the most fun in the world? You know, not necessarily, but this is also, it's part of the process. You know, you got to get all the stuff done. Admittedly, I am going, like, a little bit extra with some of my prep. Like, I'm pretty sure nobody in my guild is actually going to do all this stuff. But I want to make sure that I have as much gear as I possibly can. And then also the main advantage of this is just the fact that it, ooh, okay. I got at least one of them. Main advantage of this is just that it lets me get a bunch of alts geared up, just in case. And I will at the very least have my prop Harldan very ready as a result of this. I am a little bit nervous, though, because right now, a lot of my ability to, like, fulfill this plan depends on proper RNG from M0s. And also, I can't do M0s right now because my guildies are unable to get on. And not like, you know, they don't want to, they just, literally, the game is broken. Which is kind of, I guess, another factor. While it's not affecting me directly, the fact that Blizzard allowed a bug so bad into the release that a ton of people are just literally unable to play the game, like, that's pretty egregious. That's, like, the kind of thing that, you know, I haven't seen happen in a while, so I don't know. Not super thrilled about that one. Where? There's another mushroom here. This is going to be a tricky one to get, but I can, I think, line this up. Nice. And where are we at as far as the quest is concerned? 96%. So if I do this one world quest, then that should be good. To be enough. You learned today that the crest tokens you buy from the Great Vault can still be bought, but they are completely turned off even before the patch. They drop 10 at the end. Champion crests at the end of M0, is that what the... Because I think I mentioned that before, but I only did just see your message, the environment. And yeah, so unfortunately, this is something I wish Blizzard communicated better. Like, all of the upgrades and, like, crest acquisition and stuff, it wasn't just, like, now. They actually disabled it last night. So I was going to do some last-second upgrades, and unfortunately I wasn't able to do that on my Paladin. I was going to craft a Myth-Track weapon. Because I'm a little bit annoyed that they didn't specifically say, like, this is the time that, like, this stuff's going to be disabled. They said the PvP season would end, and then I saw a lot of, like, actually people on Reddit, because a bunch of people posted, like, why is the season over? People are like, actually, if you read the fine print, they said the PvP season ends at, like, this time, and then, like, you look at it, and they never say that that applies to anything other than PvP, so, like, you could argue that, like, maybe it has worked like that in the past. I don't know, I'm usually not up at, like, 3 a.m. the day that the patch ends. But I did check. I did check the night before, and I wanted to see, like, is this going to be removed? And I figured I had at least until the morning. So I spent a lot of time finishing up my video, which I was still working on. And then I was like, okay, yeah, and then I'll just work on my paladin late at night. And I did a lot of stuff. I got still a decent amount of gear. The one nice thing is I did, right before, pretty much, they shut off crests, I submitted a work order for a cloak. So I have at least one Arcana Weave lining embellishment on my paladin, which, that's the only thing that really matters. I have one Myth Track tier piece from Season 1, and I have all my other pieces on Hero Track. Now, is it perfect? No. But it's, like, good enough for heroic splits early on, especially since I have one solid Arcana Weave lining embellishment, which will, you know, the other one I'm going to craft with current crests. That's how that usually goes. But it is a little bit annoying because I was sitting on like 500 hero crests because I went all out, like, you know, running delves and stuff like that night. And I farmed a lot of hero crests in a relatively short amount of time, and then I couldn't convert any of them. So I would have had, I think I had 110 myth crests, and I would have been able to craft a weapon and then upgrade it, but because they disabled it early, I couldn't do that, which was, yeah, a little bit of a bummer. Okay. Moment of truth. What does this give? Adventurer crests. Alright, but that was the regular one. Hopefully, this gives... and that was 15 Adventurer crests, and it did count towards the cap. This gives 15 Veteran crests, but it counts towards the cap. Okay. So they fixed it here. Bit of a bummer. Let's see. Rare and elite enemies, blah blah blah. Yeah, and I guess it's... I believe it's the exact same one, right? It says Myth Dawn crests, yeah. So, unfortunately, there's just really not much of a reason to do this unless I need field accolades, which I don't. The fact that it is fixed for this box, there's a chance they fixed it for the Coiled Isle box. And that would be a bummer. Now, it's possible that because that one isn't flagged as an Apex cache, or whatever, Pinnacle cache, whatever they're calling it these days, this one might give still the 20 overflow crests, but the old ones don't. I don't know, though. Alright, let's... I think before I do anything, though, I would like to... I'd like to be able to do the Curse Surge one. So I need to reach Renown 4 first. And I'll probably... I'll wait a little bit longer in the hopes that Baze is able to get on. And if it's like... If in like 30 minutes he's still not able to get on, if it's like close to midnight, then I guess I'll just like run a follower dungeon or something so I can at the very least get the campaign done. Because I'm just kind of sitting there unable to do that, which is a little bit of a bummer. So that damaged fluid trinkets. Which quest is this? Oh, right, I remember this one. And this one is like right around here somewhere. Is it maybe underground? It says I'm right on top of it. Pretty much, but I don't see it anywhere. Oh, I see... Okay, I see it now. I guess it must have multiple spawn locations. Do at least still have some water. I think what I'll do what I'll do here is, especially since... How long has it been? Yeah, 5 hours. I'd like to continue doing a decent amount of streaming. I will... But I'll probably get Renown 4, see if I can get this ready. Ah, the Curse Surge just procced. And I doubt I can get it in time. If I, like, hit some lore objects really quickly, maybe I can make it. I mean, it's not the end of the world if I can't get that done in time. Oh, okay. It's 250. And there's another one over there. And where am I at? Journey is... Yeah, I would need quite a few. It's not impossible that I get it done in time, but there's also like a pretty solid chance that I get to Renown 4 and then the Curse Surge is over. I would just need to wait extra long before I can, What's up, please? There's one over there. If I get 3 more lore objects, that's enough. This one I know where it is. Is the tablet in this hallway. And of course I face plants there. There's another lore object there, and then I can get the one on Gnarldor Island, and if I'm lucky, maybe make it just in time to tag the boss. It's down here. Alright, Renown 4. Moment of truth. Am I too slow? It's gonna be heartbreaking if I miss this. Oh, okay, no. They just summoned the final boss. Nice. I'm exactly on time. Now, whether or not I actually get the Curse Surge or the Corrosive Soul from this, TBD. But at the very least, I didn't miss this. I did not get a Corrosive Soul. Okay. Doesn't matter. It is a fairly marginal bonus, regardless. Brine-crusted chest. Okay. Yeah, some of the... I know there are a few treasures that are, like, you need to jump through a few hoops to get it. I will worry about that later. Okay. There was also... I flew past a rare mob before. I didn't want to stop and get it because it wouldn't have given me enough rep. Let's double check this real quick. Decent amount of those. But if that rare's up, the rares obviously give 50 reps, so that is something. I think it was right in this area, that rare mob. But it does not look like it's up still. I'd imagine something I should do is usually on patch launches. Oh, nice, this one's up. On patch launches, the dead roleplay server that a bunch of my alts are on has a lot of rares active. Now, I'm not necessarily in a rush to find rares right now. because they appear to have a fairly quick respawn timer. And also, you know, I still have a lot of other stuff I need to do before I'm, like, down to hunting the last rare. One thing that I did check is I am fairly certain rares are either weekly or one time. I could not find conclusive information online, but I'm fairly certain that I did kill rares 2 days in a row and did not get rep. That's one of those things where, like, it kind of case-by-case basis with World of Warcraft patches as to how they handle rare mob reputation. They are consistently inconsistent about that. But here, it does seem to at least be somewhat delayed. What is Counter Curse Bounty? So this is the Veteran Bracers. So there we go. What do I want here? At least I'll do a quick scan for rares, I think, and then still nothing from Baze. Oh, rare. Okay. Then I will go. We'll go make food, or at least like I'll throw food in the air fryer, and make coffee, and then hopefully, if Baze is still ready by the time that I'm done, then I'll do M0s. Now, here's the thing. I am going to be streaming every single day this week, pretty much. Pretty much every single day this season. One of my goals this season is I am going to basically showcase the entire progression process and a lot of the stuff behind it. There's a video that I'm working on that I wanted to have out by today, but like it'll be out by tomorrow. Well, 2 videos, actually. One is the gearing video. Now, the unfortunate reality is if I can't get M0s done today, I kind of needed those as footage for the video that I was going to make, the gearing video, which is why I really wanted to get it done today. I will... Dude, fucking... Stupid fucking Wordle, man. Wait, you can get a Delver's Bounty this week? It actually works? Oh, fuck. Okay. That's actually really good. Really, 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 really big. Okay, so yeah, so apparently Larius has updated his sheet and mentioned the Delver's map. Larius is actually missing some information here, though. There's a few key things that he obviously doesn't know. Actually, I say obviously, I'm actually surprised. Larius probably should know this. Interesting. I'm just responding to my guildies real quick. Yeah, so in my video, which also I just saw Tanji said really enjoyed my latest video, glad to hear it. In that video, I specifically say that the weekly quest in the Vaults of Italu Tech gives you a Delver's Bounty map, Now, it does behave like a normal Delver's Bounty map. It doesn't stack with other stuff. But I said, the odds that they let you get access to that this week is extremely low. Apparently, they did. And what's really nice about that is I kind of mentioned that offhand as like this is an alternative option of you can do this if you don't want to get it through other means. All of the other methods for getting a Delver's Bounty this week do not work. They are not implemented yet, which is why, I'm going to be honest, I think it might be unintended. The nice thing, though, is you don't need to do any exploit to get the map, right? They put it on the quest. It's a regular weekly quest that everybody's going to do. So unless they just, like, rip that hero piece away from everybody who already got it, like, what are you supposed to do? Like, they are the ones who fucked up and gave it to people. So that is... I guess I'll have to figure that one out later. That is really interesting. And obviously now they can't change it, right? They can't... If some people have gotten hero track, they can't just, like, close the door. That is way too powerful for them to shut the door on people with. But that is really, really, really big. A guaranteed hero piece. I mean, that is a lot of RNG week 1, though. It's not going to matter in the long run that much, but... Considering right now you have nothing but time, you could, in theory, just run a bunch of characters through that until you get the perfect week 1 Delver's Bounty, and then that's the character that you push with next week. Possibly. I will... Well, I'm not going to end stream, no matter what, until I test that. So, that's probably going to take another hour or two, so in the end, long stream. And maybe if we're really, really lucky... if we're really lucky, then Baze will get blessed by Blizzard, and we'll be able to do M0s as well. Just crashed into the water. And, come on, hello, game. Controls, please. One thing that Larius's guide is missing, though, is he says that you can only get half a champion piece. That's not true. The other half comes from doing the Ancient Foe, which you have to do a series of events on the island to unlock. So you get half of it by doing the quest that gives the Delver's Bounty, and then you get the other half by doing a big boss. So you're able to get a guaranteed champion piece, and now also a guaranteed hero piece. Now, obviously, you could get really unlucky. Maybe they, like, overlap at the same spot. That would be unfortunate, to say the least, if that happened to you. But I am going to cross my fingers. Something... I don't know. I could justify, maybe, in theory, if my Paladin gets really bad RNG from that box, or the Delver's Journey and stuff like that, what I could maybe try to do is get a bunch of alts and, like, level a bunch of alt paladins. Well, actually, I have a few alt paladins already. And I could try and get them through the whole Delver's Journey process, and then just whichever one high rolls an item from the Delver's Journey, that's the chosen one, and then that's the one I continue to gear. Now, my paladin does have an embellishment and Season 1 4-piece, but in theory... As long as I had enough baseline item level, and I had, like, a really good item that would help me later in the season, it's hard to say which one would actually be a better candidate for splits. I'm not really sure. Intro. Ooh, look at that. Wait, look at that. 260 item level requires level 88. That is a sub-level 90 BOE that you can equip. The funny thing about this is we always talk about how, like, delve scaling is really bad at higher levels. This would actually make delve scaling really good at level 88. If you had a full set of 260 item level BOEs at level 88, you would kind of, like, invert. So instead of being really, really strong at level 81 and then slowly getting weaker, you'd slowly get weaker. You hit level 88, you equip the full set of 260 stuff. The game expects you to be, like, around, I think, like, 180 item level. And that would be a colossal power spike. It would basically be, I think, even stronger than a level 81 with all of the BOE 178 item level stuff would be. That is kind of funny that it works like that. I mean, just goes to show how completely fucked. I'm actually going to hold on to this item, though, because that could be relevant. Really goes to show how fucked leveling speedruns are theoretically going to be if you can just do stuff like that. Did I can't remember if I actually flew out far enough to look for this rare. I'm guessing it's down on that beach. I got a ping in the group 2 channel. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I can't, you know, except the things I can change. I really wanted to do M0 today. I guess the one silver lining, right, is if that delve thing ends up being true, then I was kind of disappointed because I wanted to do M0s. But then if instead of doing M0s, I get to, like, test the delve thing, then I got to do that at some point this week. I have to push up to tier 11. I was planning to do that later, but if I just do that today and then tomorrow... basically, the plan that one of my guildies in my dungeon group just posted is that instead of, obviously, you know, the plan was originally one group today, one group tomorrow, another group Thursday. We'll do 1.5 on Wednesday, Thursday. So I'll do Blood DK tomorrow and then half of the Paladin runs, 4 out of 8. Which, like, yeah. And, like, I don't mind. Like, obviously, my schedule's flexible. I just really wanted to do M0s today. And see what I would get, because now I'm going to be sitting here, like, waiting to see, like, do I get completely fucked on champion drop RNG? Though, ooh, actually, wait. That could actually be good. So, okay, nice. That was the last... That's the vase. Is that... It's another one of the objects, this thing. Okay, so there is... I missed that. Missed one of those chests. I kind of want to get the skywriting glyphs, not because I really care about it, but just so it's off my map. Just clean it up a little bit. And I mean, I may as well. So something that I just realized. If we get the Delver's Bounty and the champion item now, then it's random, right? So let's say I get a pair of Hero Track boots. Then, if I loot a pair of Champion Track boots out of M0s, I can trade that to Baze. And let's say Baze got something else, like not boots, out of his Delver's Bounty. Well then, now, instead of getting Champion Track boots, and then eventually getting a Hero Track pair of boots, and then wasting that, the more gear that we get going into our M0 runs, the more that we could potentially trade to each other, and maximize our value. So actually, it might end up being really good that we weren't able to do the M0s today. You think you have to leave your guild? The tank spot opened up and they're stringing you along about if you're in the new tank? Oh, yeah, I mean, if... Obviously, I don't know the exact circumstances, but if a guild's not willing to give you a straight answer like that, especially for what role you're playing, so that you can't even prepare, like, yeah, I mean, without knowing your personal situation... if it's just a random guild that you have no attachment to, then that's just like a shitty way to lead a guild, right? Especially, I mean, at this point, we're literally 1 week out from the tier. They need to make up their minds there. So if you want a tank, and they're not giving you a straight answer, then yeah, definitely find a guild that actually will want you to tank, because I'm sure that there are plenty of guilds out there who would love to have a tank. But, I mean, again, I don't know the situation. Maybe it's like a group of friends or something like that, and they're just like, you know, they're not sure what they want to do. But I definitely can understand how that would make it difficult to really decide what your plans are. I got all that stuff. I think there's also, I mean, there's a rare mob in the Vaults of Tech. I'll look at the special treasure chests later. What's my rep at? So since we're almost certainly not going to be doing the, what does hero give? Or heroic? Adventurer, okay. So there's no way to, like, get veteran off this. Not that it really matters. What about, is Altar of Things any different? No, it's the same. Let's see. I kind of don't want to do a follower dungeon. Let me think. Workshop veteran, do they? Is the loot table incorrect? Because it's saying adventurer on the dungeon journal. You couldn't find a heroic group? Yeah, my logic is that if I queue as a tank, I might be able to get a group for heroic Altar of Fangs. And in theory, it would be faster than doing followers. So, you know. Might not be terrible. The thing is, a lot of DPS will probably understand that they will have a long queue time and then actually not queue, which ironically might mean that the DPS will be hard to find. Okay, so apparently Larry is posted in the Raid Leader Exchange Discord. It is interesting how a lot of people still don't realize that maps work outside of Bountiful Delves. You could be wrong. You thought someone had said they dropped vet. I think it might be that they're supposed to drop veteran gear, and they might be lowered right now because it's preseason. Because I think they are supposed to drop one below the next dungeon, which would be Champion from Mythic Zero. So it makes sense, but I don't know. Let me post. Zul'jarra contract is down to 1400 on your server. So I don't know if you were here, but the Zul'jarra contract is currently bugged. If you use it and then you log out, when you log back in, it transforms into an Amani tribe contract. And I can't get rid of this. So, I'll do this just for science, right? Just to prove that this is how it fucking works, because it's just really stupid. But yeah, it makes sense that the price is tanked. I mean, it's very, very easy to get Renown 5, right? Like, I'm already almost Renown 5, and I haven't even finished the campaign. But you can see it just says fizzled, because you can't overwrite an existing contract. So because of a bug, Blizzard fucked me over, and they converted my Zul'jarra's Forces contract into an Amani tribe contract. And this, I believe it is a universal bug. I do not want to encourage you to go and try and replicate it yourself, but I'm 99% sure that just everybody, if you log out and log back in, it will turn into Amani tribe, because they coded this poorly. Now, the nice thing about it being what I believe to be a universal bug is that it might just get enough attention that Blizzard fixes it, because if every single person there is spending like at least 1,000 gold on a contract that literally does nothing, like it break, or bricks itself. That's bad, and maybe they'll fix it, but it's so silly. It's the dumbest thing that could get bugged. Yeah, apparently another person just bumped the post. There's a post on the bug forums. I actually didn't make it this time, but I did bump it, and I said, just ran into the same issue. And the window where only text is showing, and now I can't go back and change it from the drop-down menu or do anything. In settings. How do I describe this? To the it's okay, and I saw that message pretty fast after it was sent. So I'm gonna try to queue for heroic. I am gonna go start food at least. Hopefully, I can go start my food, come back, do the dungeon, and then my food should be done by the end. Also, I'll make coffee. The last thing before I run real quick. I can't talk. You can see I'm starting to get tired. Something I'm gonna type in my guild Discord and I'll read it out. Something important. Considering now that we can get a hero piece, everyone should try and do this ASAP before running their remaining zeros. For example, let's say I use my bounty, I get hero track plate boots. Phase gets hero track plate gloves. When we run M0s, I can now trade Phase any boots I get. He can trade gloves by doing this. By doing the bounty first, we're theoretically able to funnel more loot to each other from the dungeons. Valuable. Same. Larius also missed a key detail. The events of Vaults of Tech are active, right? It's just I haven't unlocked them yet. Yeah, I haven't unlocked it yet. Key detail about the Vaults of Atal Utsek. Same quest that gives the bounty also gives a Venom Cursed fragment. You get another fragment upon killing an ancient foe, which is a big boss at the end of the event chain in the zone. So if you really want to optimize, you can also get your guaranteed champion piece from that event and potentially funnel 2 items to your group members. So check this out in my guild Discord, because obviously we're trying to optimize M0s, and this is something worth considering. Now, obviously, this is more important for people like, my guild, where we have we have multiple M0 split runs basically organized. Not really split runs, but we have 3 groups. Our entire raid team is split into different groups, and then we are doing 3 runs, each of those groups on alts. So, for instance, I'm doing 1 run on my Blood DK, 1 run on my Paladin, 1 run on my Prot Warrior. And we're trying to get our characters as geared as possible, because we're doing 3 normal and heroic splits next week, and then we're actually splitting Mythic, at least the early bosses. So in our case, a lot of our characters will have a few champion pieces that we can then trade between each other. If you're pugging M0, this isn't really as important. Or if you're playing with players who are significantly less geared or maybe like greedy or something like that. But in our case, we're trying to just optimize overall how can we get the most item level. And in this case, if we do our Delver's Bounty first, so in my case, my group was delayed. One of us is bugged, Baze cannot get into the game, and now that would be a bad thing. The irony of that is that Baze actually, by being bugged and delaying our M0 runs, has made it so we are going to be able to get more loot in our M0s, because now all of us are going to be able to go get our Delver's Bounty first, get a Hero Track item, and I did explain this briefly, but just to reiterate, like, if I get Hero Track boots and Baze does not have it, then if I get champion boots from M0s, since I already have Hero Track in the slot, I can then trade Baze the champion boots, and vice versa. Let's say he gets Hero Track gloves from his Delver's Bounty. If he gets Champion Track gloves from the M0s, he can then trade that to me. And then when you do that quest that gives the Delver's Bounty, the one that you get over here, the weekly quest, like plundering the vaults, whatever the fuck it's called, then you also get a Venom Cursed Fragment. There is an event chain that will start out in this area. There is a Temple Strike. It's one of these little events. After you complete a certain Temple Strike, it'll proc a Temple Incursion. It's a larger event. I didn't bother covering in the video because, like, a lot of it is just, like, fluff buzzwords that most people aren't going to care about. But basically, Temple Strike leads to Temple Incursion, which is, like, a bigger event. It's a 10-minute timer. You need a lot of people. If you don't get it done in time, it fails. But if you finish the Temple Incursion in time, then it procs an Ancient Foe. And, like, in this area, there's, like, a big mini-boss thing. And you also have 10 minutes to kill the mini-boss now. If you kill that mini-boss, it drops a second Venom Cursed Fragment. This I did mention in the video, but I was like a little bit vague. I was like, you defeat a boss in the vaults. It's a lot of detail to include for something like that. The takeaway here is you get a guaranteed piece of champion gear every single week. And this means that now, if you get Delver's Bounty, and you get the champion piece, those are 2 slots that you can now theoretically trade in M0 runs. So overall, assuming the RNG works out like that, I mean, you could just get all loot that you need, and then you don't trade at all. But one of the worst things that can happen if you do one of these runs is you just get non-stop duplicate items that you don't need and you can't trade. And that can be a real bummer. So in this case, it theoretically gives you more opportunity to funnel gear between your friends, and then it would overall, on average, boost the item level that we're receiving by doing these M0 runs. So I typed that all out in my guild Discord. How many people are going to actually bother doing that? I don't know. What I can tell you is, I'm... how many groups do we have? We have, I can check our guild's planning sheet. We have 5 M+ groups set up. Some of them have 6 players, and then they, like, rotate between all of them. But I can't control what people in the other groups do. But I can control what the people in my group do. And so I am going to make absolutely 100% sure that they all get their Delver's Bounties. If I have to carry them through Delves, I will carry them through Delves. But I'm going to make sure that by doing that, we will overall get more loot out of our runs. Let's see. Did I check if the rep I was getting was still Zul'jarra's? The only reason I noticed is because I saw I got a Mani Empire rep, or whatever it is. And I was like, why am I getting a Mani rep? And then I hovered over the tooltip and I saw it was a Mani tribe. Yeah, Mani tribe. So yes, it was not Zul'jarra's Forces rep. I specifically, I saw plus 15 a Mani tribe rep and I went, wait, what the fuck? And then I hovered over it and that's when I had the realization. So it definitely is giving you the wrong rep, unfortunately. If you have a map sheet, you do it on an 8 non-bounceful. Bounceful or not does not matter. Whether or not it's bountiful. There are no bountiful delves this week. Right, so there's none. A big misconception people have is you have to use your map in a bountiful delve. It does not matter. You can use it in any delve. What does matter is the tier. So as long as it is a level 8, that is all that's important. It is still worth unlocking level 11 this week, because you will eventually want to do level 11 delves to get your myth crests. And also, next week, when you complete a tier 11 delve, you're going to get a cracked keystone, which will give you uncapped myth crests. But in the meantime, that's not available this week. So for the purposes of using the bounty, a tier 8 or higher delve. And bountiful does not matter. But yes, that's how you should use it. Yeah, unfortunately, it is not a visual bug. So far, you're at 0 loot for M0s. Unlucky. Yeah, that's... I am very much worried that that is going to happen to me, which is why I'm kind of anxious that we haven't done them yet, but... At least the silver lining is that with this trick, we should theoretically get more loot on average, so it's not all that bad. I'm going to real quick throw some food in the air fryer, and then we're going to do heroic Altar of Fangs, and then I will finish the campaign. I only have like 1 or 2 quests left, though. Started the process of making food. I also, while I was upstairs, I realized that I completely forgot to finish a thought earlier. I said I was starting on a video, and then I got sidetracked because I'm like, oh, now I can't finish the gearing video. So since there's no way that I can have the gearing video up by tomorrow, because one crucial component is M0s, I guess at the very least it means I will probably have it done by Thursday, for sure, because I can start working on it now, and then I'll just need to get the M0 stuff and then finalize it tomorrow, and then it'll be done on Thursday, right? So that's the plan. And the other thing I'm going to make, I guess I'll queue for a heroic dungeon while I wait. So specific dungeon, heroic, alter things. I'm going to make a video, I guess, roughly titled, there we go, my plans for Midnight Season 2 or whatever, I don't know exactly, as a Hall of Fame tank or something like that. And the idea will be it's going to be another PowerPoint, and I will have, like, visual aids to go along with it, mostly yapping. It'll be a second channel video, and it's going to be like a long video, probably at least an hour, probably longer, and I'm going to cover everything. Like, for people who are watching the stream and are already, have asked like a bunch of these questions, you'll probably know, but like there's, going to be a lot of key questions that I'm sure a newer player who's interested in, like, endgame rating might be curious about. Like, for starters, how is blood decay, right? Or really, what am I going to main? And the answer will obviously be blood. Why blood? And then I'll explain that. That's just one basic thing. But, for one, I mean, multiple people have asked today, like, how is blood decay, right? So it's definitely something people are curious about. But then something that I thought was interesting, because this is the second season that I've raided in a Hall of Fame guild, but it's the first time that I've ever, like, raided in a Hall of Fame guild and, like, done, or just in general, like, for YouTube, and tried to, like, stream more of it. Like, that's been the goal. Like I said, I'm going to stream a lot of it this season. So I figure if I'm going to stream the vast majority of, like, our prog, this tier, then it would be nice to have it, like, written down somewhere, the entire, like, plan, like, what my guild is doing. And I think it would be interesting for people who maybe aren't familiar with what guilds at this level do to know all the ins and outs, especially because, like, the Race to World First guilds, obviously they do way more than, like, my guild's doing, but a lot of them aren't going to outline their plans. Like, Max will say, if you ask him, like, oh yeah, we're doing 16 splits, but I don't think, especially because I watch Max, like, a decent amount, I don't think he ever explains, like, the intricacies of how they organize their splits. I know he said some stuff about, like, they have add-ons and whatnot that they use to, like people flag players. Like, they have something where you can put, like, basically the mark of death on a pug and say, like, this person is underperforming, and so they, like, get, like, silently dropped. I do remember him saying that at some point, so I know he mentions it briefly, but for obvious reasons, they try to keep their plans relatively secret, and even, like, slightly higher end guilds, I don't think, like, really talk about that stuff a lot. So one thing that I want to discuss a lot is exactly what does my guild plan to do, like, what is the schedule that we plan to have, how are we going to structure our splits, what am I going to personally be doing, like, what are my expectations, or the expectations of me, rather, for those splits. Like, what am I playing? How geared am I expected to be? Like, how does it all work? What are the logistics? Because that's another thing where, like, going into, I guess, Hall of Fame rating, I was never sure. I'd obviously heard the, Max talk about splits and whatnot. But especially, like, these days, I think splits are becoming a lot more common, even outside of Hall of Fame. And a lot of guilds don't understand, like, what splits are, why they're beneficial, when they're beneficial. A lot of times it's just like, oh yeah, we're just gonna, like, we're gonna split the raid. Like, there's a bunch of guilds now that are at, like, a lower CE level that are doing, multiple normal splits, and it's like, theoretically, maybe it could be worthwhile, but there's certain conditions that kind of need to be met for a split to even be worth your time. Especially, and then it kind of depends, like, are you sacrificing raid time for it? Like, is this something where, are you overtiming? Like, are you basically saying, okay, we're going to do a bonus run on, like, a Sunday if we're, like, a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday guild? In that case, you're basically OTing to do it, which at that point, like, any amount of extra time is going to increase your ability to prog, no shit. But there's a lot of guilds that are, like, strict, we only raid this exact amount of time each week, and then they start doing splits. And it can sometimes be beneficial, but there are definitely going to be a lot of times where you would just rather, like, the amount of advantage that you would get from a split would be better spent just pulling the boss. And I think so many people don't realize that because they just hear split, 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 splits, and they don't actually understand the reasoning behind it. So it's just all that to say, just one of the many topics that I want to try and cover in a video like that. And it's going to be a very lengthy PowerPoint with a lot of information, I hope. And it's going to vaguely talk about, you know, like, for instance, another, I think, really important topic that I might just make a standalone video on that, because the fact that so many people in my guild have been, like, unaware of this, and really it's just the entire fucking community is talking about this right now, is bonus rolls, and how bonus rolls work. And it's... So one of the things about that is bonus rolls, a lot of people seem to have, like, there's guides that are recommending, like, a particular strategy. I see a lot of guides saying that people should bonus roll Heroic, Zul'jin, and Ulatek. And that only makes sense in particular cases. Now, imagine you are a Blood DK, and you are not in a Mythic rating guild. You're an M+ only player. In that case, yes, bonus rolling Heroic Zul'jin is by far the most impactful thing you can do, because you already know that you are never going to get that Myth-Track weapon outside of bonus rolling it or getting it out of, like, your vault. So you kind of need to do that. The cantrip effect is really powerful, especially because it has the two-piece with the guillotine technique, so which also drops up Zul'jin. So it is just unbelievably strong. And that's why a lot of guides are recommending that. But that is also assuming that you are... myth crests are not a concern, right? You're not worried that, oh, I'm going to basically be losing a lot of value early on. And you are planning to sync multiple rolls over the course of multiple weeks, because obviously it has to come from sacrificing a vault into this boss. And now, if that is your long-term end-of-season bis, and again, you're a Mythic Plus player primarily, or an end-of-season CE player. Like, for instance, let's say you killed Lura within the last 1 or 2 months. Well, in that case, you probably killed Lura with all the buffs from 12.0.7 and stuff like that, and by the time that you even got to, like, Bellerin, your guild was most likely full Myth. They had, like, fully upgraded stuff. At that point, the Myth Crest cap had been removed. If you wanted to, you could have upgraded that. And in the past, I have raided in guilds like that. And, like, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, it's different, right? Because it's a different environment. So if you're in a group where you know for a fact that, like, gearing is not really a rush, it's just, you know, you spend the amount of time that you have every single week to do whatever you can, you expect to eventually get all the gear that you want, and the only real concern is being able to get people to lock in to do the mechanics to kill the boss, then yeah, sure, like, build long-term. Like, a good example is in Undermine. I actually raided in a second guild that was, like, for fun, I guess if people aren't going to snap the tether, if they don't know to snap the tether, then I guess we just need to burn through this. Which, this is definitely a very new mechanic, so I'd imagine on the very first day, most people aren't going to know how that works. If you do this boss, by the way, everybody needs to run away, like I did there. When all 5 people are away from the boss explodes into 3 snakes, and then it's AoE phase. But if you just stand there underneath him, he just does ramping damage until, I mean, in theory, it eventually becomes lethal. But okay, so, what was I saying? Yeah, in Undermine, for instance, I raided in 2 guilds, and in my second guild, I wanted to be able to play Prot Warrior, because I was playing Prot Paladin in my other guild, my main guild. And that guild was, like, much lower rank. They were, like, world rank, I don't know, like 1,000 or something. So fairly low ends. They got cutting edge every single tier, but it usually took them a few months. And we already had, like, turbo boost by the time that we ended up killing Gallywix. I was, like, full... super optimized mythic gear on my Prot Warrior by that point in time. So in situations like that, if you know that long-term you're always going to be able to get your full bis, outside of, like, Mythic Gallywix in that case, by the time that you get to the end boss, then in that case, well, by bonus rolling Heroic Ulatek, then in theory you're getting what in this comparable example would have been Mythic Gallywix loot. You have already Mythic items from the last boss of the raid, which historically you never would have had access to, and you can use it on prog, which seems really good. And that's why so many guides out there are recommending bonus roll the last two bosses. And I can't even necessarily say that that is incorrect advice, because for a large section of the player base, it is. But this is why gearing this season is so complicated, because earlier today, one of the healers in my guild, who's like really good player, like very knowledgeable, posted that it looks like they're supposed to bonus roll the last boss on heroic. And I basically said, like, no, you're not. Like, I wasn't rude about it, but I'm like, I've seen a lot of guides say that, but I don't think you're supposed to. And I explained to them, like, why that's not the case. And, you know, really not their fault. It was really, really hard to understand, like, why. Like, why not? Why is this not worthwhile? And then multiple other people on the raid team joined in, and they were confused. They're like, but I'm pretty sure, like, for my spec, I'm supposed to bonus roll last two. And then I was like, all right, explain to me your situation. They explained it to me. I'm like, nope, that's not true. You don't want to bonus roll those last two. And I explained why it's actually a trap for our particular case, because we're in a position as a Hall of Fame guild where we're going to be killing Ulatek, presumably week 5, week 6. We only have a limited number of vaults to actually send before we get a prog kill. And for many people, the amount of vaults that you'll actually have access to, because let's say we kill week 5. If we kill week 5, that means you only have access to 4 great vaults in this guild in the entirety of prog. A lot of people don't even have, or have, I guess, rather, exactly 4 items off Ulatek. And that's just assuming, right, like that's what you plan on doing. You have exactly enough items off that boss to where if you sacrificed every single great vault for the entirety of prog, you could get all of those items on Myth 1 out of 6. And the other issue is, like, every time I was, like, bringing this up, you know, somebody would be like, oh, but, like, what if I just get lucky and rip it off the first one? Do you want to take that chance? Do you want to take the chance that instead of getting lucky, you get, like, a really bad complete dud item? And I pointed out in many cases, for the people who were saying, like, I think that I should do this, that in the case of prog, there are items that they could theoretically get that are complete wastes of drops for them. And if you're somebody who's just planning on gearing in the long run, and, like, having one bad vault isn't really that impactful, sure. But when you're in a guild like this, every single bit of prog matters. The amount of gear that we have for, like, Scissorak, for Twin Fangs and stuff, that is relevant. We need to have as much gear as we possibly can at that point in time. So if you theoretically completely brick a vault, just so that you can increase your odds of getting one item that you need off the final boss from bonus rolls, that's not a good deal. That is a bad trade-off. Now, the key thing that people seem to misunderstand is the difference between taking an item out of your vault and taking a bonus roll. And a lot of people are convinced that taking an item out of your vault is always a bad option. The one exception that, you know, people always say is, oh, but if it's the only item you need off that boss. Yes, but then also the other key thing to keep in mind is if it's the only item that you really need in the immediate moments, in the case of prog. So the big thing that I kept trying to explain to people in the guilds is, and here, now that the dungeon's over, I'll open up the dungeon journal, and I'll give a visual example of this. So, let's say, this actually, so this was, the two people or 3 main people who I was trying to explain this to is Evoker Healer, a Frost Death Knight, and a Windwalker Monk. There were a few other guildies who basically chimed in just to say, I'm totally fucking lost and this system is really confusing for me. So even though they didn't, like, they weren't misled, they accepted, I have no fucking clue what to do here. Which is why I think that a section on this in that video, that I will probably record later tonight, will be impactful. And might even be worth making an entire standalone video, just because if there's this many people in a Hall of Fame guild confused about this, surely there's people in other Hall of Fame guilds who also don't understand this, and maybe it'll help them as well. Okay, so, in the case of Frost DK, here's the thing that, actually I'll use the Evoker example first, because this was where it started off. So, Evoker, on the final boss, what's it called? And it would be Preservation, right? So Evoker, normally, if we look at all specializations, there are, because you can't bonus roll the Curio. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and this would be on Heroic. Now, if you bonus rolled, obviously it would be 1 out of 6 Mythic. So even though on Mythic this drops at 344, you wouldn't actually get it at 344. It'd be significantly lower, 1 out of 6 Mythic. But since you can't get it otherwise, that is still really good for most people. So Preservation Evoker in our guild is saying that they think they should bonus roll this boss. Now, obviously, Fountain of Rage, you can, even if you are a Devastation Evoker and you don't want that, you can swap to Preservation loot spec and bonus roll as Prez to limit your options. And they said, well, isn't it just good for me to bonus roll this boss? Because all 3 items are valuable. The weapon is really good. This is their best in slot weapon. The chest is really good. Good stats, really good proc effect, solid. I know Preservation really likes crit. And then this, obviously, double crit necklace. This is just good for basically everybody. Unless you absolutely hate crit, which I don't really know that many specs who don't like crit at all. It's usually just like kind of an okay stat for some people. But this is really good. It is overstatted, it has a proc effect, and it has 2 sockets. It's just good. So the vast majority of people are going to want this necklace, and there's cantrip weapons, in this case the very rare dagger, and then the cantrip items here. Now here's the thing. In theory, the Evoker in my guild is correct, and that's why a lot of guilds are saying, or a lot of guides are saying, that you should bonus roll this boss, because all 3 of these items on Myth 1 out of 6 would, in theory, be his bis. And if you are a player who will never kill Mythic Ulatek, or who will kill it later on in the season, then it is just beneficial for Prog to eventually have these items. Now, there is still a case to be made of, is it worthwhile early on in the season to do this? Should you wait until later in the season to actually bonus roll these items? I can't tell you that. I don't know. That's a case-by-case basis for individual people. But here's the situation for our guild. We're planning to do 3 split runs for Heroic Venomous Abyss. And because these items are so good, we're most likely going to at least do some amount of heroic splits up to Ulatek, even when we're progging Mythic, because these items are so good. So if we, in our split runs, almost certainly we're not going to be able to get every single person all of these items that they need, we're probably going to keep doing this over and over. Now, this necklace might be best for basically everybody, but functionally, is this necklace on Hero Track 6 out of 6 that different from this necklace on Myth 1 out of 6? The answer is no, it's not. And the most important thing about this necklace is just having like the flat stats on it and the proc effect, which, while this does scale, obviously the flat stats in this necklace scaling with item level means fuck all. Because every single necklace will scale at a linear rate with item level. It being slightly higher does not make a difference here. Now, I believe the proc effect also scales. Actually, very easy to check that. So this is what, 465. This is 427. Yeah, so the proc effect does scale the higher item level it is. So it is actually better to have a slightly higher version of this. But is it that impactful that more item level on a necklace, which keep in mind, higher item level jewelry is historically the lowest impact you can have. So even though this would be better on Myth Track, is it better than having a higher item level version of anything else that has primary stat, which is almost certainly going to be better? No. And one of the biggest values of this is just having the proc effect at all, and also having the second socket, which has a fixed value no matter what the item level of this piece is. So yes, in theory, this might be your bis at Myth 1 out of 6. But is it better than a Hero 6 out of 6 item, which our guild, as a Hall of Fame guild doing splits, will in theory be able to get to everybody in the raid, or at least the vast majority of people in the raid? No. Hero 6 out of 6, more than fine. I'm willing to bet like over half of our raid will probably be running a Hero 6 out of 6 version of this necklace on our cutting edge kill. Almost certainly. The same thing applies to this. The stats on this, while the secondary proc will scale the higher item level it is, while yes, this might be really nice to have, like chest obviously primary stat, this more so would be valuable at Myth 1 out of 6. Do you really care? Because if you had to choose between, let's say I have a Myth 6 out of 6 helmet or a Myth 1 out of 6 chest with this effect, you are getting more overall stats from a Myth 6 out of 6 helmet than you are getting from the fact that this proc effect is scaling more. Now, do you want this on Hero 6 out of 6? Absolutely. Everybody will probably want to get their special cantrip item on Hero 6 out of 6. They'll probably even want to catalyze it, because that's a thing you can do now, right? So you can run this as a tier piece item, Hero 6 out of 6, you get the good stats, you get the good effect, it counts as tier, you're good to go. Now, if you had this on Myth 6 out of 6, obviously, well, that would be really good, but you're not. If you're bonus rolling this, you're getting a Myth 1 out of 6 version. That bonus roll could instead be used to get any other slot item. Let's say I wanted something off Lost Explorers. I wanted to bonus roll this and get, this would be on Myth track, Myth 6 out of 6 shoulders from this. That would be better. That would be significantly better. Now, obviously, in this case, there's some duds, right? So case-by-case basis, you would want to pick a boss that, in theory, there's nothing that could miss. Maybe, so in this case, I don't know, you might want the boots, the ring, I don't know how good this is. You'd have to figure that out for yourself, or you just take an item out of Vault. This one's pretty good. So this is a healing trinket, right? The necklace kind of, that's a bit of a dud, right? So there are some problematic choices there. This is one of the reasons why it's really confusing, because one of the questions that I got frequently asked by my guildies when explaining why it's not worth it to bonus roll hero track on this for us is, well, what should I spend my bonus roll on instead? And my answer to that is, honestly, I don't know, but it's not this. There's a lot of things you could spend it on, and that is a infinitely more complicated question that I would have to understand the ins and outs of your spec. One universal thing is, obviously, because we are killing Coiled Altar fairly early, you are going to want to, basically everybody in our guild is going to want to bonus roll this on Mythic, because everybody, if they bonus roll it, is guaranteed to get some 344 piece of gear, which is really, 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 really good. Now, one of the officers in the guild responded to that, was like, well, we need to then weigh the decision of, like, if we are sacrificing a vault to get a 344 piece, how much power are we losing on Coiled Altar prog in order to gain that power for Ulatek? And that is, like, that's a valid point. And I didn't bother, like, pushing that, but my response to that would be, we need to wait and see. So let's say Coiled Altar is like a 300 pull boss, Ulatek is like a 250 pull boss. Well, in that case, Coiled Altar would be, like, the harder fight. It's not unheard of. I mean, Mugsy and Gallywix, right? Obviously not to those extremes, but Mugsy was a harder boss than Gallywix. So if that is the case, right, where the second to last boss is harder than the last boss, well then sacrificing power for Coiled Altar prog just to get a slightly stronger item for Ulatek would actually be a poor decision. But let's say Coiled Altar is like a 150 pull boss and Ulatek is a 400 pull boss. Now, 150 pull, like, you know, that's no joke. That's still a challenging fight. But if we can see that, like, okay, Liquid Echo, like, they're really struggling on this fight, like, this is gonna be something we really need as much gear as we possibly can get for, then it might be worth it to make it slightly harder. Also, again, depends, like, is Coiled Altar a damage check? Would having more item level make this fight significantly easier, or is it purely just a, you know, don't fuck up the mechanics thing? Because, like, for instance, Allura, by the time that my guild killed Laura, there was basically no damage check. And we got World 56, for a reference, last year on Laura. We were honestly kind of slow. We could have gotten sub 50, and then we choked really badly on one night. Happens. Honestly, World 56 still very solid, right? But that's kind of the thing, right? Gear was not an issue. That was not what was stopping us from killing Laura on the night that we killed it. Or the night we failed to kill it. It was purely a people dying to glaives, dying to dumb stuff. At that point in time, the damage check was solved. It was an extremely hard fight still, but it was all mechanics, really. So in a situation like this, let's say this is a hard fight, but I'll be honest, this fight looks fucking crazy. Especially Phase 3 looks fucking insane. So I don't think that this is going to be like, the hardest fight ever is like, you need to burn it before it kills you. I think it's just going to be like, it might be really hard just doing the boss, in which case, is having slightly more item level and like minuscule more item level going to make or break your ability to kill it at, like, that much faster? I don't necessarily think it will. But again, that's the kind of thing where there's no point having that conversation until we see what the Race the World First guilds are doing. The Race the World First guilds, I do not envy their decision-making this tier, but they have entire teams of people who are trying to figure the shit out. So we have more limited resources at our disposal, of course. But at least we can look at them and use them as a reference. But all that to say, one of your vaults, and my guild presumably will have 4 vaults, one of your 4 vaults will be going towards a bonus roll for Coiled Altar. And in theory, there are 2 things that could happen. Now, let's say on week 1, so we do the heroic reclear here, or heroic split runs, heroic normal split runs here. We do some mythic bosses on the week of the 25th. this is the first week that you could take bonus rolls. It'll be your first real vault of the season. On here, let's say you have a really solid Myth 6 out of 6 item. So, let's say the Evoker, who I was talking to, the Evoker has either, this trinket I know is really good for a lot of healers. Ooh, that would be spicy. You take this or the helmet. Ooh, or Myth 1 out of 6 of the dagger. Because bonus rolling this is not worthwhile because you do not get much value out of these other slots. But now, that's where I get to the dagger. The weapon. Weapon is a bit of an interesting case. Because I just got done saying that having slightly higher item level on the necklace doesn't really matter. You want this at some item level, presumably hero 6 out of 6. But even if you have this on normal, it's still really good. And the overall value that you're getting going from a normal or heroic version of this to a mythic is pretty low. Especially when you could otherwise get a Myth 6 out of 6 item, which for early prog, for Hall of Fame prog, where you're not going to reach crest cap, you're not going to be able to fully upgrade everything, you're not going to have full myth by the time you kill the final boss, that matters. That is a relevant decision-making factor. And the same thing for the chest. You'll want to have this on Hero 6 out of 6, but will the difference on Myth 1 out of 6 really be that large? No, because you're sacrificing 5 upgrades worth of crests, 5 upgrades worth of item level on a different slot, like helm, like shoulders, etc., to have this effect be slightly stronger. That is not worth it. That is a poor trade-off. So the only thing that you can justify, in my mind, is the weapons. Because the weapons are very powerful, but unlike these items, which having a Hero 6 out of 6 chest piece necklace doesn't matter, your weapon damage or your weapon stats is significant. So a Myth 6 out of 6 weapon would perform significantly, how do I word this? A Myth 6 out of 6 weapon is generally speaking desired, right? You want to have that. But then also, it might actually not be that much better than a hero weapon here, but that becomes a more difficult trade-off, where having this on Myth Track so that you can actually upgrade it, it would be one of your highest priority things to send crests on. Another example, like in my case, for me, as a Blood DK, this weapon is incredibly important, because this is a really, really, really strong weapon, and the proc effect is really good, and since this is probably my best trinket, if I'm not using this weapon, it actually lowers the value of my trinket as well. So it is critical that I have this weapon. And if I get this at Myth 1 out of 6 in my vault, then even though I'm losing crests overall, it is probably correct for me to take it out of my vault. Because while I am losing value compared to potentially another Myth 6 out of 6 item, the overall value I have by being able to upgrade this to Myth 6 out of 6 and then use it for the remainder of prog is higher. But in this example that I just gave, in the case of the Preservation Evoker, while in theory, it might be worthwhile for them to get this dagger on Myth 1 out of 6. If you are bonus rolling it, it is a 1 out of 3 chance. So 2 of these items, as we said, are really not that impactful. You are losing value. If you hit the dagger, you're gaining slight value. I don't even think it's that much value. It's a tiny amount of value. It is value, but because it's only a 1 out of 3 chance, are you going to take that chance on prog? Are you going to take the chance to potentially brick your character to get that 1 out of 3? No. Especially because you have the chance of just ripping it out of vault. And then, that is an interesting consideration, because then there's no RNG. It's just, do I take the guaranteed 6 out of 6, or do I take the guaranteed BIS 1 out of 6 item and then spend crest to upgrade it? That is a more interesting decision, but sending a bonus roll for our situation on prog is just a poor choice. And it then had this discussion with the Frost DK, right? The Frost DK is in an even more fucked situation. He eventually did come to the conclusion that, he's just shafted and he can't do this, which, I'm glad that he at least understands. But for a much simpler reason, he wants to get this one-hander. And his initial argument to me was, none of the items are bad. And then I said, what about this thing here? What about this trinket? Which he admits is not good for him. It's not a terrible trinket, but do you really want to have this on Myth 1 out of 6 when you'd rather have many other trinkets like Heart of Ulatek? And I should note, trinkets, exact same thing applies. Generally speaking, the difference of having this trinket on Myth 6 out of 6, or Hero 6 out of 6 and Myth 1 out of 6, it's not that impactful. Just having a trinket on any item level at all is the most important thing. Like, many people would rather have like a champion track puzzle box back in season 1 than a ton of other trinkets. And then the difference between champion puzzle box and myth puzzle box is like here, but the difference between champ puzzle box and another trinket is like all the way out here. So just having the item is what's important. So yeah, we'll want to do heroic splits, which we're doing, to get people this trinket who need it. But do you really care about having this on myth? No. And then the same thing that I talked about with the Evoker applies to him as well. Do the pants really matter that much? No. The difference between hero and myth. Does the neck really matter? We already discussed that. Same thing here. But it's even worse for him because he wants this weapon, and he cannot push Font of Venomous Rage, which would be a complete dud. Not even like a sub-value play, just a complete whiff of a vault to try and get this weapon. So it's not worthwhile. Now, if he manages to get this weapon out of his vault, that's, a different story. And then finally, I had this conversation with Monk. And the reason I give 3 examples is because this is why gearing is so complicated, because everybody has their own personal, like, well, my spec has these items, and my spec wants these items, and, like, every single spec has their own crazy loot prio thanks to bonus rolls. It's completely fucked everything. It's so complicated. So, here is what Monk gets. Now, the thing is, unlike the Frost DK, who in order to get his one-hander, he can't push Font of Venomous Rage off the loot table, well, our Windwalker's like, I go Brewmaster Monk spec. I roll this. That pushes that off the table. Now I'm down to 4 options. I have my best in slot weapon, I have the helmet, I have the necklace, and I have best in slot trinket. 4 good options. But as we said, 3 of these options, you're losing value, most likely. Now, this is one of those things where, like, I'm sure somebody might sim it, and I don't know, there might be a chance where, like, this on Myth 1 out of 6 is better than, like, the 6 crests from, like, a different upgrade. There's also the case, I've been giving the example of, like, helm, shoulders, right? You don't really know what you're going to get in theory. So let's say you're choosing between 6 out of 6 bracers, or 1 out of 6, like, this cantrip helmet. Well, bracers are a low-value slot. Like, maybe it's even your embellishment slot. Is that worth it? But then, in that case, what do? Well, you might just take a bonus roll, but you don't necessarily send your bonus roll here. You might send your bonus roll on a mythic boss, like on, in this case, like Lost Explorers. Well, you can, let's say in this case, roll Windwalker, push that off the loot table. Now you're choosing between a pair of tier shoulders, Gebos, which is really good for most people, or a belt. Now, is a belt ideal? No, but it's still, in theory, 6 out of 6 could be better. I'm not going to go through every single possible combination here, but there's a lot to consider. A lot to consider about what you could actually do with your bonus roll. You might even have an M+ trinket that's, like, extremely good for you, and maybe that's what you want to do with it. Who knows? And all that to say, like, in this case, sure, he can go Brewmaster, and if he hits the weapon with the 1 out of 4, like, that might be a slight upgrade, but it's just much better to, another thing, much better to try and get the item just out of your vault from a hero slot. Here's the even crazier part that I explained. Now, everybody's kind of operating under the assumption of it's just this vault that matters. Like, what if in this exact vault, this is what I have to deal with? But we're going to at least see a few vaults, so you have a few chances to see that Myth 1 out of 6 weapon that you really want. And in these slots, you kill 2 bosses, you have a Myth 6 out of 6 item here. If you kill 4 bosses, Myth 6 out of 6, Myth 6 out of 6, and these are heroic bosses, Myth 1 out of 6. But Myth 1 out of 6 that has a chance to be the final bosses. So let's say we're on boss 5. We've killed Scissorak. This is week 2. Scissorak is dead. Now, obviously, in the case of, like, me and my co-tank, who are in there on every single boss, we don't have any choice. We're going to have to be there for every fight. But let's say we have some DPS who really still need, like, my Windwalker friend here. So, Windwalker really wants his weapon. And he needs that more than any other item off any of these bosses. What we could do is actually sit him on, let's say, we sit him on Nexali, Entombed Sentinels, and Lost Explorers. And then we bring him in for, like, the prod fights, which I guess in this case would be, like, Vashnik and Scissorak. And then he also, in theory, would have killed Nimrissa Wavecaller. So now he has 3 mythic boss kills, but he deliberately sat out on the early re-clears, because now his vault would be Myth 6 out of 6, 3 out of 4 myth bosses, which means you don't get the slot. So now myth 1 out of 6 here, and another myth 1 out of 6. So by rearranging people in your reclears, you can actually kind of game it so that some of your DPS have more hero raid slots in this row than myth raid slots. And if the item they really want to see is that 1 out of 6 item from Ulatek, then that actually might be more valuable. They might rather see that. Because if they're going to take an item, the only thing they would take is that myth 1 out of 6 weapon. And it's not worth it to bonus roll that. That would be a waste. But if it shows up naturally in the vault and you can take it with no RNG involved, that's better. So, but is that worthwhile? It's so confusing, man. The one thing that I can say definitively, and I did at least, my raid leader backed me up on this. Eventually, he chimed in. He was like, "What the fuck is everybody talking about?" And then once he understood the situation, he was like, "Yeah, no, it is absolutely wrong to bonus roll the heroic boss. You're losing too much value by doing that. You would not do that." So that is the only thing that I think we all eventually settled on as certain. Most likely, I'd say, like, I'd give it 90% odds. Obviously, some specs, I don't know every spec in the game. For the vast majority of specs, you do not want to be bonus rolling the heroic bosses in a Hall of Fame guild like ours. But then, as for what like I said, the other question, what do I spend my bonus roll on, or what do I take out of my vault? Who fucking knows? And I messaged my raid leader and I'm like, look, if you, like, during Prague, if you want to, like, send me people's vaults and, like, I can try and weigh in, because I'd like to think I'm pretty good at this, of min-maxing loot. It is something that I enjoy doing, so I would really enjoy being able to, like, if somebody's confused, try and see if I can, like, figure out what would be most optimal. And the thing is, it's not always just Simit, right? Because just the Simit raw damage gain, especially in the case of bonus roll, is kind of impossible to say. So it used to be, like, in older versions of Prague, what should I take out of my vault? Run a sim, whatever gives you the most value right now, that's what matters. But then what if instead of simming it, you could take a bonus roll, and then, like, what we really care about, let's say, is, like, Scissorak Twin Fangs Prague this week. Well then, in theory, these bosses are, like, free on reclear, and if you can theoretically waste that vault, take a bonus roll, and bonus roll a really good item, and the average value off the items from this boss are better than the average value of, like, something in your vault, that might be better. But I don't know. It's a really complicated problem, which I love. I love really complicated optimization problems. So every single person in my guild is freaking the fuck out, and I am, like, honestly really excited because it's just very fun to try and figure this shit out. This is where I thrive. I mean, this is like 99% of leveling speedrunning, right? It's like which set of quests is better, weighing, like, travel time, experience, time to kill, etc. Like, there's so many different, like, really niche factors, and you have to weigh all of them together to decide, like, what is actually faster for leveling. That is the entire process of making a leveling route. And now we basically have something like that, but for gearing, and I am fucking thriving, and everybody else is drowning, and I could not be happier. I missed, I rambled there for a little bit, but I missed some messages. Good morning, George Isaacson. You ran into my goalie Newman in Silvermoon. You told him to give Baze a /lick. Oh my god. You'd be surprised at how many people whisper people in our guild random stuff about Baze. There's a guy in another Hall of Fame guild who I think knows Baze through the Warrior Discord, and every now and then when he sees somebody in our guild, he will whisper them, "Beat Baze to death." I'm guessing it's an inside joke, but I've seen multiple people screenshot his message and post it in the guild Discord and say, "Baze, is this a friend of yours?" So, I guess that's a running gag or something. Oh shit! One of our hunters got a Hero Track Glorious Crusader's keepsake out of his Delver's Bounty. Honestly, pretty solid early season trinket. Our raid leader has updated the to-do list with the Delver's Bounty, and he completely butchered the spelling of Vaults of Atalutek. He spelled it Vaults of Alalutek on tier 8 to get a Hero Track piece of gear. He probably deserves it, I'm sure. I'm sure Baze has done something. What's my co-tank playing this tier? So right now, both me and my co-tank are playing Blood and Paladin, and vice versa. The only question, I guess, is it going to be a Blood Paladin tier, a double Blood tier, or in the case of Twin Fangs, a double Paladin tier? That would only be one boss, though. But we actually might end up playing like both of them in prog scenarios. Now, if it is the case of it's just Blood Paladin the entire way through, I'm on Blood, he's on Paladin. If it's double Blood, then obviously self-explanatory. And then there is a situation where on Twin Fangs, I talked about this a little bit earlier, we might actually need to run double Prop Heli. So that's the case. And we're doing 3 split runs. Honestly, after that, it's kind of whatever. We're so convinced that is going to be the comp, but my third split character is going to be my Prot Warrior. Not necessarily because I think Prot Warrior will be run, but just Prot Warrior is good. And mine is already 293, so it'll just make the splits easier. It's just a solid option. And my co-tank has been debating with my raid leader. He thinks that there is a very, very small chance, but still a minuscule, non-zero chance that Vengeance Demon Hunter sees play. I did talk earlier about how it's pretty good. He has a decently geared Vengeance. He thinks that it should be played. I'll be honest, I agree with his logic. I do think that should be his third character. But the raid leader right now seems to think that it would be better to have Druid as an extra Mark of the Wild buff, which, not a bad decision. And it's one of those things of, if it makes splits easier, the chances that either one ends up being played outside of, Blood and Paladin is so minor that I don't know exactly how the organizational stuff is going on for splits. I don't handle that at all. So if he thinks that we're going to be short Druids and it'll help to have an extra Druid to potentially, for some of our splits, guarantee Mark of the Wild, that actually just might be better overall for getting the splits done. And Druid doesn't seem bad either, but I do think my co-tank has raised a lot of solid points about Vengeance potentially having some use case. And I do think that if there is even a small chance that it sees play, that is worth considering, but I don't know. We'll see. Anyone know when servers in Europe are coming back up? Well, this would be their maintenance, right? Right around now, so I would imagine it'll still be some time before they're fully ready. And then, yeah, George G6N said probably a few more hours. You just had a pro data center ad? Ugh, yuck. That's it for Twitch, headed to YouTube. W. And Twitch ads can be a little bit... I'm a Bagel said, Yo, Harldan, love the content. Love what you do for the community. Question, are you looking forward to Classic Plus? Yes. Yeah, I streamed myself playing through Turtle WoW a few months ago. All those VODs are up on my second channel, so you can watch them if you want. Definitely, I am very excited for Classic Plus. I have no idea what it's going to entail. I'm aware that some people have gotten sneak previews, but I have no knowledge of it, right? So, obviously, I know it's going to happen. Everybody knows it's going to happen. I'm definitely going to play it. No matter what it is, I will try it. 100%. I will give it a shot. Whether or not I like it, though, I mean, that's TBD. How much I decide to continue to play and possibly make videos on Classic Plus is entirely dependent on whether or not I'm enjoying it. If I'm having fun, I'll cover it. If I think it's it just isn't for me, then I'll just keep doing what I normally do on retail. I'm still dying to know what Baze was thinking during that Algathar, and you will ask him if you get the chance. Honestly, yeah. I'd love to know as well. If you just heroic raid, is bonus rolling heroic raid? Oh, yeah, absolutely. All of the stuff that I was just talking about is specifically for Hall of Fame rating. But the main thing that I think that's interesting, right, is even though it applies to such a small portion of the player base, I would like to think that other people who are outside of Hall of Fame rating can still listen to that whole logic and find it interesting. Similarly, I really enjoy watching people who are high-level players in other games talk about the strategy and tournaments and whatnot, even if it's a game that I only play casually or sometimes not at all. It can be very enjoyable to hear that stuff. So I like talking about it. I figure I might make a video about it because I think some people might be interesting. But if you are just a heroic raider, then actually in that case, it would be beneficial for you to roll Coiled Altar and Ulatek. But obviously check your class guide, figure out which one for your spec is better. For instance, as a Blood DK, there are some good items for me on Ulatek, but this is definitely the better boss for me to bonus roll. And once I have, pretending, like, imagining I'm a Blood DK in a Heroic Only guild. If I was a Blood DK in a Heroic Only guild, I would send all of my vaults initially onto Coiled Altar, on Heroic. I would try to get this weapon. I would upgrade this to 6 out of 6. I would then continue bonus rolling this until, unless I got this first, until I got this trinket and the weapon. Then I would start bonus rolling Ulatek. I would try to get the necklace, the pants, and the Voracious Heart. And then at that point, and also notably, if you are Blood Loot Spec, the loot table only contains these 3. So it's guaranteed. And then that would be my first 5 bonus rolls of the season as a Heroic Only player. That is... Obviously, this is Blood as an example, right? So your spec might be different. You may want to bonus roll Ulatek first, depending on your spec, but as Blood, in my opinion, that is by far the best order that you could do. Because Maze Roa is pretty much the single most powerful item that you could get your hands on. And I think whether or not you roll Coiled Altar as Blood or Unholy is actually a really interesting decision that I don't even know. That's a tricky one. Let's see. I think I caught up. I sat there yapping for a bit. What I can do though is I can did I Okay. So it has just occurred to me that because I did not talk to Liadrin in the Altar of Fangs, I am actually unable to... Dude, that's so dumb. This is required. Does this... Okay, thank God. I was gonna say, if it requires you to run the entire dungeon a second time, that would be so fucking stupid. But Blizzard did think about that. If it was like, you didn't do the RP at the start, therefore your dungeon run is invalid, I would have fucking screamed. Oh, that's really interesting. Players are active in this area. That is cool. I'm guessing there's like a boss up or something. I completely forgot to unlock the flight point in the main islands. It would be... it would be faster for me to hearth here. Let me read your messages in a bit. I'm gonna go grab my food. And then as I finish up the remaining campaign quests, I will eat my food and I can answer your questions. Just BRB. Effects. And obviously while I eat, I'm just gonna shut off the mic. So I'm just gonna preemptively do that right now. Alright, BRB. I had to double check for a second. I thought I forgot to make coffee, but no, I do have coffee. All right. Let me see. So, why did they make gearing so complicated this patch? Yeah, I think so. This is kind of an interesting case where I think it's a good example of how I just got done saying how I fucking love this gearing system. It is so convoluted, and I fucking love it because I really like optimizing stuff. It's just fun. It's the same reason I like speed leveling. This is the part of speed leveling I enjoy the most, by far. Not even close. Solving the optimization problem is just like fucking crack for me. So much fun. Here's the thing, though. I think it is objectively bad. It is something can be fun for you and you can enjoy it and you can still acknowledge that it is objectively bad. And this is something that a lot of people can't fucking do, and it really annoys me because so many people are like, oh, well, like, if I like this thing, then, like, I hate it when everybody else shit talks this thing. Like, no, I fully acknowledge it is a dog shit gearing system. They really fucked up. The fact that I have to do this much convoluted, like, mental gymnastics to, like, explain why you should take something from your vault when, like, in the past your vault was just like, take the item, take the best possible item, take the thing you want. They have completely fucked up with how gearing's gonna work now. So I'm having a lot of fun with this, but yeah, they absolutely need to change the shit because every single other person I know is miserable. It is, yeah. It's not good. They definitely overcooked this. Let's see something real quick. It's interesting, the what's it called? 12.1 video is slowly catching up. I feel like one of the other things is I'll reference that a lot. I've touched upon this a little bit, but you may notice, right? You know, if it's not obvious by the fact that, like, I just got done with the speedrun a few days ago, and I also, like, I recorded the entire gearing thing, or the speedrun gear thing alongside it, and I've been streaming actively, and I put together the whole fucking follow the arrow thing, and I made that video, and I'm planning on making that big PowerPoint. And I'm going to be making a separate gearing video of, like, what I said in that video of, like, I'm going to make an optimized gearing guide for world content based on what I'm doing in this stream. But there's a lot of stuff that I had to test to make sure it actually worked. All of that, I'm going to be putting out a lot of videos. Some other stuff, I'm going to be making a Blood DK guide. That'll probably be a second channel video. It's not going to be, like, a super edited guide. But a lot of people have been asking me Blood DK questions, and I'll be honest, I think at this point, I am experienced enough with Blood DK to where, like, I have important things to be able to say. So while I don't necessarily want to make, like, a super tightly edited, polished guide, because, frankly, a lot of times that doesn't do super well, there's just, like, too much of a niche, I do think that a general video where I basically just sit down and talk through everything I know about Blood DK and, like, all of the important questions that people have for it of, like, hero talents, gearing, etc., rotation, blah, 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 blah. All of that stuff, I do think it would at least be helpful. So I'm going to try to do that at some point. I am also going to be making a raid guide, but only for tanks. So I've been on the fence about doing raid guides again, and I think general raid guides are, like, too oversaturated. But I experimented doing, especially Bellerin, I did a tank guide. And, like, it didn't do amazingly well, but honestly, it took, like, an afternoon to make. It wasn't that bad. And that was also a mythic boss, right? Penultimate mythic boss, and it still did okay. And it didn't take long. So I think if I make a guide that's specifically, like, this is obviously my wheelhouse. I know everything there is to know about tanking these bosses. If I make a guide specifically about how to do this properly, then, you know, it might not be the biggest video I've ever made, but it wouldn't be hard for me to make. I'm basically speaking purely off memory and from, like, raid testing and just, like, general research and discussion I've had with my co-tank on, like, what our strategies are and stuff like that. It would be very, very, very easy for me to write that entire thing. And then as long as it doesn't take me long to make, and is something I enjoy doing, as long as it appeals to a niche, I would be fine with that. So I'm going to be making a lot more videos going forward. I have kind of hit that point of, for a while, I was doing quality over quantity, and I'm trying the inverse now. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm going to, like, completely drop the quality. I mean, I would hope that I can strike a balance, but inevitably, the editing quality, the scripting quality, it's going to go down from, like, 99% perfect to, like, 90% perfect, which is just inevitable if you are trying to rush something. But that last, like, 9% takes, like, half the fucking time. It's, you know, what people always say, like, perfect is the enemy of good. And there have been a lot of videos that I scrap because I'm just like, you know, it doesn't meet my standards or whatever, and I'm loosening those standards. What I hope, though, is it's going to result in a lot more videos that are, like, appeal to a niche, like I said. And it might not be as polished as, like, the big leveling guides that I make. But as long as it's good and the information is good, I think that's all that really matters. We'll see, though. But I'm gonna keep experimenting with that. What about M+ tanking guides? As of right now, no. I am... Similarly to what I said about the other stuff, I am not confident enough in my ability to tank M+. Now, I am debating. If I have time, I might try and push the season. Maybe. If I do, if I am actually pushing, then I might make guides. But unless I am in a position where I am, like, really confident that, like, I have important shit to say about this, then I am not going to make a video about it. I will discuss, like, general M+ tips in the Blood DK video, but what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to be like, here are some general tips, and then here is Kyrasis's guide. Because Kyrasis is, like, the M+ guru. And there is nothing that I could tell you, outside of, like, there are some general tips that I think, like, could be useful that might not be in Kyrasis's guide, because it's more focused on, like, higher-end keys. Especially, like, as a beginner, what would you be a little bit more comfortable with? Though I will be honest, Kyrasis, his guide is very, very good for M+. So I will still give my 2 cents on, like, all of the important stuff, because I run a lot of keys, but I still do, like, 10s to 12s primarily for gear early on in the season. And while I do like to think that in terms of optimizing the farming process, I know a shit ton about that, but in terms of, like, pushing high score, nothing I could ever say would be better than what Kyrasis has to say. So I'm definitely going to just, for a large part of that video, be like, go watch his guide. Or, well, I don't think he makes videos, but, like, go read his guide, go join his Discord. He has a big written guide. You never push high keys, but you always get resi keys? Yeah. I mean, if you're playing Blood DK and that's all you're interested in, like, 12s, I'm sure that I'd have more than enough to be able to teach you, but yeah, I would still not feel comfortable giving sweeping statements regarding it until I start pushing myself. Why would I like something that's bad? Getting coins in the first week was not a good idea, I think. What do you mean? Fall Guy was really good, though. Used it to level up all your alts. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, I saw the message that you also play Blood DK. Awesome. And yeah, Kyrasis is one of the highest rated, usually rank 1 M+ Blood DKs. I mean, generally just as straightforward as an answer as you can get, he's just a really good Blood DK player. Though he primarily, and I think these days, only plays M+. I don't think he even does prog rating anymore. But his guides are very good for M+. Kyrasis the GOAT, you're so glad you found the Discord. Yeah, I looked at Kyrasis' Discord earlier on when I was, like, trying to figure out Blood DK earlier on in the season. And honestly, Kyrasis' guide is what convinced me that I wasn't crazy about Deathbringer, because I had, like, a gut feeling that Deathbringer was better. And reading Kyrasis' like, opinions on Deathbringer and how he was building it made me think, like, okay, maybe I'm not crazy, maybe I actually can play this on Lura. And then, you know, if you missed it, I got a rank 1 parse at Lura on our prog kill, playing Deathbringer when everybody else was playing Sand Lane. So, the only reason I felt confident enough to stick with my gut and play that when nobody else was is because of the stuff that he was saying in his guide. Did they hotfix purging the vaults? No. It would be insane if they did that. And also, it's really late at night. I doubt they would put out an emergency hotfix for that. That would be... Everybody would be fucking rioting. It would be very, very, very bad. Make the max video resolution 480 and add an unregistered hypercam too. Can you type his name? It's what Singled I said right above you. Kyrasis. Spelled exactly like that. And then I think I missed one message earlier. Marco said, are raids puggable? You want to push M+, but you don't really want to join a guild and will likely need raid gear. Depends. Mythic raids, generally speaking, are not puggable other than like very specific cases later on in the season. For all intents and purposes, mythic raids are not puggable. That being said, what I was describing earlier for like bonus rolling heroic, which will get you most of the gear that you need with the current system, heroic raids are puggable. Now, the later bosses of heroic, so generally speaking, the final boss, like getting the achievements called ahead of the curve, pugging AOTC ahead of the curve is usually quite difficult early on in the season, especially if you're fairly new. So if you're brand new to the game, you've never gotten AOTC before, usually it will take you some time. It's, if you like feel like it, right? Obviously this is a tough sell for a lot of people. And I know you said you don't really want to join a guild. It really, like, it isn't that bad to just like find a guild that is just doing heroic casually. By definition, you know, and I mean this by no offense, if there is a guild that is a heroic-only guild, they are by definition not a serious raiding guild. They are casual. They are not going to be at all concerned about being hyper-optimal. At this point in time, the way that World of Warcraft is played, any serious, remotely serious guild is doing Mythic. So if you want to find an AOTC-only guild that's willing to give you a shot, I guarantee you that the vast majority out there who are, in that case, recruiting a tank, would be probably very welcoming and willing to teach you stuff. Because by definition, with AOTC guilds, you're going to get like laid-back casual players. Because it's an environment where that is the only thing you will find. Now, I know you said you don't want to join a guild. It will be more difficult if you try and pug it. But you can. You absolutely can. It's just going to take a lot of time and a lot of like joining a group. The entire group blows up after like 30 seconds. And you're like, all right, I'm going to leave this group and find a new one. And then eventually you're going to get to a group that gets like 2 minutes into the fight and then everybody blows up. But you're like, you know, I'm willing to stick it out. And you might spend like 2 to 3 hours in that group and then they don't kill the boss, but you got a lot of valuable experience. And then you go back like the next day, you find another group, you're already like locked the fuck in, you've already seen most of the fight, and then you keep going until you happen to find a group where everybody's locked the fuck in, and then you kill it. And then once you get your first kill, generally speaking, as the season goes on, as you've already killed the boss multiple times, you start to get more gear, there's groups of like higher level players who will specifically put together like the most optimal groups possible. And they will generally not invite brand new players who've never seen the fight before, but then if you've already killed it once, well then, with the way that bonus rolls work, you want to kill the bosses multiple times to be able to spend your bonus rolls every single week. So once you get like 1 to 2 kills under your belt, you should be able to start just immediately getting into really well-organized groups that will just usually one-shot the boss or kill it in like 1 to 2 attempts. And then it becomes quite easy. But really, the hardest part is just spending the time just sifting through pugs and dealing with what's most likely going to be a lot of bullshit. That's how it tends to go. And joining a guild usually is going to be a lot easier, but I understand. I completely understand if joining a guild is not your thing, but I will at least note that it's usually not as scary as it may seem. As long as, like, guilds are, I mean, inherently composed of humans, right? Which, you know, you can speak to them, right? You can explain. So if you say, like, hey, person who is recruiting for this guild, I want you to understand that I am a new player, I am inexperienced with this, I am probably going to fuck up a lot. And the guild leader might say, okay, well that's, you know, we're looking for an experienced player, so we're not interested. All right, well then that guild's not on the table. But then you keep saying that, and you keep asking different guild leaders, and eventually you're going to find somebody who's like, hey, that's fine. We're here to teach you. And they're accepting that, and they're like, we understand, you're probably going to fuck up and die all the time, but we're willing to give you the opportunity to try. And then the moment you find a guild who meets your expectations, as long as you make that clear up front, then you're probably going to have a good time. and then you won't need to worry about like being nervous about finding the guild, which I would imagine is usually why most people don't want to join. And to be clear, I totally understand that. Like when I play other MMOs that I'm not experienced with, I tend to try and do as much as I possibly can solo because I am terrified of social interaction. So I get it. I really do. But obviously, as somebody who is thankfully familiar with this particular ecosystem, I do think I'll try to do as much as I can to encourage you to try, because there are guilds out there. And the nice thing about World of Warcraft being at this point like the biggest MMO still is that there are so many guilds to choose from that statistically you're bound to find one that matches your expectations. You play mage, so you're not sure what you would need to roll on. Well, so not a mage player myself, right? Obviously. So I don't know exactly. Definitely, if you want to know what you should roll on, search, look up the Altered Time Discord. Just type into Google Altered Time Discord. The mage, that's like where all the big mage, like theory crafters, like guide writers congregate, and they have like lots of good information there. They also have a website, I think, where they post all their guides. Or you can just look up the mage guides on Wowhead and Icy Veins. I believe some of the Altered Time people also write those, though I don't know. It changes all the time, right? But there's a lot of good mage resources out there. Mage is like one of the most like theory crafted classes. So if you just Google it, you will find endless resources explaining that stuff. Now, I believe most likely you are going to want to bonus roll the last boss, but again, it'll take you time to get there. It is a really complicated thing. Like, it's the problem with the current loot system is that the recommendations that you give to people are just so variable depending on like what they have access to. So almost certainly, I'm pretty sure every caster wants this weapon, Janthrazet the Soul thing, off the final boss. So you are eventually going to want to get this. Pretty much everybody also wants this necklace, a Curebane Reliquary. Very, very, very strong. Also, everybody has, off the final boss, a Venom-cursed armor piece. In the case of Clothwearers, which is Mage, it is a helmet. So in this case, Venom Keeper's Horrific Cowl. This thing is really good because you get this bonus effect. A lot of times the best possible items you want are things like this, where see how it says equip? Your spells and abilities have a chance to do this thing. You aren't losing any power on the item. So this effectively has the same value as another, in this case, 315 item level helmet, but it also has this equip bonus on it completely for free. Every single item has what's known as a stat budget. So there's a fixed amount of stats that something can have. In this case, like this necklace has critical strike. But if I look at like a different necklace here, this necklace has haste and mastery. But you'll notice like this necklace has slightly more critical strike than this one has haste mastery, but that's also because this one's 311 item level and this one's 315. So the higher item level something is, the more stat budget it has. And then every single item distributes its stat budget differently. This one is unique because very few items distribute all of their budget into a single stat. It's really rare, and it's usually on specific, like, very powerful boss items like this. But a lot of items are going to be some combination of the two. So in this case, some combination of haste and mastery. In this case, it's mostly mastery, and then it's a low amount of haste. But if we look at, let's say, another necklace that I can find, this necklace, a lot of haste, but low crit. And if you look at a bunch of different necklaces, they're all going to have some combination of different stats. And the same item level item, so a 311 item level necklace that's crit haste, will have the same combined amount of crit and haste as a different necklace, also 311, that has versatility mastery. It's just the way that those stats are distributed on the item will be shuffled around. One will have really high mastery, really low verse. Another one will have like an equal balance of crit and haste. But all of them have the same budget, which is distributed between the different stats on the item. And then that's why certain items like this, which still has the exact same budget, it still has the exact same amount of crit that it should for an item of this level, but then also has like all of these extra, like a lot of extra text on it. It has all this extra shit on it completely for free. That's not part of the budget. That just makes it like better than everything else. So generally speaking, these are, people refer to them as cantrip items, because I think it's like a Dungeons and Dragons thing. I don't know where the term cantrip comes from, but cantrip refers to like a bonus effect. A bonus effect that you get completely for free that doesn't come out of your budget from the item. And as you might imagine, if you get power completely for free, that tends to make the item very strong. So, generally speaking, for that reason, most casters want this thing, because really powerful dagger that also has a cantrip effect that just gives you additional haste. And same thing with the necklace and the helmet. But that applies to basically everybody this season. When is this live in Europe? Probably in a few hours, yeah, I would imagine. Okay, I've yapped for a bit. My food is sitting here getting cold. I'm going to mute my mic real quick while I eat, but I am going to finish up the campaign. There's only like 1 or 2 quests left. And then, presumably since I'm still going to be... Oh, hey, Fluffs. I know Fluffs. Since I'm probably going to finish these quests while I'm still muted, I'm going to start the side quests here and begin working on those, because I got to do them at some point. May as well do them now. All right, muting...
Pleasantries can wait. She's nearly gone. Quickly, place the dagger so we can begin our own ritual.
Zul'jin! No! This is not working. The dagger's magic is too strong. Thank the goddess. The curse is broken.
Zul'jarra, are you all right?
I'll be fine.
But Zul'jin needs help.
The Amani leader welcomes.
Okay, real quick. I just saw George Dixon said, "Have fun in the new season." Appreciate you stopping by the stream. So what you said, Marco, and yeah, no stupid questions. Honestly, that's a great question. Do not feel bad for asking, and especially complicated because this is brand new. So previously, if you bonus rolled on heroic, you would get a heroic item, like you assumed. For the first time this season, they are changing how bonus rolls work. Now, when you use a bonus roll, it gives you an item of the next quality up. So, you bonus roll this boss, Ulatek, and instead of getting a hero track version of this item, you get a myth track 1 out of 6 item. That's why this is such an effective strategy that a lot of people are recommending. So it makes bonus rolls incredibly powerful, because even if you never plan to kill Ulatek on Mythic, you can still get access to that loot on Mythic by using your bonus rolls here. So there you go. Yeah, very, very important distinction there. But do not feel bad for not knowing, because that is brand new. They only changed that. So unless you're like me and you like keep up with all the patch notes and whatnot, it is totally understandable that you would have missed that change. All right, I'm muting myself real quick again, but I'm going to start doing this quest line. Okay, unmuting real quick to respond. That's incredible. Thanks. You just need to bonus roll that and get 3 Yerbis items. Yeah. Yeah. So as long as you just, and the nice thing about bonus rolls is you just need to fill your vault with literally anything. It doesn't actually matter what you get. And then you're able to take a bonus roll, and then like you said, yeah, you just send 3 of them, and then you're able to eventually get all your best items. Very, very, very good strategy. What is the fishing daily? Yeah, so this doesn't give anything other than just like the fishing rep. I may as well do this though. I mean, it can't hurt, I suppose. PvP world quest. Oh shit! 3 minutes? Okay. Do I have time? I mean, good thing I checked. I hope I didn't miss any world quests earlier, but I think... Imagine not. Is this just, like, kill a bunch of Harldan? Might actually be able to do this one. I only got 1 supply. Okay, another one. As long as these aren't shared, then I should be able to really quickly loot all of these. And also artillery. I saw your message. I was about to read it, and then I noticed that I almost missed a world quest. So just bear with me a moment. I need to lock in to make sure I don't miss this, and then I will read. Okay, actually, thank goodness this is an incredibly easy world quest. Right, nice. And yeah, I still have this stupid Amani contract, which is just so silly. Yeah, so unfortunately, because of that bug, I'm still losing out on an unavoidable amount of rep every time I complete a world quest. Doesn't really matter all that much, but it does sting a little bit. Enjoy my food, thank you. You're able to get 2 sparks today. You don't think you were supposed to be able to, so you're not crafting anything. I don't know if they ever explicitly said that you're not able to. There's usually an indicator that says how many sparks you're supposed to be able to get. I think I probably need to get my first spark before it shows me how many I'm supposed to have. But there have been many seasons where you start off with 1 spark week 1. Because keep in mind, back in the day, it used to be like you had to get a spark, and then there was a quest at like the Catalyst where you had to turn in like half a spark to get a full spark. So I think like back in the day, it used to be like you got a spark and a half or something like that. And then there were times where people like bugged it out and got like an extra spark, and then Blizzard just started giving people a free spark. So I don't necessarily know. I can at least at the very least say it's definitely not intended. So it's not like Blizzard said anywhere you're only supposed to be able to have 1 spark right now. They very well may have intended for that to be the case, for you to be able to get 2 sparks. But I don't know. You never turned in the Midnight World Tour quest, so you just finished it today. The reward is a season... Oh. Interesting. Okay, if it came from that quest... that actually might be an oversight. That's funny. To think of it, did I think I probably did that quest back in Season 1. That is fucking hilarious. Okay. Yeah, never mind. I think you weren't supposed to get that. I think they made an oopsie. That's interesting. Now, it might be the case it's entirely possible that you're supposed to be able to get 2 sparks, and they, instead of, what it used to be is that one gave you a bonus spark beyond your normal ones. They may have changed it to now just reward a regular spark up to the cap. So, I mean, right now I have 0 sparks, but I also haven't done my weekly. So, it's kind of impossible to say, right? But which one gives the spark? May have additional rewards, Spark of Tides. It does say you have not received your Spark of Tides, not Spark of Tides, plural. But again, I mean, that it should be easy to tell. I believe that there is like an indicator that says whether or not... Oh, there's another box here. Okay, okay. Cool. Blizzard banned this man. I feel like that's something they would fix. And to be fair, a completely understandable thing. So all joking aside, I don't think that you'd ever get banned for that. Now, Blizzard somehow knew that you were intentionally trying to game it, maybe, but it is interesting. I'm trying to think, is there any way that I can prove whether or not we're supposed to have 1 or 2 sparks? I'm not sure. I will mute my mic again, and I will finish eating, and as I eat, I will do some thinking. Okay, so I did some thinking. So I got a Spark of Tides, I got the Apex Cache and Void Vestige. This should give me Spark of Tides should be in here, right? Yeah. So this should give me 20 uncapped veteran. So I should be at 195 and then still 55. Yes, okay, I was correct. And then that is the Warbound campsite, whatever the fuck. Okay, so there's supposed to be a currency here where it's like Spark Residue. They did this back in Season 1, where it shows you how many sparks you've already obtained. I don't know why it's not here. I think they forgot to add it this season, which is annoying, because it means that I'm unable to double check. Yeah, I'm not seeing it here, unfortunately. You looked and you couldn't find it? Yeah. So, no way to guarantee from that. Now, there's another quest that I remember gives a spark. Oh, there's also this quest, Spark of Tides, right?
Are you planning a purchase?
What is it? There's a PvP quest that also said it gave a Spark of Tides. So, did Baze ever get in? Baze still isn't in? God damn. I guess he probably just, yeah, gave up, went to sleep. Sucks. Okay. But look at this. It still says you have not received your Spark of Tides this week. So, It's possible. And then what about these? Okay, that doesn't count. That it says it gives a spark of tides. Oh, fuck. Do I need to do... What about this one? Okay, that one doesn't give it. Alright. Alright, time for science. Sparks of War, Nightall. Let's see. This one directly says it gives a Spark of Tides. So, that one should be pretty straightforward. If we get the Spark, then it's 2. Maybe you Googled it and there was nothing? Yeah, I mean, it's... I've been following all of the information about the patch pretty fucking closely, and I do not know of a conclusive number. I don't think that they've said anywhere. So if you Googled it and you couldn't find anything, then that sounds about right. Then I'm not crazy, and it isn't something they've confirmed. So, again, I'm gonna mute. I've been like eating like one bite of food, and then I'm like, I need to unmute and talk about something. But then this is going to be... It's probably going to take a little bit to, get this set up. I will say I kind of fuck with Nightall. Like, this zone, once you get the feel for the slingshot mechanics of the mushrooms, it's actually pretty fun. But it takes a little while to really understand it. Especially compared to Vol. Vol is the worst shit Blizzard has ever added to this game. It is absolutely atrocious. But this zone? This zone's a vibe. That is a crazy name for that druid. And I believe rare mobs give otherworldly sparks of war, right? This is the only rare mob that's up. Fucking zero. Oh, sorry. Okay, so most likely the only thing I can... Yeah, I need to do the random chests, so it's gonna take a while, but I'll mute my mic and I'll get to work. Fucking what? I'm fucking Googling. Where do you get this from? What am I missing? Okay. So it looks like it's just bugged. I did look it up, and you are supposed to be able to get stuff from all the activities I've been doing. So it looks like they might have just disabled it, maybe? I don't know. Well, that is unfortunate. Alright, I guess I'll try arena skirmishes or something? I don't fucking know, man. I just realized I am still in war mode. I do not want to be in war mode. Alright, there we go. I am almost done with my food. .1 isn't live for you. It should be soon. Very soon. I believe. I mean, I don't know how long European maintenance is, but I would imagine it's usually slower than North America, and, you know, it's already been, what, like 2 hours since your maintenance started? So hopefully not that much longer. Alright, food is done. To get 9 out of 6 myths, do you need to bonus roll myth raids? Well, so yes and no. Obviously, yeah, if you have it at 9 out of 6, that is like gigabits. That is absolutely your best in slot. Even on myth 1 out of 6, it is still your best in slot. And well, and realistically, if it's myth 1 out of 6, you can upgrade it to 6 out of 6. For the vast majority of specs, even on like non-Venom Cursed Mythic, which is basically if it's not 9 out of 6, it's not Venom Cursed. Even in that case, it's still worth using. But yes, you do need to use your bonus roll in what's it called? In a Mythic raid to get that special effect, which will probably take quite a while. I'm probably going to get completely destroyed. The main thing that I'm trying to see here is, can I actually, what's it called? Get credit towards this quest. If it looks like I am able to make progress, then maybe it's worth finishing, just so I can see if I get the second spark. Also, to be clear, I don't know if I misunderstood your message, but the bonus effect is on the item regardless of the item level. The 9 out of 6 is just an extra thing to make the mythic version super duper strong. Shit, I forget. What is my keybind for Chains of Ice? Do I even have Chains of Ice keybind? Okay. Yeah. Kinda seems like Bloodseeker is not really suited for this. Oh. One of my add-ons is not working properly. Alright, they're flexing, is what it is. Alright, 35 honor. What's the name of that Blood DK M plus guru? You have a friend who wants to play that spec? I will type it in chat. It's Kyrasis. So, Kyrasis. There you go. Kyrasis has really good M plus guides. Alright. Let's check. Okay, I mean, I did make progress towards the quest, so I guess, I'll keep trying. I'm gonna swap to, swap to Sand Lane, because Sand Lane has much higher burst, so I'm gonna play this in arenas and not troll. Then I would also want to run Lights Company Guidon. And then in this particular build, seems good. Then I would actually be able to, I have a bit more speed as Sand Lane, and I mean, that group was really good. But I feel like it's not implausible that with Sand Lane, I can just delete DPS in my burst window. I mean, I got that priest down pretty low, but they were really good at kiting. Okay, is this a ranked arena? Yeah, no problem. How do I tell if it's a ranked arena or not? Is that... Oh, hey, that was the priest that I was paired with the last time. Alright. Well, I mean, they seemed pretty good. I'm guessing this means it's probably a skirmish. And so... It's probably the same exact people, then. So, if it's both of those hunters, which would make sense, then I want to go on Aiden Storm Rage, I'm guessing? Because that one was doing good damage. Maiden started 3 AM, so 4 hours ago? Oh, yeah. Definitely should have time. Is it the same people? It is the same people. Alright. Let's see what Mr. Priest does. Jesus, hunters are tanky. Oh my god, he's zipping around. Invalid target. Okay, he's dead. Oh, look at that. I got DPS the priest. Okay. Not too shabby. I was right that Sand Lane is the play here. Definitely, I mean, the reason we won that is because the priest also did a really good job of keeping themselves alive. So that's the reason I out DPS them. But it means that I wasn't getting completely carried. I did relevant damage. The main thing is that hunter was like teleporting all over the place. So I couldn't really keep track of them, and I kept trying to grip them, and it said invalid target. Probably because they were just glitching out, and I couldn't get an actual target on them. You can't wait to push M+ this season. You started playing WoW last season and got to 3,400 in a couple weeks. Nice. That is pretty good. It'll be fun to be here for the entire season to see how far you can push. Yeah, if you... I will say the thing with... with pushing M+, is a lot of times you do kind of need to wait until the end to get, like, maximum value. But it's, from what I have heard, I've never been, like, a big M+ pusher, but a lot of people I know who do push M+, will start super early, because, like, that way you can form connections, right? Like, if you're doing 15s, when that's, like, considered to be a high key on, like, week 1 or 2, then the people that you meet in those groups will eventually, in theory, be around for when you're doing, like, 20s and higher. So, that, helps you get your foot in the door. Alright, what group do I have here? Ah, it's different. Presumably the same priest again, but we have a warrior. Right, and they have all their fancy PvP gear. These ne'er-do-wells. Oh, interesting. So my raid leader just tested question mark like the regular mode of the Nemesis, and he said it does not give hero requests right now, so it's not worth doing. All right, Nancy Nibbler. Where's the mage? Fuck me. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy! There's no way! That was an insane mind control! Alright. Wow. Okay, the mage also just did crazy damage. That priest is really good. That's fucking wild. Mind controlling me so I can't death strike? I mean, I'm playing with fire doing this without any PvP gear, but also, I am only doing this for science. I cannot be fucking bothered to get a full set of PvP gear just to test this for science. How much longer do I intend to keep streaming for? So, one thing I absolutely want to test today, before I stop streaming, is... what's it called? The delve thing. I just... multiple people in my guild have confirmed it worked, but I want to test it for myself, just to double check. So I will do that. However long that takes. We'll see. I suspect... in that case, probably like another... isn't there... Okay, the questline might end there right now. Yes. So it seems I can already buy this stuff. I can't leave the queue? What do you mean I can't leave the queue? The fuck? Guess I can wait it out. But at this point, it's probably just faster for me to spam skirmishes, since that's what the first few have procced. Now, I was gonna do that before. Oh, I got... Okay, that's fine. Since somebody in my guild said that they did this, and it was fast... Now, when I tested this before, I didn't really think it was that fast, but... it was also very buggy. So I'll test this on tier 4. And presumably, yeah, Valeera doesn't really have much. And then, yeah, I have no curios. Put Valeera on DPS, I guess. But yeah, so according to my raid leader, you don't need to worry about doing the Nemesis boss. You'll still obviously want to do the question mark boss next week, because I believe that will give uncapped crests, but I guess Blizzard made it so it's not enabled this week right now. I should swap, I could stay Sandlion, I think it doesn't really matter much. What's the delve thing? So, if you do... what's it called? If you do the weekly quest in Vaults of Atalu Tech, you get a Delver's Bounty. Okay, kicked out my... Dude, hello, Valeera? Fuck off. Are you... What? Oh, no, okay, my guildie's a fucking liar. What are you... He said he did this in 4 minutes. Alright, fuck off. No, you did not. Yeah, it's exactly the same shit that I tested on beta. 4 minutes my fucking ass. It does this shit over and over, where, like, you can't fucking score because it's, like, super finicky. So you're going to have to score one that's, like, really annoying. Oh, wow. Half the time I kick it, it goes super far. That time it does a little tiny hop. Little tiny hop. Oh. Should you spend your crests, or are there some you need to save? Definitely. So what Marco said is partially correct. Spend under champ. I would say the inverse of that is true. Do not spend champ. Definitely do not spend champ. So don't do anything beyond that. Adventurer crests are basically worthless. I guess if you still need upgrades from Adventurer, you can spend those freely. Like, that is whatever. Veteran crests, I would not spend veteran crests. The only situation right now where you are 100% good to spend veteran crests is if you have a 292 piece of gear, which you would only have if you got a champion item. So if, let's say, you did an M0, and you got a pair of champion bracers, let's say, and you have a pair of veteran bracers, well then, because you have the champion bracers at 292, because that's what it drops at, then you would be able to upgrade the veteran bracers to 292 for free, and then you could spend the final upgrade of 292 to 295, which is veteran 6 out of 6, with your veteran crests. That is 100% worth in all situations using veteran crests on. The only exception to that is if you have not done your Delver's Bounty yet. So if you aren't aware of the Delver's Bounty trick, then don't spend any crests right now. If you are aware of the Delver's Bounty trick, then do that first. See what you get your hero track piece on. Because then, let's say, obviously this would be incredibly unlucky in this hypothetical, if you get veteran bracers, champion bracers, and hero track bracers, like, you would hate your life, but in that case, you would hate your life even more if you wasted crests on an upgrade and then got a hero track piece. Delver's Bounty trick, so purging the vaults. Okay, yeah, so that is... I do not like that delve. Like, I will say, it's not the worst delve ever. It is, by definition, not the fastest delve. But it is theoretically not the worst one. What did I get? When any player's health... I remember that one, yeah. And then... That's what you heard, don't take your word too seriously? Yeah, I mean, no problem. You're not that far off, and in fairness, I am being really min-maxy about it, but I do think that a lot of people are also too lax, and they don't spend as much time thinking about what they should be doing to optimize. Here, since it's kind of important to, like, showcase it, I will go ahead and I'll do the intro quest right now. Like, I'll prio doing that before anything else, so that I can show you what the Delver's Bounty trick is. The TLDR is the Purging the Vaults weekly that you get from Vaults of Atalu Tech. After you complete it, you get a Delver's Bounty. Ooh, rare mouth. Okay, slight detour. Slight detour face planting straight into a wall. Oh, what the fuck? Huh? Motherfucker, I just want to kill the rare mob. Oh my god. Okay, can I kill the rare mob without it teleporting me back? Yeah, so you get your Delver's Bounty, and then you can use it on a tier 8 Delve. What did I... Okay, nice. Credit. But the reason why I said, like, that's important to do first, is obviously you want to get that out of the way first. Because if you get a duplicate hero track piece, then you don't want to have wasted any veteran crest. Because in theory, if you use all of your veteran crest perfectly, you can get 295, full 295, or very close to it. It requires you to get a little bit lucky, and you would have, in theory, needed to go into the season with, like, some of the Rotmire gear. But if you have, like, Rotmire gear, if you have your Ascendant Voidforge things, then if you play your cards right, and you're very careful with what you use your veteran crest on, it is entirely possible that you can get 295 minimum in every single slot. Now, you'll still want to use your 4-piece from the previous season, assuming you have that on 289. For the vast majority of people, that'll still be better. But that means that you have the veteran crest discount on all of your alts. So, for my, like, personal case, in that situation, I'm going to try and get a lot of gear for, like, my alt paladin. And my alt paladin's still, like, in the 270s. So if I manage to get the veteran crest discounts on my my blood DK, then my paladin can benefit from it a lot, even though I only need a few slots on my blood DK. And since I have, like, full bis in this character, well, you know, ignore that, right? Obviously that's arena scaling. So this is supposed to be 3s, and I guess we don't have our 3rd, so we just lose or something? I don't know. Well, I guess if there are... Yeah, there's 3 people. I mean, probably GG, especially as that... Yeah, there's a healer and a tank. I'm just gonna spam Bellerin mount special over and over. The healer's trying. I mean, I feel like it's not worth it, but out of respect for them, since they're actually really giving it their all... Okay, yeah, the Paladin immediately healed up. Never mind, I shouldn't have done that. I should have just let them kill me. Yeah, buddy, I don't know if this is worthwhile. I think we just take the L. We're two-manning a threes. Why are they healing me? Okay, I have to LOS my own healer. Alright. That's the strat. Nice. Is this like somebody who's trying to do some, like, fancy shit of, like... I can't even see their achievements. There we go. Thank you. You forgot to ask, if you decide to do myth raids, what's the appropriate item level for it this season? You said hero raids. So, well, I mean, it changes. Right now, 295-ish is what everybody's going to be going into next week. But most people are going to expect you to probably be around 300, because the vast majority of pugs are going to be trying to get up to like 300 item level before they get in. But then over time, I would say, generally speaking, the item level that you're expected to be for hero is like full M+ drop item level, which I don't know what M+ drop item level is right now in the new season. I think somewhere in my guild Discord, somebody pinned the, like, the item level sheet. I can Google this. Midnight Season 2 M+ drop eye level. Mythic 311 item level. Yeah. So if you're trying to pug, basically, if on next Tuesday, around here, if you want to try and immediately go in and pug the first 2 heroic bosses, which I don't recommend, it's going to be a shit show if you try and do that. Like, by all means, give it a shot, but you're going to have a bad time. It tends to not go well, day 1 pugs. But the item level that you want to have is around my item level. Right now, full BIS characters from the previous season are 293 item level. Though keep in mind, I also have, like, extremely optimized gear. I have a socket in every single slot, which gives me... Or, well, every single slot that can have a socket. Which gives me a lot of additional stats. I have, like, perfectly itemized stuff, like the Eye of Midnight, Rotmire Ring. I have best-in-slot trinkets. So, I am 293, but I'm also, like, optimized 293. Now, by the end of this week, I expect my character will be at least 295. I'm gonna hopefully be 296, maybe, but we'll see. But if I'm 295 bare minimum in every single slot, and then I have some Rotmire pieces and the hero track item, then as long as I don't get unlucky, I should theoretically be able to get to 296. Most people will be 293 through 295, give or take. And then, because people will be able to jump into M+ very early next week, you're going to get up to around 300 average early on. So that is a reasonable amount to expect. And then as the season goes on, by like week 2 or 3, it's going to be expected that you farmed enough M+ to where you have full 311. So a regular M+ drop in every single slot, basically. And that'll be the new benchmark that people kind of judge you by. And then generally speaking, as time goes on, like, you know, that is considered to be a reasonable amount by most players' judgment. And who knows, you can get into groups earlier. But the reality of gearing is after you get to the point where it's like you can just get the items at a guaranteed item level in M+, which, like I said, in this case, will be 311 hero track, then it becomes a lot harder to expect people, especially in heroic pug raids, to have done much more beyond that. So, it'll kind of flatline at that level. And then, obviously, as the season goes on, like, if we're talking super late in the season, we'll eventually reach a point where the average person who's pugging heroic might be somebody who already has mostly mythic. We're talking, like, way, way, way later on, where they've already just been, like, doing vault after vault after vault. And then, you know, you'll have so many myth crests that you can fully upgrade everything. But that's kind of what I mean when, like, it scales, right? You know, the expectation kind of goes up over time. That's just how it goes. Okay, so when I turn in this quest... I forgot to requeue for Arena Skirmish. When I turn in this quest, I will pick up the new quest for, what's it called? The Purging the Vaults. And then that's going to be the one that gives me the, what's it called?
It is an honor to battle beside you. I'll watch your back.
This one. So you can see this gives me Trove Hunter's Bounty. So that's really good.
May Halasi hide you from your enemies.
Yeah, there's also this quest. Vaults Vital Utek, a Toxic Tour. Temple Strike, Cursed Depths. So, we really want... Temple Incursion and an Ancient Foe. Also, something to keep in mind, right? So I did check. The Trove Hunter's Bounty goes away after you've gotten one per week. So you can't get more than one per week. But you actually get... This is a one-time quest that gives you an extra Venom Curse Fragment. This is one of those things, remember when I said, like, I needed to confirm stuff in live servers before I talked about, like, my gearing guide? Well, I found this on the PTR, but I'll be honest. I saw this and I'm like, this feels not right. Because it's basically almost exactly the rewards of Purging the Vaults. Just duplicated. So I kind of thought they might have fucked that up, but it's still there in live servers, so I don't know. We'll see, I guess. But that means that you can get, at the very least, a guaranteed champion piece. And if you do the Ancient Foe, then in theory you can get, I guess, a champion piece and a half. I don't know what you'll do with the other one. Europe just went live. Nice. You're going to use Fall the Arrow? Awesome. I doubt I can solo. Oh, well. I mean, they're in full PvP gear. Like, maybe they saw my gear and they're like, oh, surely this person can solo. Like, I'm a Blood DK, brother. Yeah, we got the Shadow Priest. What is it with people blinking all over the place? Again? Oh! Oh! Oh, I got him! Got his ass! Surely I win these. I mean, you can mind control me. I don't really know what that's supposed to do here. Oh, you proc blood draw, you idiot! Woo! Okay. That rogue was actually kind of dog shit. They did do enough to the druid to where I managed to win that, though. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. Dan Lane is definitely the play for these. Still a Temple Strike. Yeah, there's a daily up here. What's the incentive for running PvP? So, somebody earlier managed to get a second Spark of the Tides because they didn't do their initial, like, Midnight World Tour quest. So, what I'm trying to do now is to confirm whether or not you're able to get 2 Sparks, or if they did basically bypass it and kind of, like, accidentally cheat. And since this thing says it gives a Spark of the Tides, and I've already gotten 1 Spark of the Tides from the Coiled Isle Weekly, if I do this and I get a Spark of the Tides, then you're intended to get 2 Sparks. But if I do this and I don't, then it confirms that you're only supposed to be able to get 1 Spark. So we're just doing science, basically. I forgot I turned off, Accept. What is Essence of Malice? Just more rep. Do that. Okay. Oh shit, sorry, I missed. Old McDonald subscribed with Prime, thank you. How's Blood DK looking? Incredibly powerful. Blood DK looks fucking crazy. You've been a DK since Wrath, but haven't bothered with Blood outside of harder solo content. You hated how it felt in Dragonflight. So you are in good company in that case. I also hated Blood in Dragonflight. I don't know exactly what you hated about Blood in Dragonflight, but if what you hated is the whole mechanic, I believe it was Shattering Bone, right, where the vast majority of your damage came from just letting Bone Shield break, and you had to, like, stand in Death and Decay to amplify the damage. That was such a dog shit playstyle. It was one of the worst iterations of Blood DK, and I also hated it. I mained Blood DK for Mirdrasil Prog, which was, admittedly, it was the end of Dragonflight, so it was the best version of it, but it still wasn't great. It felt a little bit janky still. Deathstrike sucked and the bone thing. Yeah, I mean, Deathstrike was even more powerful than it was now in terms of its healing. The core functionality of how Deathstrike works, of, like, you press Deathstrike, you do, like, shitloads of damage and heal for a percentage of the damage taken. Like, that still hasn't changed. But, definitely the core playstyle of Blood is so much better now than it used to be. It's really, really good. Is Blood likely to get nerfed? Absolutely. Blood is going to get nerfed. Here's the good news. Blood is so far ahead of all the other specs. Blood was already going to be the #1 tank, and then Blizzard buffed it for some reason. They are so out of the loop, they buffed the #1 tank. And now Blood is, like, so fucking far ahead that they could completely revert all of the buffs they gave it, and it would still be on top. They could nerf it even further after the buffs they gave it, and it would still be on top. It's that good. It is that fucking good. Blood is fucking crazy right now. Okay. This rogue's going crazy. Oh, I'm blinded! I mean, I could have IBF this, but, like... Nope, you're fighting me now. Where'd the warrior go? He just left, I guess? Okay. You didn't know is that it's fucking crazy. And the nice thing is, to make Blood bad, they would have to nerf, like, fundamental parts about Blood. Because right now, Blood has, like, multiple viable builds. So they would have to nerf core parts of Blood, like Deathstrike, right? Where it affects all iterations of it. But if they just nerf, like, some of Blood's builds, it has multiple extremely strong builds that play, like, somewhat differently. Blood is very good. There is right now, to give you an idea of where we're at with Blood, the question is, are you running double Blood DK in Raid? Or do they nerf Blood and you only run one Blood DK? That is the thing that we're debating. It's well beyond of, like, is there any chance, no matter what universe you run at least one Blood? It's also, the funny thing about Blood is, this could have been a tier where Blood could have been, like, subpar, like, weak, in terms of its damage and survivability. Like, a good example is Dementius. Blood wasn't bad in Manaforge Omega, but it was by far, or it was far from, like, the strongest tank. The two strongest tanks, just in general, in a vacuum, were Prot Warrior and Brewmaster Monk, and it wasn't even close. And then you still ran Blood on Dementius because grips were mandatory on that fight. From what it seems, there are going to be multiple fights in this raid where grips are basically mandatory. So even when we were, like, very early on before tuning was even remotely finalized, my CodeSync and I were pretty much already in agreement that at least one Blood DK was mandatory on, like, the vast majority of bosses, especially Ulatek, which looks like it's going to be a lot of grips. So it was already going to be a Blood raid because of that, and now Blood is just, like, the strongest tank in terms of damage and survivability. Like, I genuinely do not understand what the fuck Blizzard is smoking, and they think Blood is okay. I'm not really gonna complain, because I like Blood DK, but I have never been in a position like this before, where, like, yeah, my reaction, like, a few weeks ago, whenever Blizzard announced that they were buffing Blood, was just like, you're doing what? Hello? Like, what do you mean? You're buffing the spec that's already destroying everybody else. It's, it was interesting. A very interesting decision. The season is in 6 days, yeah. What if you run 3 Blood DKs? I mean, it is not unheard of. My guild actually, last tier, on Veilgore and Ezrak, we actually, on our prog kill, ran 3 Blood DKs. So, it is actually, unironically, not impossible. Now, for prog, obviously, on all bosses, you wouldn't. Veilgore and Ezrak, you needed lots of mass grips, and damage check wasn't a concern. But a good example, right, is there is a very good chance that you will actually want to run on, like, the first boss of the raid, triple Blood DK, if you have access to it. Just because it doesn't, like, it's the first boss, damage check will likely not be a concern here whatsoever. So if you just want to make everybody's life significantly easier, having a third Blood DK on this boss actually would make Nexali like a fucking joke. Because the ad control is the only thing that really matters here. You'll probably hear of M+ groups pushing with 5 Blood DKs. Honestly, it could happen. I could totally see that. Okay, so is this bugged? What's going on here? It looks like this might be broken. So that is unfortunate if that's the case. I was wondering why it seemed like there was a bunch of people in this area, but nothing was happening. And I guess now we know. Good old Blizzard Entertainment. It's exactly what I would expect. What am I doing? Oh, it's like, it's Simon Says? Okay. Well, the fucking speech bubble is covering. What are we... Okay. Sure. You thought it was just broken on your side? Guess it is for everybody? Yeah, it looks like it. I would imagine if this is probably one of those where, like, you have to server hop. In fact, I'll try that. If I do... Custom... Ancient Foe, okay. Let's check this shit out. Yeah, okay, this guy definitely has an Ancient Foe. Over here. So it's still visually bugged on my screen. But on this server, it seems to be progressing correctly, so I don't know what the fuck's going on. Just spaghetti code, as usual. It would be fun seeing you speedrun the Lore Master achievement. How many hours do you think it would take you? Apologies, but I will never do that. Sorry. And it would probably take a very long time. So, I mean, it's a lot of quests, right? Like, obviously, I can optimize the speedrun route, but, like, something like Lore Master, I mean, it depends on what we're talking about, right? Lore Master for the entire game is like a... You can't even put a time on that. Like, that would take so long that you would need to take sleep breaks, right? That's just... It's a lot of quests. The game is very big. But the real reason why I'm never going to do that is, like, I'll be honest, I don't love doing the leveling speedruns. Like, when I'm in the moment of doing the runs, I'm not like, oh, this is so much fun. Like, sometimes there's individual moments where I'm like, yeah, it was kind of fun. But the main reason I do the leveling speedruns is because there's a practical use case for them. I do the speedruns so I could, like, really see how far I could push leveling, so that I can try and optimize the run further. And a lot of times I'll be like, I wonder if I could do this to save time, and then sometimes it's a trick that's applicable to other people, and I can include it in the guide. But the reality is something like a Lore Master speedrun, I mean, that has no, like, practical purpose. Like, nobody doing Lore Master is ever like, I wonder if I can, like, speedrun this. It's usually the kind of thing that you, like, throw Netflix on for your second monitor and just kind of, like, chip away at. So, the stuff that I try to speedrun is things where there is practical value. Like, other people who aren't necessarily trying to speedrun this thing will still be trying to do it quickly, because they need to do it for, like, you know, gear farming or leveling alts or whatever. Like, there is a practical reason to do the speedrun. So that way I can get a fun speedrun, it's entertaining for people to watch, but then it's also informative for people who aren't speedrunning but still need that information. That would not really be applicable for Lore Master. So there's a lot of stuff like that where I would never really do it. The only exception is, like, if I think a speedrun would genuinely be fun to do, then I might do it. And there are, like, I've teased that there are some ideas I have of, like, fun speedruns. Also, you can see this is what I was talking about, Venom Curse Fragment, right? So I have one of these now, and then I'll be able to get another one from the quest, and that is a guaranteed... we get a 285 piece there from that boss. Guaranteed Veteran piece, that is cool. And a Corrosive Soul, okay. Now, the Curse Depths thing went away momentarily, but now it's back. So it does seem like it is just this server I'm on is bugged. Ancient Foe is the same as Temple Strike? No. There's a hierarchy. So, like, look at this achievement, right? Temple Patrol, Temple Strike, Temple Incursion, Ancient Foe. Temple Patrols are like these things. They're like little random world quests. Honestly, they're garbage. They're not worth doing. They just give you corrosive coins. Temple Strikes are these things. They pop up every now and then. Now, look at this at the top here. Complete the current strike to begin an incursion. Now, unfortunately, this strike is bugged, so it can't be completed. But whenever this strike is finished, instead of a new strike spawning, it'll spawn an incursion, which is basically like a super upgraded, amazing strike. And the incursion has a 10-minute timer, and if you succeed, then it spawns an Ancient Foe. And that's the Ancient Foe. Gives you special rewards. And then it goes back to, like, it cycles through a bunch of strikes, and then, like, I believe it's every 30 minutes, it'll get this. The next strike turns into an incursion. And then, if you fail, it goes back to just spamming strikes. So the main loop to keep in mind, like, the open world thing here is strikes lead into incursions, and then successful incursions lead into Ancient Foes. So now I need to do an incursion, though, which means I'll have to look for groups here. So this person just has test. All right. Yeah, no problem. In other words, you should use it to get your M0s out of the way. Is there a good build knocking around, or do you intending to use one on Icy Veins or somewhere else? Well, I can show you. So something like this is what I would recommend for M+, if you're new to Blood DK. or like M0s, right? I would recommend starting with Deathbringer. You kind of want them nerfed if you choose to play Froster and Holy. So here's the good news. Grips are actually so impactful in this next raid, and DK DPS looks so good. There is actually a chance you might run double Blood DK and still run DPS DK. DK is in a very good spot at the moment, just across the board. So, yeah, that is something you actually don't need to worry about, thankfully. But if you're trying to do M0s as Blood, you can play either build. Sand Lane's great, Deathbringer's great. Like I said, that's the lovely thing about Blood. It has so many really strong build varieties. But a lot of, like, the core talents that you want to run are the same. The main thing about Deathbringer is Sand Lane basically just makes your Dancing Rune Weapon window really powerful. And you do a ton of damage during that burst. But Deathbringer gives you a lot of flexibility outside of Dancing Rune Weapons. You get this new ability, Reaper's Mark. And normally it's a 45-second cooldown, but if you take this talent, Reaper's Onslaught, which I would recommend, it is a 30-second cooldown. And this means that every 30 seconds you have a mini burst window. You apply this to a target, it makes your next Marrow shoot out like a bunch of gigantic scythes. The animation is fucking crazy, I love it, but also it's really good as like a mini burst AoE every 30 seconds. Every single pull, you will have a Reaper's Mark if you're playing 30-second Reapers. And that feels so comfortable. One, you never need to worry about Bone Shield, because whenever you get those upgraded sights, it counts as a Marrow Rend, so it gives you more Bone Shield charges. Every time you press Reaper's Mark, it also gives you Bone Shield charges. So you are constantly topped on Bone Shield, you never need to worry about that. You have really good sustained AoE, and you have amazing snap threat every 30 seconds. So while Sand Lane is very strong, Sand Lane has a much higher skill ceiling and is also a little bit more dependent on your stats. You need to stack haste to really get the most out of it. Deathbringer, it's just like, you can do whatever the fuck you want. It's very flexible, really chill playstyle. I would highly recommend, if you're starting to get into Blood DK, definitely start with Deathbringer. And then if you really enjoy it, you can try out Sand Lane. It's also a good playstyle, but it is a little bit different. You don't have to press Bone Shield sign you up? Yeah. Well, you do need to initially get Bone Shield rolling, but usually what you'll do is, like, at the very start of a pull, while you're, like, rounding up mobs, you can either open with just a single Marrow Rend to get your Bone Shield started at the beginning of a pull, but if you pull correctly, you can sustain the same Bone Shield with no manual Marrow Rends or Death's Caresses throughout the entirety of the dungeon, especially if you're running 30-second Reapers. You could always rely on either using Reapers or your sights to extend your Bone Shield. So yeah, it does make that significantly easier to do. I think I missed a few messages earlier. Just one. Claire DK said, not gonna lie, can't wait for Europe to come up. Just so you can level 3 new characters in patch day, because Blizzard banned your man account. Oh, shit. There's suspicion of RMT. Did you get caught in that wave? Because I saw a post that said something like, a Russian guild was banned mid-raid. And I'm guessing the timing would make sense. But that fucking sucks. I mean, obviously, if you've been around for a while, which I know, I recognize your name. You've been in chat before. But if you were here for Mop Remix, then I also got wrongly banned. Not for RMT, different thing. They suspected me of using cheat programs when on only one of my multi-boxed accounts. Fucking wasn't, obviously. But it was very blatantly a mass reporting thing. But TLDR, Blizzard gets that shit wrong all the time, so yeah, I feel for you. And the other thing is, it's so fucking annoying because you have so many Blizzard dick gobblers who, if you ever try to point out that they got it wrong, people will be like, oh, you're lying, you're just trying to get unbanned, take the L, and it's so fucking annoying. As if, like, the billion-dollar company that has outsourced all of its customer support to AI could never have a false positive. No, that's, definitely impossible. Very, very frustrating. So I'm sorry to hear that you have to deal with that. That fucking sucks. What the fuck is Skarathos? Is Skarathos the rare? No, that says Sazerac the Fanged. That's Skarathos. I I can just, like, layer hop myself. Hold on, actually, I was gonna say log out. I'll real quick... Where's the arena? Hop onto my alt account. Where do you get the new things for herb mining? That is outside my expertise. I do not mess around with professions at all. I know... The only thing I know about that's new is the fishing stuff. So I know that there's new fishing... Like a new fishing pole and stuff at this area, second mate slugs. But I don't think he has anything other than fishing. If there are new things for the other professions, that is outside of my knowledge. Okay, let me... I'm checking real quick to see. The problem is, I don't know if, I don't think any of my, roleplay server characters are level 90, so they might not be able to layer me over to the Coiled Isle. But let's see. What do I have access to? I have... My current character is on Zul'jin. I have Illidan... Sen'jin? Sen'jin, I guess, is a different server, at the very least. Another Zul'jin. Yeah, I have some characters on dead servers, but I don't... They would, in theory, not be able to reach the Coiled Isle. Actually, no, maybe. I gotta find an Alliance character. Let me search, Sentinels. Okay, I have a good one. I have a good one here. Is the new contract on the AH? Yes, but it is currently bugged, so I would not recommend buying it. Oh, shit. It makes no noise when that procs. So... if you missed it, the contract right now, after you use it, it instead turns into the Amani tribe. If you log out when you log back in, it swaps it to the Amani tribe instead of Zul'jarra's forces. So, unfortunately, because of that bug, it's not worth buying right now. It would be a waste of money. So just hold off on that for now. But I guess I will say you can buy it, yes. So if I go and I search Zul'jarra, or is... Zul'jarra's Forces contract. Already down to 1k, it's pretty cheap, but yeah, it is currently not working correctly. Small indie company. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna see if on my level 80 character I can fly to the Coiled Isle. I'm not going to swap over my... I'm not going to swap over my thing just yet. I'm going to queue for an arena skirmish, and then I have a plan. I'm going to open OBS on my second monitor. That way I can watch... This OBS will show me what's going on in that window. And then hopefully, if this works... my idea here, then I should be able to phase my blood decay onto a dead roleplay server, which means I should have, well, presumably the bug will be fixed. That's caused this server to be stuck. But then, also, I would be able to find rares very easily, which should be pretty cool, because I'm still missing a few. There's a group Temple Strike Incursion Farm. If this doesn't work, if I'm unable to get to Coiled Isle, then I'll just join that group. Should you do all the story or just up until what lies behind the fog? I would say you may as well. It's honestly pretty short, and the vast majority of it is available. And then it'll lead directly into the raid quest for next week, so... It's only like 30 minutes of questing. It's really not that bad. Okay, I can access the coil dial. That is nice. Let me do that first, though. Okay. The hunter was in a group before. Interesting. I mean, in theory, if we kill the monk fast enough, then I can just outlast the rest of them. It's really a question of if in my dancing rune weapon I can kill this monk. The problem is they're slippery bastards, so I don't know. I also don't know if how much the hunter is going to be able to do. Ah, shit, and I'm back in Deathbringer. Okay, that's unfortunate. I forgot to switch talents. Am I not running slow? Does that not work in PvP? Maybe it doesn't. I don't know why the hunter's not going on to the monk. We're just gonna try and do this. That's the plan. I mean, I guess we can cleave them. Ooh, they got bots. Nice. Gathering throw, though. Oh, and the hunter's dead. Okay. I mean, surprisingly, the hunter actually did, like, fucking nothing. Just kill me. If I was in Sand Lane, it might have been a little bit easier. Okay, the damage meter was skewed. The hunter was doing solid damage. I'd take it back. But, you know. I think realistically that's just we either have to kill the monk or we're just done. And they hit the warrior for some reason. I will switch back to Sand Lane though. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Let's... is the PvP for fun or because there's some upgrade? Possibly. We're testing it for science. I'm trying to see if I can get a second Spark of Tides. And this is the only way that I know of for now that can conclusively, like, confirm or deny whether or not you're able to get a second Spark. I don't know necessarily if it will work, so, you know, don't go out there and test it just yet. If it works, you know, you'll be the first to see, because I'll be able to show it live on stream. But I'm not 100% certain yet if it does work or not. Okay, let's do this. So is this... Yeah, so in this case, you can see now it's working correctly. Unfortunately, it seems the server is... I mean, as expected, a dead roleplay server. It's just really unfortunate that the main server is completely broken. There was this group, the Area 52 one. Let's see. So there is... Oh, there's a bunch of people out there. I don't know what they're doing out there. Hopefully this server isn't bugged as well. Okay, it's the same event, but this one is actually presumably working as intended? Where's the central chamber? As long as I get credit for this... I do need to complete... I need to complete one Temple Strike, one Temple Incursion, and then I need to do another Temple Strike for this daily. I believe these are dailies, right? I should be able to see in the log. It is... It actually does not say. It does not show on hover. Because, like, you can see this one. This is one of the fishing quests, but this is repeatable 8 hours left, so that's a daily. But this, if I hover over it, it doesn't actually specify. I'm pretty sure it's a daily. But now that I look at it, it's actually not conclusive. I'm stuck in this stupid pile of bones. I do like this. This is a cool little little thing. The fact that it shows you where players are. Okay, yeah, Temple Strike. So we can go over that way. I'm gonna just pop a gun shoes for this. Save a little bit of time. World first 2 sparks? Well, I am not the world first 2 sparks. That's why I'm testing it, though, because somebody in my chat apparently was. And they stumbled upon it by accident. Now, whether or not it's a bug or intended, that is what I'm trying to figure out. Whether Blizzard is allowing you to get 2 sparks, or if they just stumbled across a bug that allowed it to happen to them. Seems to work on your end now? Nice. Well, to be fair, I did also swap servers. So I was on, what's it called? Zul'jin. So on Zul'jin it was bugged for me, but then the group that I joined is on Area 52. So at the very least, it's not a guaranteed thing that'll happen. It's kind of cool. Like, drag the stuff around. Okay, so that was... Is there... What is that? Essence of Malice. I guess I should probably go up there and do that. What the hell is this? Sticky strands. Yuck. So presumably, since we finished that incursion, or that strike, then another strike's probably gonna appear within the next minute. Ideally, we should try and wait until the incursion timer is up. That way, when we finish that strike, it would happen. But, I mean, it's... Group of random people, I have no idea. But going forward, like, that is... Groups like this, day one, I don't think understand how the mechanics work. But I fully expect, like, as time goes on, you're going to see, like, people leading these groups and, like, calling for players to do that. Ooh. That drops combat? That's actually kind of sweet. Not know that. Okay, so where is... Oh. That's right here, right? Okay. So the place that I went here for the quest happened to be where the strike popped, so... what do I need? Malefic Venom. Is it... this enemy? This guy's glowing purple. Ooh. And my game is kind of stuttering. Okay, so what is it that I need? Multi-venom is an item. Oh, you use the fountain. Okay. And what does this give me? It's just one of the dailies. Holy frame rate drop. Okay, yeah, so there's definitely no way we do this within 10 seconds, which means that we're guaranteed to get an incursion after this. And that is the last objective I need for this quest, which will give me a Delver's Bounty and the second half of my Venom First Fragment. There's no fucking way. Okay. I was gonna say, if you were stuck back there and there was no way to get out, that would have really sucked. Let's do Guardian of the Sacrifice. Okay, this guy. And Beast of the Rattle. Where's this guy going? He's immune to grips. He's either immune to grips or he keeps evade bugging. I can't really tell. Maybe if you try to drag him out of this door, he starts to glitch out. Just kill mobs. I will say, this is significantly easier to do when you're not soloing the entire fucking thing. I did not having to... or, I can't talk. I did not enjoy having to try and test this in the PTR, and nobody else was around, obviously. Not a fun time. But frankly, even with other people, it's just kind of a mob kill fest. Ain't too crazy. Done this 10 times. No Cesarith the Fanged. So, how does this rare mob work then? Cesarith the Fanged. Feathered Bell. What is a Feathered Bell? I just... My dumbass just typed Feathered Bell into Google. As if, like, it wouldn't bring up anything other than a... Apparently it's a veteran track trinket? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I expect. Oh, okay, this gives veteran crests. Now this, I assume... Yeah, this is part of the cap. Okay, cool. And I'm already capped on Adventurer. Apparently some activity guide gave me uncapped Adventurer. I don't know what. Interesting. I've gotten completion credit for purging the vaults. And this will give me completion credit for... can I do this? Oh, that's sick. You can XA 1000 through the Venom? Okay, you cannot gunshoes across the Venom. It looks like you can XA 1000 on, like, the low, like, the ankle height Venom, but the really deep puddles, you cannot for either one of them. But that is actually really cool tech, though. The fact that you can XA 1000 around, like, the edges of that is very cool. Okay, so... This one I tested on the PTR. It starts down here. And I can turn in the quest while I'm at it. And that way I can double-check to see what the rewards are. First off, just turn this in. Did I... Right, yeah, I never actually finished doing this, intro. Do I have...
We fight for the Aman, all of them. May you always find victory.
Approach the Altar of Corrosion. Oh, it's because... Right. Because I'm in a raid. So... I'm not getting quest credit. That's why. Alright, yeah, so I got the Trove Hunter's Bounty. Now, it is very important, right? So I absolutely cannot use this until I have completed, or until I have unlocked Tier 8. So I do not want to accidentally use this. What I can do right now, though, is set my loot spec to Unholy and use my very first Venom Cursed Fragment. I got a fucking trinket? Huh. Okay. Well, that's bad. Yeah, that is not an ideal outcome. Now, it's, like, that's fine just because, like, you know, it's champion. If I get a hero track trinket, I'll probably be a bit sad. But... I mean, I have no idea if this thing is good or not. I can't imagine it's better than my current options. Why not save for T11? There's no difference. You can surf on the Venom? Indeed you can. I mean, it is interesting, I guess. I have no idea what this does, so maybe... I guess I'll equip it. I can put it on, and then if it seems like sometimes... A good example is like Drogbar Rocks, you know, very unassuming world drop trinket, and then it did crazy damage. Especially, has a chance to toss an axe at an enemy. The axes will deal increased damage to enemies below 40% health. Like, maybe that's good. I don't know. But yeah, so back in War Within, if you did all of your bounties on T11, they gave you extra myth crests. But that's not a thing in Midnight. They changed that. Now there's basically no difference between using your bounty on T8 or T11. unlock something. Whoa! I got fucking launched. So let's look at this quest. So the rewards, you can see, by the way, that, what's it called? The Delver's Bounty is no longer on here as an option. So that is still only once per week. Now, if I do get a hero track item that is a complete dud for me, I'm going to be very sad. Getting a champion piece that I can't use is, like, kinda whatever. Just because, I mean, it feels bad. I would rather get this trinket than, like, a weapon, for instance. Like, a 292 weapon, I can't do shit with. At the very least, this trinket is, like, it's probably garbage, but it could be good. It's always exciting seeing, like, a random world drop trinket. Especially because, like, I don't recognize this one. So, generally speaking, all of the Delve trinkets, they put it on the PTR vendor for people to test. This was not on the PTR vendor. They don't often put, like, world drop trinkets on there. Usually because they don't expect it to ever be good. But then also, as a result, there have been times where there is, like, a random world drop trinket that flies under the radar and is actually extremely overtuned. It's not common, and also the trinkets this tier seem very strong, so I doubt there's going to be any, like, sleeper OP world drop trinkets compared to what we have from the raid, but... Will I be using accolades to, patch gear, or do I already outgear it? I mean... I kind of outgear it. So, to give you an idea, right, like, this is my accolades right now. And my current gear. So, the answer is, like, yes and no. I definitely outgear it. I technically, by upgrading veteran pieces to 295, I can get upgrades in a few different slots. The main thing that I'm going to use accolades for is to just ensure... Oh, hey, I got another helmet piece. I can't tell if that was capped or not. I wasn't really paying attention to where I was at for crests. I feel like that was probably capped. Where is... what I can do is this, and then land here, and then fucking fall because I'm a stupid idiot. The main thing that I can use the accolades for is ensuring that I have a guaranteed veteran piece in every single slot. So if I need an item that I can upgrade to 295, I don't need to RNG into it. Like, so here... what was that helmet I got? This thing. So, like, here's all the veteran stuff I've gotten. This is a random BOE that I looted, but I have, like, a weapon, which I don't need. I have the trinket, don't need as well. Then bracers, that's from the rep thing. And then I've gotten, like, 3 pairs of helmets. I have a cloak, belt, that's from the Harldan thing. So, and, oh yeah, and I got a ring. Right. So I've gotten a decent number of different items, but for instance, let's say I do all this stuff and I never manage to get, like, a pair of veteran pants or gloves or whatever. I have more than enough accolades to fill those slots. Now, on characters that are low in gear, so, like, for instance, I also farmed a decent amount of accolades on my prop paladin, nowhere near this extent, I'll be honest, I didn't even realize I had this number of accolades on my Blood TK. I was just as surprised to see that number. But I've stockpiled around 2,000 accolades on my Prop Paladin, and that character is only like 270-something, so I will be trying to buy veteran items. But the beauty of the accolades is, well, A, since it's a targeted slot, after you've done all of your other sources of gear, that's when you ideally want to spend your accolades. But you can technically farm an infinite amount. So even if you, let's say, like, waste a little bit, and you're short a piece or two, then you can always just, like, sit there on Vala and Nightall, or just run ritual sites, and just ensure that you eventually have a full set of veteran stuff. So it is a pretty powerful gearing method. But that is not necessarily the way to maximize your item level. In order to maximize your item level, you need to maximize the value of your veteran crests. Which is why I'm trying to, like, set it up so that I have as many as possible. Okay, so interesting here. I got another 260 at him. I killed the boss the second time, and I did not get a second champion item. So I can at least now confirm that that is only one time. Now, since that was the same mob, one thing I am curious about is if I kill a different ancient foe, because there's a few different types of ancient foes that you can encounter. If I kill a different one, will a different ancient foe give me the Venom Curse Fragment again? That I'm not sure. It does seem weird that when I complete this quest, it's going to give me 1/2 of this thing, and yet the way that this is designed is that you can always get a full one every single week. So then why does a quest give you only half? It seems kind of counterintuitive. But I'll find out. I think actually I'm gonna leave this pug group. Then I want Ophidian Maw. One thing else I want to do, Corrode Spirit, and then Commune with the Altar. I want this thing. I think there's, like, some way... I forget how to get that stuff. There's, like, some prerequisite that I need to do. I don't want to waste all that currency. Let me equip this thing. And see. You've got just under 4K. Hopefully it'll be handy, but then again, you're only an AOTC raider. Yeah, probably not quite as important then, but I mean, every little bit counts. It never hurts. Interesting. Okay. So that was... Okay, I did get the Venom Curse Fragment. It's just the quest thing bugged out momentarily. I got Venom Curse Fragment ×1. I got 1,500 corrosive coins. It did not give me... Oh, never mind. No, I'm blind. It did give me 2 corrosive souls. It's just, it was a little bit cut off. Okay, so yeah, so the rewards were exactly what I expected. It's just the way it displayed in the chat log was weird. Okay, yeah, so now I have one of these sitting here. I want to test that, because on the PTR, I didn't manage to kill two different ancient foes. So at some point, I want to find out about that. Now, it did seem like on the server, right? The, shit. Ow. Okay, yeah, so this proc to Temple Incursion contains cursive coins, veteran, miscrest, and other spoils about it. Is that uncapped? Oh, okay, I mean... Here, you know what? Fuck it, just to make sure that this gets done. Oh, shit. Shit, 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 shit. Yeah, when I know that I'm not going to die by walking off a cliff, at that point... Temple incur. That's not it. I need to select. I said under housewarming. Why does this mob have so much fucking health? Why did I shut down Illidan? What did I do? Okay, this one... I tried soloing this in the PTR, and it's like... It's such a fucking pain. Ooh, look at that Ophidian Maw proc. Okay, well, it's showing my damage from, like... Hold on. Reset data. Illidan is down? Wait, really? Dude, their servers have been really bad today. One of my guildies on Thrall has been unable to get into the game entirely. So we had to postpone our M0s, which is a real bummer. Okay, yeah, so, like, look at Ophidian Maw right now. That was during my burst window. Ophidian Maw, still doing 5% of my overall. So that's why I said it's just so good. And the main reason why Ophidian Maw is just, like, so broken is this thing does really good damage just in a vacuum. But then, the fact that it's an instant execute for any poisoned enemy, Valeera's poisons count as poisons, right? So in Delves, it's an insta-execute against pretty much all mobs, because Valeera will constantly cause mobs to be poisoned. So the moment they hit 20%, they're dead. So, solid proc with an insta-execute below 20% health. Like, actually, this thing is just so fucking strong. There's none of the other effects, words. None of the other effects even come close to Ophidian Maw, in my opinion. But honestly, I don't even know what the second effect would be. I have a few, like, ideas of ones that at least aren't completely garbage, because there are some of these corruptions that are, like, really bad. But it's basically Ophidian Maw plus X is, like, every single combination. Honestly, trying to remember all of them. Oh, fuck. Line. Can you just jump in the wind gust? Does that just work? It does. Okay. Well, that makes it easy. And then there's that flag over there. Does the execute work? Oh, no. This is outdoor, but also delves. And, like, if it was only outdoor, it would be completely worthless, and, like, nobody would care. The fact that it works in delves is at least somewhat relevant, just because delves are still a relevant part of the gearing process, and also because, like, the Nemesis boss is considered to be, like, somewhat relevant content. Like, I mean, I care about the Nemesis boss, at least. Now, I've already killed the Nemesis boss on the PTR. It's not, like, that hard, all things considered. But obviously, every single season I say that, and then every single season people are like, oh my god. Well, Nullius, I think most people agreed it was pretty fucking easy, but, like, I killed Kaiveza on my 3rd try, and then some people were taking, like, over 100 tries to kill Kaiveza, so I have accepted that I am not the average in that case, and for those people, it'll be nice to have. The other thing is, even though it says non-boss enemy, it is actually, Ophidian Maw is relevant, the execute portion, on the Nemesis boss as well, because the Nemesis boss summons an add, and it's a very tight damage check on the add. So being able to kill that 20% faster effectively is really good. And obviously in regular delves, like, that's going to save you so much time. From what I remember, based on the limited testing that I did for the different effects, so I have not unlocked the ability in a recent PTR build to run 2 powers at once, but in early PTR builds, you were able to just manually apply 2 to your gear all the time. So I did a little bit of messing around with different combinations. I'm pretty sure, based on my memory, that the effect where you, like, grip in enemies would probably be the best, because it does a slight amount of damage, not like Ophidian Maw levels of damage. You can see here, you know, it's still doing 3%, and I haven't gotten a proc in a little while. But it's like, okay, it's decent damage, and then the fact that it groups up mobs would just mean Ophidian Maw is going to more reliably hit multiple targets, so it just can't hurt. Okay, yeah, I know what to do. Am I holding the final staff? It looks like I am, yeah. Nice. Is that it? Let me just... Oh yeah, that's it. Okay, you just get credit. So now... let me change the name. Edit. It should proc an Ancient Foe. Okay, so this does count towards the cap. I was pretty sure, but... And it's this fucker again. Kudalak. At least it gives veteran gear and, what did I get last time? I got this thing. The fact that you can farm 285 veteran off the Ancient Foe, like, that's pretty good. So, bare minimum, if you do this enough, you can just get a full set of 285 veteran just by doing this. Which is... At the very least... What is this? Feather of Zul'jarra. Okay. Can I get access to that? But yeah, so that's solid at least. What are we looking at for champion crests? Champion 20, okay. Now, in theory, what I might do, if my Blood Decay gets really unlucky, then I think I'm going to... I'm going to take, like, my Guardian Druid or something, which I don't really care about. I'm not using it for splits, but it does have gear. And I might actually sack champion crests on my Guardian Druid to get the veteran discounts. I'll see. I'm pretty sure my bear has every relevant item. My bear, I believe, is like my bear is like 292, but I only have 276 shoulders. So in theory, if I happen to get like at least champion shoulders, then it wouldn't matter. And then it would basically be the same starting point item level as this character. And then it's just a case of RNG. So we get a weapon. Okay. Obviously, I don't need it, but the fact that you can get it is nice. I also completely forgot that I was going to try using that. Alright, cool. I can go turn that in, whatever Winds of Zul'jarra is. This. You cannot transfer accolades, no. Unfortunately not. And to be clear, so how do I describe this? So what I'm trying to do, my ultimate goal this week, it doesn't really matter which character I do it on. Now, I suspect I'm going to do this on my Blood Decay, but it will require some amount of RNG no matter what. But my Blood Decay has, like, super duper full bis, so it is the best candidate. Is I want to get full 295 in every single slot. Because then for all my other characters, I'd be able to get the veteran discount. But in order to do that, I need to make sure that I am not wasting a single veteran upgrade. So, I could get 285 shoulders. But even if I did that, I need to have shoulders that are 289 or higher, because that is the highest. Now, before I spend any veteran crests, in theory, I would need to have 280 or 292 in multiple slots. So if I manage to get champion shoulders, then that would be ideal, because then that would both replace the one slot I'm missing on my druid, and it would cover one of the many champion items that I need to get in order to make this feasible. What is this? Spirit Walk. Okay. Additional flight points. Ah, okay. Wait. Oh, yeah, so this is just the best upgrade. You can take a flight point directly to the raid. This is by far the most useful one. So I'm gonna reload, because there's an audio glitch happening. What did the postmaster send me? Ah. Yes, thank you, postmaster. Much appreciated. Okay, so what do I still need to do? I would like to finish doing my arena skirmish test for science. How many am I at now? I guess, would it be Eversong Woods? Yeah, it's under Eversong Woods, so I guess I'm halfway there. I also really need to do the Delve test. So there's that. That expires in 12 hours, so I should knock that out now. That expires in 8 hours, so I should also do that. And then I believe I did every daily quest down here in the Coiled Isle. I do at some point need to get my... Oh, Turn Back the Surge gives a Spark of the Tides, so in theory I could do this one as well. Yeah. But this one's kind of annoying because it's... the curse searches only spawn every 45 minutes. I could check LFG, though. Actually. So, if I go to custom... There's no groups up. I did see a group up earlier for one of the Curse Surge bosses. So if I check somewhat often, I might be able to find it. Something I can check is, before I forget, the dead roleplay server might just have a Curse Surge sitting there up. I'll log back into that account real quick to see.
The smiths of the old empire are in tune with their weapons. Free their spirits.
Sorry. Vaults of Italu Tech, yeah. Okay, so I would... to, on this paladin... there is actually an event active on the Dead Roleplay server, but I don't know. It's entirely possible that maybe only one of the bosses, the Ancient Foes, is up at any time. Because in... in, like, 3 events, I got the same one each time. Now, that's still, like, a low sample size, right? But it does make me think that maybe... it, doesn't work. It just... I'm still very confused as to why there's one leftover Venom-cursed thing. It feels... wrong. Like, I don't know why it's there. I'm on the Coiled Isle. I don't see any Curse Surges on the Dead Roleplay server, but then again, I don't know if I'd be able to even see endgame activities on this character, because it's not level 90. So I might just need to invite myself to check. Is that Ophidian Maw going off? Apparently, while I was tabbed out, that happens. Need these two. Okay, special assignments. That's something. Let's see. First things first. Try. Character. I'm not seeing... yeah, I'm not seeing any Curse Surge on this shard.
You've got food, medicine, and supplies. Now give it to our warriors and watch their spirits.
In theory, on War Mode, it actually might be Slightly better. What's this?
Now give it to our warriors and watch their spirits lift.
Okay. Oh, I see what I'm supposed to do. So each one's 10%. There's more weapons here. So that is herbs. So can I share? Why am I stuck? And then food. Food and herbs. Where's the next one? I see herbs over there. And then there's one more, another herb over there. Alright. My veteran crest, so this should be 250. Yeah, 250, and it doesn't count towards the cap. Nice. So that's another 20. Let's see. Simple strength ability. Yeah, I'm not seeing any quests here. I'm gonna stay online on my my alt paladin. I'm gonna turn the sound off because I think that might be picking up on my other instance of WoW. So I need to do the delve thing. I know the fastest delves to spam, but since I've never done this variant, Naraldor Islands, I would like to at least test it. Because for all I know, it could actually be fast. Who knows? But if it's not fast, then I'll just spam the remaining ones to get to tier 8. And then all I care about right now is just getting to T8. The rest is whatever, secondary. I will figure that out another day. Getting to T11, because I only need to do that by next week. You just do one more quick check. Seeing anything? And I should be able to queue for a skirmish, and then if it pops while I'm in the middle of this, I could also just not worry about it. Okay, this one seems interesting. Turtles rescued.
I've had enough of your tricks.
What's this? Stun is kind of annoying. If this is the entire delve, this actually might be good. Did I do the dungeon already to unlock world quests? Yes. Yeah, I did it on heroic. A little bit easier than doing it as a follower dungeon. Roll of emergency cupcakes. Interesting. Nice, didn't get interrupted.
Breathe deep, burn.
Am I not running... Yeah, okay. I'm not running Grip of the Dead. I should be running Grip of the Dead. You know it. Okay, and then... Do that right now. Where... Okay, there's the cannonballs. Is this the entire delve? This one, if this is it, if it's just this and then boom, final boss, this would be quite fast. Especially, like, I'm pretty sure druids could do this really well. Okay, it looks like there might be, like, a part 2. Yeah. Or turtle. Oh.
I don't think so.
How much damage does this deal? Okay, I'll be honest, the flamethrower's the only thing that feels like it does anything. Like, this does crazy damage. Everything else is kind of whatever. I have to kill 50? Okay, yeah, never mind. This one is... that initial section seemed fast, and I'm like, if that's the entire delve, it was not the entire delve. Now, in theory, what I could do is if I just round up all the mobs and then just flamethrower all of them at the same time, would that not work? You're also, like, you're doing slight pulsing damage as you go around here. So, oh yeah, there's like a bunch up there. Oh. Apparently... so, it didn't really seem like I was doing that much... I see. So, it absolutely annihilates everything, like, at a short distance away from you. Okay, so I can't use the turtle for the final boss. I will say, though, I like this delve. That's pretty cool. See, I never really mind when a delve is slow if it at least has, like, a fun, unique mechanic. This is what I want out of delves. Like, yeah, I get a fucking cannon turtle and I get to ride around and blow shit up. Like, yeah, that's different. I will never complain about that. Also, where is the Nemesis boss? Forget. Long run to the end over there. Oh shit. I'm gonna 4-minute timer for that? Alright, that's annoying. Corrosive Bile Spear. Okay, yeah, this is the one that I was using for the vast majority of testing. So, one thing that you're going to want to do, in addition to Tier 11, is ideally get every single curio unlocked on Rank 1. Because on non-bountiful, you can get Rank 1 drops. And if you don't get all your curios at Rank 1 before you start doing bountifuls, then you won't get the guaranteed upgrades. Because bountifuls are guaranteed to be an upgrade over whatever you have. Well, you would still get, in theory, an upgrade. But you could also just get a rank 1 curio that you don't have yet, if you haven't already farmed them all. But considering you can target farm those, it is a waste to try and do that. When ideally, you want to get as many curios upgraded as you can early on as you're farming delves. That way, by the time you go to do the Nemesis, you have, like, a rank 3 curio or something. see here. No curse surges. I wish there was a timer for curse surges that said, like, the next surge is in blank amount of time. It'd make things a little easier. So... Okay, they drop a lot. This. In that case, frost for this should be decent. This might be enough already. And I'll do one more check. Just to see what is a toxic tor. I have no idea what a toxic tor is, so I'm going to just queue for that, and it might be something I need.
I have great-grandchildren older than you. Oh, my back is killing me.
What is a toxic? Vaults of Batala. Oh, I see. That's the complete one of every single event down there. I mean, I could just try and server hop and see if any of these have curse surges active. There is also a chance that war mode is a better option for finding that. I don't think I'm desperate enough to try war mode. Because the other thing is, like, I don't need to do the curse surge quest right now. I'm not actually in a rush to do that. The only reason I'd like to do it is if I could do that instead of arena skirmishes, then that would be ideal. Since both of them say... Both of them say the same thing. Okay, so what do I want to do for delves? Presumably Shadow Enclave would be the fastest one to spam. So I should try that. But, oh, hey. Now, I don't want to enter this until my skirmish pops, because I don't want to waste this queue again. So let's say average queue time of 2 minutes. Yeah, so I should be able to at least fly to the entrance, sit there for like a little bit, and then get the queue to pop. It definitely seems like because I am quickly reaching the point where I'm a little bit tired. So I'm gonna get the delve thing done, and we will, when I've used my Delver's Bounty, we will end there. That will be the final thing. And then also, that will allow me to determine whether or not my Death Knight is kind of fucked.
Oh, there you are.
What's it called? Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, already in the process of doing this, now I need to wait. I'll give this like another minute or two, as long as it takes me to check YouTube comments. And oh, you know what else I could do? I could do the Wordle. I'm gonna do today's Wordle. I won't read it out and spoil it. If the skirmish has not popped by the time that I'm done with the Wordle, then I will just say fuck it and I'll worry about that tomorrow. And then I'll just get the delves done and then we'll stop here. Nobody's done the Wordle yet today. Let's see. One yellow. One green. There we go. I did queue for a skirmish, right? I'm pretty sure it's a skirmish. I'm in Sand Lane. Oh, you know what I meant to do that I forgot? Where is it? I need to take Grip of the Dead. Be much better. That feels like it would be good for PvP. I don't know how much I really care. This is fine. Okay. Our DPS is getting shredded. My bone shield has fallen off. I can mask it. Nope. Get back here. This might be a little bit impossible. Alright. I mean, they're just instantly topping it up. The Death Knight's not dead yet. Okay, now the Death Knight's dead. Alright, well now let me finish Wordle. And the healer's just not picking up. Buddy, I think you can just let yourself die and we can move on. Definitely, doing the arenas has been not the most fun experiment in the world, I'll be honest, but we have to try for science. I will give it one more attempt there. Player. Check my alt account. Still no curse surges up. This is definitely a tricky Wordle, so I still haven't finished it yet. So I will do one more. And I can think of a single word that fits. If I get this in 4, it's this, then I... Okay, alright. Never mind, I just fucking nailed it. Okay. That is an interesting word. And perfect timing. We got another proc. Alright, I think after this, I'm just going to send the remaining delves, and we'll do whatever I still need left for arena skirmishes, I will try tomorrow. But I at least want to get that done.
Friends, we gather today to see which these bandits, these goons, these ne'er-do-wells
So there is
call themselves true
presumably go on the shaman, because if it's just me versus the rogue, I could probably 1v1, I would imagine. And I have no fucking clue what this guy's gonna do. We gonna... Oh, he's going on me. That's, okay, now he's fucked. Of course. What? He just didn't heal himself? Okay. Is there one of those things that lets you, like, see people in stealth? I'm guessing, is he waiting for my bone shield to fall off? That's probably what he's doing. Ooh! Alright, that was kind of close. I literally lived that entirely because of Purg. That rogue actually played quite well. I would be pretty fucking tilted if I was him. Unlucky. Where am I at as far as the... Eversong? Okay, yeah. You get such dog shit progress towards that. Let's see. If there's a Curse Surge active, then I would leave, but that's the only thing. Dia said, have a good research and night. Appreciate it. Holy clutch, yeah. Yeah, that was, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a really good PvPer, so I'm pleased with that. Okay, I do actually need to pull these mobs. I should swap back to Deathbringer for Delves, though. Get a little bit easier. And the main thing is also, like, I don't have... Like, Chains of Ice is on such a terrible keybind. It is not easy for me to hit Control-H. So, I have to, like, pause momentarily whenever I go to press that. Grab this. And... Wait, no, I forgot to swap to different here. I can... do that. So this is tier 6, so I have to do 2 more delves after this, and then we are done. Deathbringer. What? Did I... Probably got hit by one of those, like, little eyeball things.
Marked for death.
Come on. Where's... Priest Murloc. Okay. So there's some new random encounters, I guess. What is this? Okay, that bolt hits pretty hard. Okay, the Murloc's bolts are the ones that are, like, really fucking me. It's noted. My weapon is poisoned. Oh, that's just the Valeera thing. So the Murloc one is... Stop moving. It's just a damage proc effect. Nothing crazy, it seems. I need a bit more Twilight material. You're so lost in leveling without your time walking buff. I mean, like, look, don't get me wrong. The time walking buff is good. Keep in mind, even before we had the time walking event, I still got an 80 to 90 time of 1 hour and 38 minutes. So, the time walking buff is nice, but it really is not, like, that impactful. That was kind of the main conclusion that I had. Like, for a full 10 to 90 run, like, obviously it made quite a bit of difference in my 3 hours, 16 minutes, 10 to 90. Like, if you get it right at the start there, having just 30% more experience flat for the entire process is good. But the reality for speedruns, and really just, like, fast leveling once you get comfortable with it, is that you don't really need the buff, because time walking ends up just being slower than the other activities that we have from 10 to 90. 10 to 90 is just really fast. I'm honestly, like, so, totally honest, I'm so glad Turbulent Time Waste is over, because it was kind of a bit of a bummer putting together what I felt was like a really, really clean, optimized route for 80 to 90, and then having Turbulent Time Waste just kind of completely ruin that, and it's like, well, now all you do is delves. I honestly think that as far as 80 to 90 runs are concerned, I am most proud of that time, that 1 hour 38 that I did, because that run was just absolutely clean as hell. No time walking buff required. And it still was faster than many of the runs with time walking that I ended up doing. So, now that Turbulent Time Waste is gone, that fully optimized route that I put together is actually... not necessarily mandatory, what I was going to say, but if you want to level quickly, that's what you're going to want to do. So, it's mandatory as far as optimized leveling goes. You don't get to just do delves anymore. But, I mean, that's what Follow the Arrow's for. I've really never bothered with all that. Two more delves. Do I know if it's possible to unlock world quests and all that for alts with this new zone yet? For leveling? For alts, you can skip it, yes. If we're talking like level 90 alts, you are able to just do the skip and immediately unlock it. If you're talking for leveling, then no, it is not available as a leveling zone.
My blades are ready. Let's pause.
What was I gonna look at? This. Is there... If there was a group up for... what's it called? For Surge. Okay, we got this guy. I think I'm just gonna AMS and stand on this. Ooh, there we go. Was that... Like, that mob just kind of died. That felt like it was an Ophidian mob rock. I'll have to check that afterwards. I think I just got a new utility curio. I'm pretty sure Essence Trap is utility. But, I don't know. I'll have to double check. Valera is already gaining experience, notably, though. So the, the best way to level up Valera right now, since you can only rely on the curios, would be back to Grudge Pit. Now, in theory, if you just want to save time, you can wait until... what's it called? The season actually starts. And then you can do... Oh, what was I going to say? You can do invasive blow spam with Falira, but that, I believe, has to be bountiful for her to get actual experience from it. Right now, it looks like she's not getting experience from regular mob kills, but she is getting XP correctly from the curiosity stuff on the ground, so definitely it's very much worth it to stop and pick up any stray curiosities that you can find. In fact, I don't have any of those, like, scanners that show the nearby ones, but when I do Delves and Alts, I'll probably bring along some. Just to make that a little bit easier. Okay, yeah, actually, let's check this. Okay, Essence Trap is... How much damage has my Bile Spear actually been doing? I haven't seen it proc at all. Did it proc at all on Antinori? Wow, look at Ophidian Maw damage. Look at that shit. Second overall on the final boss of that last delve. And I'm not even seeing the, Okay, it's only on Valera. Yeah, it did a decent amount of her damage. The thing is, compared to Mandate of Sacred Death, like... I mean, nothing's gonna feel good. So yeah, how much was it? 19% of her overall. I am curious, because the Essence Traps, I feel like they're bad. When I did Nemesis testing on the beta, which was like where I tested most of these curios, I ended up coming to the conclusion that Corrosive Bile Spear was best, but maybe Essence Traps could be better. I'll do like one test, then if it doesn't do much damage, then I'll just go back to using Bile Spear. There's just nothing else that's like really that good. I guess the fact that we have the corrosive gifts kind of makes up for the fact that the curios are a little bit weaker, because effectively the corrosive gifts are like a bonus curio, if you think about it. So if the total combined power of like both gifts and the curios are, you know, good, then it kind of makes up for the fact that we don't have Mandate anymore. But Mandate is... I think Mandate was probably the most broken Delve Curio that has ever been added. With the exception of Bugged Hattering. Like, that period of time in, War Within Season 3, where... It wasn't really Hattering, it was more just that Bran was bugged and would randomly just do, like, ridiculous amounts of damage, and because Hattering was just, like, already pretty good in a vacuum, and then sometimes would proc and hit everything nearby. When Bran was bugged, Hattering would just insta-kill a bunch of mobs because of some, like, scaling issue. And Hattering was still good, but Hattering was not Mandate. Not even remotely. Outside of the Bran scaling bug. But at the same time, like, when Hattering was bugged, we also had the, That was at the same time when the Phase Cutter ability from... whatever that... the Koresh Delve. The Azure Archive, I think. Fuck is Antinorian going? Can I, like, go on this side and bait him into teleporting that way? I mean, that kind of worked. Yeah, like, the essence trap's there, and the boss just teleported straight out of it, so... Yeah, current segment... Yeah, it did, like, no damage. It's depressing. So, definitely Corrosive Bile Spear. It's not amazing, but it's... It at least does something. Oh, and this is the one that I really like. Nice. Dun-Dun's favor. Check real quick to see if there's no easy to access ones. The Vault event quests are awful, 1% per mob. Kind of. The actual, like, events themselves. It depends on what are we talking about here. The weekly? Because once I actually did the full, like, the incursion events, that gave me, like, basically half the progress in one go. A Toxic Tour? It might depend on which one it actually is. Because there's... What do you say? Purging the vault. Yeah. Yeah, well, the purpose of purging the vaults is, like, there's a bunch of little activities that you want to do. So, you want to do, like, the entire event chain as you get that done. So you're kind of killing, like, two birds with one stone. It's meant to be, like, a meta quest. The rewards from it are pretty good, though. So you're, instead of doing, like, killing mobs for it, you're meant to do it by, like, doing, the events around the zone. Okay, Dun-Dun's favor. And then... At least it targets highest health target. So, ideally would, like, smooth out the health of enemies. Yeah, I would say Goose Comics check. My throat is... My throat is dying. Check this. So, like, there's a group for Toxic Tour. Follow them around and just, like, do all the events as they pop up. And you get, like, a bunch of crests. You get, if you do the entire chain, you get a champion piece. So, that quest that you're doing, Toxic Tour, gives you Venom Curse Fragment. And then, if you finish the entire event chain and kill the Ancient Foe, it's the final part of the chain, then you get the second half of this. So you could get one champion piece. So, like, for instance, I got, and I keep forgetting to use this, I got this thing, this trinket. Sharp Axe Holster champion. Abundance Man has invaded the Delves. Yeah, honestly, the Abundance one is really nice, because based on my testing, a lot of the other utility curios were kind of mediocre. This one, like, does it show up here? Yeah, like, you can see, it does very little damage, but the main thing is it does at least some damage, and here's the big thing. Here's the thing that makes it nuts. You run over the curiosity, you auto-loot the curiosity without having to stop. So, the biggest annoyance when it comes to farming mislaid curiosities for Valeera XP is you can't use them in combat, right? So you have to clear out all the mobs, and then stop and loot it. But now you can just hold W. So, like, you can walk into Grudge Pit, you can literally just do a lap around, and farm XP. And it's even faster now than before. In fact, low-key, Blizzard Let's kind of overlook that. Might actually be worth a video. Because I feel like that's the type of thing that Blizzard is totally going to realize they fucked up. And is going to patch it.
This is for you.
That almost feels too good. Works well on mount? Yeah. That is, a little bit disgusting. You're in a group now? Yeah, it's so much easier if you're in a group. As long as you have, like, 10 or so people, you could just steamroll every single one of those, and then it just kind of flies by. Unstable venom sacs. Occasionally generate an unstable venom sac. Moving over one squirts a wave of venom out. Is... Oh! Okay. Wowhead post. 3 sparks available this week for some characters, but not all. Ooh, okay. Alright. So it looks like, yeah, Wowhead has confirmed that 2 things are true. You are able to get a second spark normally, but the Midnight World Tour thing that somebody in chat earlier said they accidentally did, that apparently is a bug. And it allows you, even if you get the normal 2, you can still get a 3rd spark that way. Interesting. Well, that, 2 things. One, that means I don't need to do skirmishes anymore. But it also does mean that, in theory, if WoW had not made that post, my endeavor to complete the science would have been worthwhile. So, regret it.
I will not die like them.
Alright, moment of truth. Is this Delver's Bounty going to fuck me over? Now, in theory, as long as, like, what would it be that would be terrible? A belt would be pretty bad. A belt would be really, really, really bad. Bracers would be really, really bad. I would be disappointed in a cloak, but it wouldn't be the worst thing ever. Chest would be horrific. Helmet would be pretty bad. I don't really want a ring, though I wouldn't hate a ring, honestly. Trinket would be basically worst case scenario, because, like, while there are some okay delve trinkets, I also have, like, insane trinkets in this character. Weapon, I would not be thrilled with a weapon, but I would not... It honestly would not be that bad. So what do I want, really? I think, like, an off-tier piece would be best. Something like that. Uh, Ideally, I think, depending on the necklace could be okay, but I also don't want a necklace. We'll see, though. Oh. It'll be easier to say what you do want. You're not wrong. Alright, game. I would really like a pair of gloves or pair of pants. One of the two would be ideal. That would be optimal. I would even take a pair of shoulders. That would be fine too. If you have to give me a cloak, I understand. Such is life. Boots, honestly, totally fine. I'm flexible. Just, don't fuck me over, please, game. Okay. Fingers crossed. Yeah, that's not great. It's not great, but it's also not terrible. I also did get an upgrade. So at the very least, upside, here, yeah, you can... So the quest that you're doing right now is Goose Comics, you're going to get a Delver's Bounty from that. And then once you get your Delver's Bounty, you can use it to get a Hero 1 out of 6 item. But you obviously want to use it on tier 8. So upside, this is good stats. So Rotmire Necklace is like okay stats for Deathbringer, but it's like pretty mediocre stats for Sand Lane. And like if we look at Protective Toadstools, like okay, Protective Toadstools is fine. It does absorb like a decent amount of damage, but it's really not all that impactful. And like in any realistic scenario where I'm actually taking like a lot of damage, like can I find like is there a situation? Like yeah, you can see here it starts to fall off. Like it's only doing a lot of healing here because I'm just like I'm taking no damage, right? Like I'm at full health. So I'm getting the full value of the shield. I'm trying to see like was there like a gigantic pull where I was getting my ass clapped? Yeah, actually this is a great example. So this was a really big pull. I'm death striking, I'm getting like maximum value, and then I don't even see Protective Toadstools on here. It didn't even look like it procced. Yeah. And then what pull is this? 12? Pull to Adept 38. So what's that? Dealing nature damage, there's a chance to bloody blah. It doesn't seem like I got like any procs there. What's Bladesworn Cultist? Bursting Toadstools does like 1%. So it, like, honestly, Rotmire Necklace, not horrible. Even for Sand Lane. But this is good stats. Now, the downside is that, obviously, I would rather eventually get the Hero Track Necklace out of the raid, so, like, this won't last me that long. But, like, I mean, that's thinking a bit too far into the future. The main thing that's a little bit of a bummer is this doesn't help me at all towards getting access to the discount. So, while it's not a horrible item, and, like, even if I had gotten gloves, like, you know, it wouldn't really last me that long anyway. Yeah, it's like a little bit of a bummer. But one thing I'm curious about. The Arcane Cena. I will say we're nearing the end of the stream. The difference between tier 11 and tier 8 is negligible. It doesn't really matter. And I assume I didn't get any Delver's Journey progress. Yeah, like that's still hard locked right now. Is it worth at all? Something I was curious about. So if I do plate wrist, and I do... Okay, I would need to get... No, I'm looking at the wrong item. Right, it is... blood-tempered bracers. 279. Okay. Right. So this is the big reason. This is one of the big reasons also it would be really nice to be able to save veteran crests. Because what I can do is, in theory, let's say, like, cloak. So, miscellaneous cloak. Adherence Silken Shroud. Not this one. Would it be Courtly Cloak? Yeah. Courtly Cloak. I can put Arcana Weave Lining on it over here. You can get 292 embellished items, which is better than 285 from the previous season, using veteran crests. And obviously, if you are able to upgrade stuff to 295 with veteran, that is slightly better. But keep in mind that for a lot of people, you're going to only have one thing that you can craft with Spark of Tides on week 1. So I know, like, a lot of casters are crafting an offhand, but this way, you can have a 292 embellishment, which is probably pretty good if you put it in, like, bracers or something. And... what's it called? Trying to remember what I was going to say. I can't remember if I answered Goose Comics, but yeah, you can do tier 8. That's fine. There's no difference. I do think Cloak is probably, if you're doing this, the best option. The only thing with bracers is, because of the fact that, like, you can already hold on to a socketed pair of bracers, like, that makes this slightly better. But in theory, so something that you can do, whether or not this is going to be worthwhile, I don't know. But early on in the season, like, you can do this, right? So everybody knows, like, there's the whole veteran stuff. But I can buy, like, look at all of my accolades, right? You might think, oh, well, don't you want to buy, like, multiple slots? Well, I can instead just buy a bunch of bracers and just keep opening these until I get a pair of socketed veteran track bracers. In theory, I mean, you could do the same with any slot. Like, I could do the same with helmet. I already have this, and I'm not going to drop my tier helmet. Tier helmet, obviously, a lot more impactful. So, I'd rather run this and then have something in a different slot. But, like, I can do this, and I can just fish for veteran bracers. And then that way I can go into...
Treat my wares with care.
Get it. Boom! There we go. And then I'll even
A purchase?
refund that.
May my goods.
Now, the stats on this are not amazing, admittedly, but this would allow me to... here we go. I guess it's either this or the fact it rolled Leech and a socket is kind of fucking crazy. When I get the champion bracers from Zul'jarra's forces, which TBD on exactly when I get that. But when I do, what I can do is, like,
There is much to discover. The skies call.
read your adventure track item.
If needed, I will answer the call. I will
Second
do
time.
my
Your game.
fair skies and strong winds. This world
Upgrade your veteran track item. Sure. I don't actually want to spend any of that.
is what you seek.
Okay. Transmute to a bundle of adventure and miscrests. I actually don't think I even want to... Like, I know what they want you to do, but, like, that's... Wouldn't it be better to just get, like, the free 10 veteran that it just gave me? And hold on to this? Like, I'm not even going to complete this quest. Because the extra veteran is actually relevant here. In fact, I'm pretty sure it actually just capped my crests. That actually, I think, kind of fucked me a little bit. Oh, whatever. As long as I don't convert it down, then it doesn't matter. But okay, yeah, so yeah, I have 289 leech-socketed bracers. While in theory it would be slightly better to have the one with haste versatility, this is still fine, right? And the stat prio for, like, Sand Lane is you want a lot of haste, but it's not like Mastery and Verse are completely dead. This just means that I would really like to have more haste mastery in other slots. So, like, for instance, what I'll probably do is I'll sim my character. I mean, there's plenty of time, right? But I can do my crit. Actually, I have so much haste right now with this gear set that I'm probably fine. I'm not going to bother running a sim at this exact moment. But I'm probably fine to do this. And then I can drop these bracers. And now my Blood Decay has only one set of field accolades left that I'm able to spend. But that's fine. And here, let me... upgrade this for free. I think this doesn't matter, but may as well. So I have a helmet that I can upgrade to that for free. Same thing here. Crucible I can do all the way to 295. Whether or not Crucible's worth using, honestly, it's probably worth simming. What I'll probably do is... let's do that. we have the necklace. Throw that over here in the pile. It's interesting. I think if you manage to get a Delver's Bounty in one slot, that eliminates so many potential crests. So I'm definitely... what I think I'm going to do is, obviously I'm really tired, I'm going to end stream here. Off stream, I'm going to get the weekly quest done and get the Delver's Bounty on my other characters, specifically my Druid and my Warrior. And both my Druid and my Warrior are basically like full bis, right? So they're roughly the same. My Warrior is also 293 and has all the best in slot stuff. My Druid, as I said before, is full bis minus I still have Hero Track Shoulders, at least last season. But if I manage to get an upgrade for that, then my Druid would also be a viable candidate. And depending on what they get as their Hero Track item, it will determine what I opt to do as far as veteran crests are concerned. Now, having to do this entire process over again of farming all the excess veteran crests, it would be a bit of a pain in the ass, but if it does mean that I can then guarantee that I get the discount, that would be optimal. I might also need to wait to see what ends up dropping from the M0s, but I'll see. I only need... I guess, how many veteran crests would I need? If it's my Druid, the other nice thing about my Druid is, in theory, as long as my Druid gets a pair of shoulders, I can sack all my champion crests on my Druid, because there's no chance that I play that for splits. Like, we've already decided, like, that's just not going to happen. If we play Druid for splits, it's going to be my Kotang. So, sacking champion crests to upgrade veteran gear is, like, an insane play. But if it's an alt that I know I'm not going to play, that can give me gear on all of my split characters, then that would not be terrible. But I won't really know whether that's even a viable option until I do the Delver's Bounty on those characters. The nice thing is now that I have it unlocked for my account, I can just do it once, and then I'm good to go. What was the Corrosive Codex choice again? It is Ophidian Maw. Ophidian Maw is very good. Big damage proc, and it insta-executes any poison enemies below 20% health. But Valera's effect applies poisons to enemies, so that's basically all the time. But yeah, that is... Actually, well, I was about to say it for me. I'm going to, real quick, I'm going to just use my Hearth back to the Coiled Isle. If there is a Curse Surge currently active, then I'll complete it. But if not, then I will hop off for today. Obviously, the gearing video won't be tomorrow, just because I still have to do M0s before I finalize my results for that. But I did say before, that gearing video is basically going to be a summary of everything that I've done on stream. So, if you're just curious for all of, like, the tricks that I've been using, and you came to the stream late, just go back and watch the VOD, right? And, you know, all of the stuff about, like, how to get all the uncapped veteran crests, how to get the Delver's Bounty, how to get the champion pieces, I'll probably talk about the crafted veteran item as well. All that stuff. Go watch the VOD for. The, like, Crucible of Erratic Energies, for instance, another thing to consider. Definitely, my Death Knight, well, The thing about, like, gearing right now, I guess as a final note, is, yeah, no problem, Goose Comics. I'm not, like, upset with the gear that my Death Knight got. Like, even this necklace is not awful. But the main thing is, the items that I got on my Death Knight, while not really bad, per se, have made it so it would be very difficult for me to do the discounts on this character. So, in theory, if all I wanted to do is get, like, let's say I could get these boots up to 295. I could do that very easily. I mean, that's just 40 veteran crests. And, like, same, I could get a ring up to 295. 40 veteran crests. And then, in theory, like, I do not need to get 295 helm, shoulders, pants. I could get like a pair of gloves, 295 if I wanted to. Do I need to get a cloak up to 295? No, because ideally I would want to have an embellishment. Realistically, I would get these bracers up to 295 actually, and then I would use these boots. I would use my 285 boots and the 285 cloak, and then most likely I would do. I would craft a pair of 292 veteran boots as an embellishment slot. Probably something like that. That would be the best option, but then I would not be able to get the discount for my paladin. And that, I think, is really important. Because, like, look at it this way. 26, this is... If I have the discount, I'm able to upgrade veteran items 26 times. Otherwise, I guess tap that to, like, 13. Having that discount is, like, it really, really, really big for alt catch-up. Because I still have lots of, like, 270 stuff on that paladin. So, that would be very, very, very important. And I would feel a lot safer going into splits if I knew that I had all that covered. It also means that you can afford to send veteran crests on that item while still having stuff left over for upgrades. But yeah, I will stop there. I will stream at some point tomorrow. It's just a question of when. But at some point tomorrow night, my guild is going to be doing all of our M0s, which was the original plan today. So I will be definitely streaming for that. But I might go live a bit earlier to do other stuff. We shall see. But I'm going to be streaming the vast majority of this week, and definitely like all of next week. And yeah, I hope that you guys found the stream helpful, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace.